All right, friends, we should be live here in just a moment. We are live on YouTube. We should be live on TikTok here momentarily. Give me just a moment to get TikTok set up. Welcome in, friends. Should be a lot of fun. We're doing a fan favorite here tonight. We all know what happens when this topic comes out. It's a tough topic for some people to deal with. It is not an easy topic for some. Phil bros lose their mind on this topic. They don't know what to do with it. They don't like it at all. But we're doing it. It is what it is. Let me double check the stream real quick, make sure we're live on TikTok. We should be ready to rock and roll. Greetings. I see we got a friend all the way from Munich. Welcome in from Munich. All right. Yeah, I think we're live everywhere now. We're live everywhere where lives are live. So we should be good to go. Let me open up the guest box on TikTok real quick before I forget. There we go. And our guest box on YouTube should be open already. And let me grab just a couple of super chats while we're waiting for guests to load up. And then we'll get right into the good stuff. Godwin, great to see you. Thank you so much for the 1999, my friend. Godwin says, go buy a bottle of cracking gold on me. Cheers. Thank you for what you do. Best use of a seminary degree ever. Well, thank you so much, Godwin. And trust me when I tell you, I'm at the end of my current bottle of Kraken. So a new bottle is in short order. I'm going to be having to get a new one up in here pretty darn quick. I appreciate helping me to keep my Kraken fund supplied. Big W. And Zen, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Zen says, did you say that you were thinking about putting a time limit, a clock on for Phil Bros? Yes. Hope you will keep thinking about that. Please be merciful and spare us from as much philosoph babble as possible. Rock hard for next. Zen, I will. I promise. We're not going to do philosoph babble endlessly. We're not going to do that. But yes, I'm working on that. I should have a clock integrated for that shortly. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a member, and thank you for supporting. And John, thank you for the $9.99. John says, hey man, do you have a hand? I'm sorry. Do I have one more time? Hey man, do I have to hand in my atheist card if I'm a Saints fan? No, that's okay. That's okay. Also, what do you think about my idea that churches hand offering plates mid-service to guilt people into pointing up the dole? Yeah, that's true actually. I think one of the reasons why the offering is in the service, like in the middle of the service, is specifically to a light form of coercion to get them to donate, because it's almost like it's almost like shaming. It's a form of shaming for them if they don't give while everyone else is giving. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's a really good question. I do believe that it's true. T-Mass says, what are all the books you're planning on writing? Well, I've got 2 in tow. First one I'm working on now, it's going to be the prophecies as they're laid out in the Gospels. And then I'm doing another one of the prophecies as they're laid out in the rest of the New Testament. Good question, though. The first one should be looking at getting out towards the end of the year. Dex, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. Big W, my friend. I really appreciate that. Big W, Dex. And Carlos, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. Great to see you tonight. I hope you're healing and recovering well. Please do keep us up to date on how you're doing. And I got 2 more super chats. Chambermaid says, this is for cheese sauce. I'm tired of seeing your raw dogging pretzels. Actually, I meant to get some dipping sauce for pretzels, and I just didn't get around to it. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will get some dipping sauce for the pretzels. And Lakes, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, are there any major differences between the Targums and the Peshitta? Just wondering, thanks. And yes, there are. There are a lot of differences in the Targums. The Targums are over the top with trying to translate things so that they sound more messianic. And I think the Peshitta doesn't take the same exact route. Now, you have to remember my edition of the Peshitta is in English, right? There's certainly could have been some borrowing. I don't read Syriac. So any statements from me about the Syriac text is from my experience by reading it in English. You know what I mean? Texas Panhandler, thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, my friend. Super appreciate that. All right, we've got one guest waiting to get in, although I think it might be a friendly. We'll see. Godwin. Welcome in, Godwin.
Hey, Justin, how's it going?
Great, how are you?
Good. I'm not driving. My wife is.
Very good. Be safe. Don't get yourself hurt by driving and living. So
Right.
Godwin, you are the Godwin, our friend.
I am.
Yeah,
I am. Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. I'll drink some Kraken just for you.
I'm in. I will tonight. I had a point. I noticed that you had that. Well, I'm hearing an echo of myself. We just turned myself down a little bit. You have that point about Paul bumping his head.
Yeah.
And I think Paulogia has something similar. I want to throw this one at you. I'm into survival, and I used to go mountain climbing. And one of the things is if you fall asleep on the ground and you don't have a shelter, animals tend to come near you, especially the dumber ones. They want to like get the warmth from you. They cuddle up to you. When you wake up, you should wake up slowly and carefully. My theory is that St. Paul was on the ground sleeping, and a scorpion cuddled up to him. And I've heard that they can cause you to hallucinate and give you blindness, temporary blindness in some cases. So my theory is that he got bit by a scorpion and had some bad dreams.
That's certainly interesting. The poison could also explain some of the longer lasting effects, like the blindness and whatnot. When you get bit by a poisonous animal, sometimes your body reacts in ways that it takes a couple days to get over. Like it doesn't just recover right away. That's certainly an interesting thought. I never thought about that, but that's certainly something I need to mull over now. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, yeah, it hit me when someone in the military that I knew said that they were getting bit on purpose so that they could get pulled out uh, by an emergency helicopter. And in the meantime, while they were waiting, they got to trip out. That's
Oh
basically what
wow,
they said.
that's wild.
So, right.
I
So,
never I
yeah, well,
never connected the two, but that's an interesting point.
yeah, I don't want to take away from the cooking. It's good stuff.
Hey, thanks so much, Godwin. Great to hear from you. Be safe.
Yeah, take care. All right.
Cheers, buddy.
Thanks.
W. Godwin. Big W to Godwin. That's an interesting theory. There's a lot of possible or plausible theories about the situation. All right, I think we've got a guest in the TikTok queue. Let me grab the latest super chats. We'll get them in. Nightman, great to see you tonight. Welcome to the live stream. Nightman says, "Happy Friday, Justin. Happy Friday to you, my friend. Happy Friday to you." And our friend Dalton is in the house. The Bible guy says, "Ooh, my show is on." Dalton, welcome in. Great to see you, friend. And Hammond, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hammond says, "Hi, Justin. It's kind of ironic that a religion like Christianity got popular. It's a religion that doesn't care about this world or even having children. It's curious that it moderated those opinions. It actually isn't it really funny that like the there are huge factions of Christianity that swear that part of the doctrine is that you have to have kids, you have to care about others and or the planet. When none of that's actually in the book. According to the book, the world's about to end. You don't need to have kids. You don't have to care about the planet. The whole thing is going to get destroyed by fire. It's all useless, you know? Prepare for the end. The end is nigh, right? All right, let's get our first guest in here from TikTok. We've got AV with us. How you doing, AV?
I'm doing well, Demon. How are you doing?
Doing well. AV, do you have a name or do you prefer to be called AV?
You can call me AV or the AV show. Woo, woo, woo. You know it. Now let's get this debate going, bro.
Actually, I don't know it because I've never heard of you. So, what's your
Hey, well, you're about to get to know me because you're about to get destroyed, bro. The AV,
okay? So it's
you're about to get destroyed.
too soon to crash out.
Muting me.
You have the opportunity to have a real discussion
Don't
here.
mute me. Don't be weak. Don't be weak. Every leftist is. Quit muting me, weak. Quit muting me. You're weak.
He actually wants me to do this so he can claim false victory. He doesn't want to have a discussion. Let me know when you're ready to put your big boy pants on, okay?
Let me know when you quit muting me.
You're not muted right now.
Okay, well, quit being scared and debate me. Quit running.
What am I running
He's a
from?
runner. He's a track star. He's a runner.
So I don't know if you know this. Part of having a discussion with another human being is you can't just talk repetitively and uselessly. So are you capable of doing that?
Yeah, but part of a discussion and debate is to quit muting. Quit hiding behind the mute button, brother.
Part of a debate means that two people get to talk. And so what happens is when I get a guest in here that won't let me talk on my own live stream, that means I'm forced to mute them. I have no other choice.
So you're feminine.
I have no other.
Feminine.
I have no
You're
other.
feminine.
Do it right now. I have no other choice but to mute you
You're
because
feminine, God.
you're not actually interested in having a debate. What you're doing is trying to make sure that I can't talk because you're terrified of what I might say. So you could
Feminine, got it.
have a real discussion with me,
He's
or
muting.
I could just mute you the whole time.
He's muting.
Which one do you want to do?
This is your champion. He mutes. Weak. He's
Okay.
weak. He mutes.
Okay. Well, you can go cry about it somewhere else. Everyone who's ever watched my show knows that you don't get muted if you know how to have a real conversation. Clearly, you don't know how to have a real conversation, and you're a waste of space, so you can go somewhere else. I'm sure there are adults waiting to get in and have a real conversation. He's going to go tell all of his friends that he cooked me. I'm sure of it. Welcome in, Rolf.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, welcome in. How you doing?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sitting outside of my tool shed.
Oh shit! Well,
Quite fun.
I would imagine
Yeah.
so.
That's
Rolf,
what
are you
I need.
are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Oh yeah, I turned 43. Yeah, I'm old.
I feel
found
that.
like a 4 centimeter.
Yeah,
I found like a 4 centimeter long hair coming out of my ear.
that's
So, yeah,
that's going to happen with time. It is what it is, you know.
yeah. It's
So-
panic time.
Rolf, which God do you believe in?
I don't believe in any gods.
Oh, well, we're having a debate right now with people
Yeah,
who do
I
believe in
know.
God. So unfortunately, I have to.
I just want to come in here and say like, good job, keep it up.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, all the it's all about what do you say in is how to control the public.
Yeah, really.
That's what I see of religion as being something that they keep above you to make you be like to keep up with the laws and doing whatever they want you to do.
I think the greatest utility of religion is mass control. That's my opinion.
Yeah, because it's difficult to control a big population, and that is what it's used for. And I look at it as it's evil.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
In its purest form. And I think it's about time that people start waking up.
We're waking them up one at a time.
Yeah. So, but yeah, either way, keep up the good job.
Hey, thanks, I appreciate it,
just
Rolf.
in my tool shed here in Norway. Yeah.
Well, listen,
to go to bed.
one of my favorite places to be when I'm not online is in the garage doing something. So I hope you have fun.
Yeah, I live on a farm, so I'm like always doing some crazy projects or doing something fun with the kids. Right now, I'm just tinkering around with my new bow and arrow. So it's gonna be fun.
Newborns are a lot of fun. Enjoy the baby though. Babies are the best.
Yes, they are.
All right, have a great one.
Cool. Well, I hope you have a good night.
Hey, you too. Cheers, friend.
Bye. Cheers. Bye.
W. Rolf. I love tinkering in the garage. I love it. But you guys already know me. I love working on cars and stuff. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Drifter, thank you for the super chat. Says I'm 44 years old, always learning and searching. I don't feel old. You're not. You're a young man. Says, but I know I'm old because the priests don't stare at me anymore. Oh my god, that's good. Oh, that's fantastic. To be fair, though, the wandering eye of the priest is for the quite young. Quite young. Herman says, as a former Sikh, and we have our own wackos. Oh, I'm a former Sikh, and we have our own wackos. But man, I cannot believe the kind of people that call into your show. It's crazy. It is crazy. I've talked to people of like the Eastern religions, and they're usually not all that like crazy about the religion. They're usually pretty level-headed. But you know, the Abrahamic faith's a little bit different. Tariq says, watching live stream first time. It's 2:00 here. You are a great host on Atheist Experience. Well, thank you so much, Tariq. I appreciate that. I should be on the Atheist Experience again this weekend. I'll be hosting, so it should be a lot of fun. And last one for now from our friend Nightman. Thank you so much for the additional super chat. Says AV used to debate Parker and Dean all the time. He's a failed drama TikToker that will do anything for clout. He's a troglodyte. I believe that. He struck me as the type of guy that just wants to stir up trouble and not actually have a discussion, which is why he opens the conversation with insulting you and then trying to talk over you. That's a person that's just rage baiting. That's a legitimate rage baiter. And I'm not sure I'm not really here for that. Like if it's a fun rage bait, I can deal with it. But like if you just want to come up and yell and force me to yell back at you, it's not worth it. Okay. All right, we're gonna get Yugi in here, and then Trove, and then Patristic. It seems like that's the order. How you doing, Yugi?
Hey, what's good, man? How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Yugi, are you at least 18, and do you believe in a god?
Yes, I am definitely at least 18, and I would say I believe in the God of what is, the traditional 66 book canon Bible. Yeah.
Right. So you're a Christian.
Yeah, I'm okay with that label. Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe that God is all good, partially good, or you don't know?
I think he has a justification for what he does, is what I would say.
Right.
I don't know if I could. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I mean, justification aside, I don't think answers the question on whether or not he's good. Right. So, like, from your point of view,
Well, yeah. Can I meet you in the middle? Like, I don't
maybe.
have all the justifications for all he does, so I'm gonna be humble and say I can't say in an absolute sense because I don't see what God sees,
Fair enough,
or
right?
at least the God that I believe in. You know what I mean?
Right. So I think the problem with like the God is good claim is it kind of ends up going down like one of two rabbit trails. I think the
Okay.
first rabbit trail that Christians want to go down is that God is good because he says so. But I don't see why that is the case. Like if God says he's good, I don't see why I'm obliged to believe that statement,
Yeah, I agree with that.
right?
What's the other route that you hear though?
Well, I think the other route that I hear is like some like philosophical route. Typically, well, like if God is God, then he must be perfect. If he's perfect, then he must be good. But like, I don't see how being a perfect being has anything to do with good with, because a perfect
Yeah.
being could just decide that being evil was part of being perfect. Like he set the parameters.
Okay. Can I offer an alternative that you might have not have heard?
Sure.
Okay. I think that God can do what we would understand as evils for a justified reason. So I'll give you like an analogy. It's not perfect, but I'll give you an analogy. So for example, to a child, we are committing something brutal. They're crying, they're freaking out, but when we're giving them, let's say, a vaccine, right? But there's a perfectly justifiable reason for putting them through that pain. Now the child may not fully comprehend or understand that. Again, it's not a perfect analogy, but I'm trying to illustrate that. Like, I don't know if it's a historically held point, but that's kind of where I would like to take the conversation, that he could do what we would say is evil insofar as it's justified to certain people. I don't know if that
No,
puts
no,
anything
no.
on the table.
So
Yeah.
first of all, what you're saying is probably, obviously we've heard this, but it's one of the better I don't know if response is the right way. So what you're describing is something called necessary evil, right? So this is where we
Okay.
start to make divisions on what we mean by bad or evil. So for
Yeah.
example, you would say like getting poked by the needle is the necessary evil. And this is where I
Right.
would say that I agree with you. I think there are some things that are bad, but they're necessary. Like we need them to get to
Yeah.
the end point. Now, that's a little bit of a concession. I mean, theoretically, if God created everything, then like the prick from the needle shouldn't have to be necessary because he should have just made you so that you couldn't get diseases. So like
Right.
there's a route you could do with that, but for the sake of our discussion, like I could just grant you that there are such things as necessary evil in the way that the world is created because he created the world with free will, and because we have free will sometimes we cause harm to others and so on and so forth, right? So but
Okay.
I would be concerned with all of the examples of unnecessary badness that God causes, and I'll give you an example in Leviticus
Sure.
26.
Yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
So
Can
God,
you remind me of it? Because I don't want to click away because sometimes my phone trips.
no, I got it, I'll put it on the screen. So God is warning the Israelites what's going to happen to them if they don't follow his laws exactly. And he really wants them to follow the laws. Like he's going to punish them quite harshly if they don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And part of the punishment, he says, this is the punishment, you shall eat the flesh of your sons and you will eat the flesh of your daughters. So he's talking about
Yeah. Okay.
in
I remember this. Yeah.
right, in the siege, right?
Yeah. 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 Okay. I'm gonna let you finish the point though before I like jump in. Yeah. I
Right.
don't know if
So
that was it or.
So, I mean, I think the question we have to ask ourselves with a passage like this is whether or not that type of a punishment is necessary, and what's it necessary for?
Gotcha. Okay. So here's what I would respond to that. Would you also agree that, this is part of the totality of what the Bible claims is the books of Moses, right? Like, which is from Genesis down to Deuteronomy, and that collectively it was taught to the Israelites, the Hebrews, before they crossed with Joshua. So before I make my point, I want to make sure like we agree on that or no.
Yeah, that seems to be the point, right? This is before they go into the promised land, and God is already
Gotcha.
telling them that you guys are going to screw up really bad, and when you screw up, this is
Yeah.
what I'm going to do about it.
Okay, gotcha. In Deuteronomy, it talks about, he literally says like, I'm going to wipe you off the face of the earth. I'm going to do all these things, all these rancid, horrible things. But so here, I'm actually really curious what you think about this because I don't feel like a lot of people bring this up to you. So in Judges 2, when we start seeing this play out, the entire nation of Israel commits apostasy. They're worshiping other gods. They're doing whatever the heck they want to do. They completely ignore the law of Moses. But God doesn't punish them the way that he's prescribing in the Torah. Why do you think that is? Because my answer would be that those seem to be warnings and fence laws, not that they're dogmatically going to be issued the way that it's stated. Just like a law that we know now, right? There's a maximum sentence, a minimum sentence, and some things can be discretionary. That's how I read the Torah, but I'm curious what you think.
Right. So you're saying they're empty threats.
More like warnings. They could be true, but it doesn't necessitate to be the case always, right? So if you tell someone, if you don't back away, I'm going to hurt you, right? Doesn't mean that you're going to always do it. And I don't think it makes it empty. It just depends on what that person does after.
Right. So, but the problem we have is in the Bible, God does follow through on the threat.
But why didn't he wipe out Israel in Judges 2 then?
Because obviously he wasn't serious about that particular threat. Same reason why he didn't wipe them out in Exodus 32. In Exodus 32, he threatens to do the same thing. But what we do know is that this promise does come true. We read in Lamentations during the siege of Jerusalem that this is what happened. The hands of compassionate women boiled their own children, and they became their food in the destruction of my people.
Sorry about that. Somebody waved me down. I didn't hear what you said. You mind not repeating that last part? I apologize.
Yeah, it says, the hands of compassionate women have boiled their own children, and they became their food in the destruction of my people.
And where was this at? This was in Genesis, right?
This is in Lamentations.
Oh, Lamentations. Okay, I haven't gotten that far, so I wouldn't even know the context. But I don't know if, I guess like what I'm failing to see is I don't see it as empty threats when I don't know if you would agree that it seems as though the God of, the ancients spoke in a way that they would understand.
Right.
So if at that, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
But what I'm saying is the threat that I'm going to make you eat your children, that came true.
Oh, that he actually did that?
Yeah, in Lamentations, Jeremiah records how the women of Jerusalem during the siege boiled their own children and ate them.
Yeah, I would have to see how that ended up happening, but obviously I will concede that like since we hold to the sovereignty of God, he's ultimately in control and he allowed that to happen. Granted, like, much later though. But I still struggle, like, do you think that it's at different points that he will do certain things, or is it just more like I guess you wouldn't see it as a general warning, right? You wouldn't concede that?
Well, personally, I think Leviticus 26 is written like in post after the Babylonian exile, um, putting threats
Oh,
on
okay.
God's
You hold like
mouth.
the documentarian view, is that what it's called?
Yeah, and I think
Like,
one of the
okay.
reasons why that threat is in there is because that's what they actually experienced, and when we go to Lamentations, we read that that is what they actually experienced, right? So, the reality is, I think when it comes to God's threats, I think there's kind of 2 problems. One is sometimes they come true and they're kinda horrific, and number 2
Yeah.
is if they don't come true, that just means God's lying. God's saying things are gonna happen that aren't gonna happen, and the Bible clearly says that all of God's words will come to pass.
So you don't think it's a possibility of this being some sort of fence law? Like, for example, like the warning of stoning children who disobey parents. There's no recording of it actually happened. More, it's prescribed to kind of like be a whoa, like you don't want to do that. Let me give you an example real quick, and then I'm gonna let you. I don't want to like ramble on, but like in where I live in Pennsylvania, right? They really, really, really increased the penalty for not buckling your child in a car, right? It's almost like it's actually kind of absurd. But the idea is that things were so bad in PA where people were just kind of not, they were neglecting securely fastening their children, that they've upped it in order to kind of like make it clear that this will be a dire punishment if you don't follow it. You don't see that being a possibility at all?
No, I don't think so. And we do have rabbinic writings, like some of these commands that people will say, well, it's not recorded in the Bible, so it didn't happen. But like we can find it being recorded as happening in the Talmud. Like we know that the Jews were doing it, right? And I don't think I don't think it's a fair position to hold that like just because something wasn't recorded in the Bible that it never happened. I don't
Yeah, I don't want to make an argument from silence. I'm only just kind of positing a explanation, because if you're saying like, well, God said this and then he does it in this part of scripture, but then I gave you an example of God saying he's going to eliminate the Hebrews
Mhm,
completely out of existence, but then he doesn't in Judges 2.
mhm.
I think that gives wiggle room at least to the idea that these laws seem to be at least discretionary. I think we can agree on that, right? Like they seem discretionary.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if God is giving discretionary laws that he doesn't intend to follow through on, like he's saying, if you do this, I will do this, and then he doesn't do it, that puts God at odds with his own words because he says in Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29 that God can't lie. When he says it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, I get what you mean. To an extent, I would only push back with Deuteronomy 1, where he talks about how, there are judges appointed for certain parts of Israel, and there seems to be cases that need to be brought up. Some cases can be more complicated than others, and so I don't buy necessarily that the Torah was as dogmatic as like maybe we read it to be. You know what I mean? There seems to be cases. I think, and I
But
could be wrong to give the reference. It's Deuteronomy 1. I think it's from verses 12 to 16 or 17, where he talks about different judges being appointed for different cases. And if it's too complicated, you bring it to God and God will give the judgment.
yes, that's
So
also in
then it's like,
Deuteronomy. So, but
yeah,
I don't think that answers the point that I raised, which is if
which is
God is
what?
telling you that I'm going to punish you if you do something, right? If God says I'm going to do something if you do this, and then they do it, and then he doesn't follow through, that means God said things that aren't true.
Unless, well, yeah, I guess going back to the original point, then I would say that he has a justification, whether explicitly told or not. We would have to kind of speculate, depending on the text, though. You know what I mean?
But if God
Yeah.
says things that are untrue, that means he's contradicting himself, because he says elsewhere that he can't say things that are untrue.
Again, if there's no justification, I'll agree with that. Like if it's arbitrary and we have no reason and we can't like safely deduce any possible reason, sure, I'm down to grant that. But I think if the laws are discretionary, I'm okay with saying it's, you know, there could be justifications for why he doesn't, let's say, punish certain people and others. So, you know.
Well, the discretionary nature
yeah,
of the
right.
laws is irrelevant to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if God tells you he's going to do something and then he doesn't do it, that makes him a liar. 1 Samuel 15:29 says, "The glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not immortal that he should change his mind." This is a God that does the things that he says he's going to do. Not a single
Yeah, you
word of
said.
God is going to fall to the ground.
Yeah, you said this isn't. Yeah, but I guess. Oh, yeah, this for Samuel 15. This is in reference to his declaration of getting vengeance against the Amalekites, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not a fundamentalist, so I'm not gonna read it that way. You know what I mean?
So the words just don't mean what they mean?
Not always. Yeah, it depends on the context. You know.
So when it says that God doesn't change his mind, it just doesn't mean that.
It's so I think that is applicable to his covenants or his declarations, but not always. Not for the law. Obviously not. I'm
Okay.
okay with granting that the law is discretionary, but his covenant promises no.
Okay, so then God's just not all-knowing then.
Well, what does covenants have to do with being all-knowing?
The covenants has nothing to do with all-knowingness. All-knowingness is negated once you say that God can change his mind. All-knowing beings can't change their mind.
That's the part that maybe I'm not understanding. So when you make like you don't think that yeah, you lost me, brother. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm saying when it comes to the law, that's discretionary. When it comes to covenants, it's unchanging. Now, what was your response again? Maybe I missed it.
All-knowing beings cannot change their minds.
Oh, you think he's like limited because he's got these attributes, he can't like discretionarily change punishments? You don't think God can do that?
No, what I'm saying is an all-knowing being cannot
Yeah.
change their mind. If an all-knowing
So
being
once they say something, they have to follow through.
Yeah, if an all-knowing being says they're going to do something and they don't do it, then either they're lying or they're not all-knowing.
Or you don't think that there's a possibility of different ways of speaking to elicit some sort of reaction?
It would still
Like
be a lie.
locutionary well, you don't think that people can speak in a certain way, like locutionary and illocutionary?
It would still be a lie.
I guess we just disagree on that. So okay, I get where you're coming from, though. But
That's
I
just
absolutely
a
can see
definition
how
of a lie,
they
though.
lie.
If somebody says, I'm going to do something, and then they don't do it, that's called a lie.
Without a justification, I agree.
No, justification is irrelevant. If you don't do it, it is a lie.
Okay. So if I say, I know I get what you're saying, but I don't think maybe you're not hearing me out at all.
I do.
Like if I
just disagree. It doesn't matter if you have a reason for it.
I know, but I get you. But here's maybe I'm failing to understand, because if someone says like, hey, I'm on my way to work, you find out they don't go to work. You can't accuse them of a liar unless they give you a justification why they didn't make it. You can't just say, well, you're a liar, you didn't go to work.
Are they all knowing?
Well, I don't understand what that would make a difference.
Because if you're an all-knowing being and you're on your way to work and you know that you won't make it there, then saying I'm going to work is useless. You know you're not going to work, you're going somewhere else.
But if you're a perfect being and you're trying to relate to fallible creatures, you got to communicate in a way that they would understand. So like, I guess I get what you're saying. You're saying like, because he's all knowing, that therefore necessitates that he can only speak a very specific way, right?
Because he's all knowing, whenever he says anything about the future, he can't be wrong about it. An all-knowing being can't be wrong about what happens in the future.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that I guess this is where we disagree. You're saying like he has to speak a certain way to illustrate.
I didn't say that.
You know, well, that's what then explain it to me, because I'm not getting what you're trying to imply here.
Yeah, we'll try again.
Yeah.
Can an all-knowing being be wrong when it says things are going to happen in the future?
So you don't. I guess in the biblical narrative, it really does depend. You know what I mean? Like if we're talking about the Bible right now, right? You clearly see things change depending on what happens, like
So
Joel 2, Jonah,
God
right?
can be wrong?
It's not that he can't be wrong; it's that things are conditional.
But I didn't ask about conditionals.
But yeah, I guess we're just talking about two different things.
God knows how conditionals work out. Conditionals don't matter.
But if you're trying to relate to people or have a relationship with them, you could like you. Let's say God could just say, "I'm not gonna really destroy you. I'm gonna destroy you, but not really. So don't even worry about it." How does that like? How is that grounds for a good relationship though? You know what I'm saying?
Grounds for a good relationship is that you literally don't just destroy people because they won't worship you. That'd be the first point. The second point is that you can just tell them the truth. You can say, if you disobey me, this is what will happen, and make sure that the thing that you warned them about actually happens. Like
Yeah.
my father had like one rule. The rule in our house is you knew if you acted up, this was the punishment for it. And he didn't count the 3. He didn't give you warnings. If he caught you doing something, you got the punishment for it right away, right?
No, I get you. I get you.
That's what God could have got. God could have said, here are the
Yeah.
rules. You disobey, you receive the punishments. I don't count the 3. I don't give warnings, and I don't change my mind.
Yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did in Genesis. But like, if your dad told you, you know, I know everything that you're going to do, exactly how you're going to do it, and I'm just gonna punish you. Like, you don't think that that's a little strange of a relationship to have, though?
No. Being honest? No, I think being honest is a good relationship.
No, I agree about being honest, but I also would disagree with that method of being like, if God just said, I know absolutely everything you're gonna do. I'm not going to give you any chance to show genuine, like, let's say, repentance or
I didn't say that.
genuine sorrow about what you did. I'm just going to tell you how to feel. Like, it doesn't work that way, you know?
I didn't say
At
any
least
of
not for
that.
me.
I have no idea where you got any of that information from. I didn't say anything like that.
Well, that would be the conclusion if you're
No,
saying to you,
wouldn't.
honesty would be God. Yeah, go ahead.
What I'm saying is God should be honest about what he's going to do. That's it. That's all I'm saying. If God just says, if you act up, these are the ramifications, and then he gave you the ramifications, that would be God being honest. If God says, if you act up, here are the ramifications, and then he doesn't do it, that's God being dishonest.
Or there's a justification where God is speaking in a way that they would understand.
Justification doesn't mean anything. It's irrelevant. God can talk in a way that human beings understand. He created the mind of humans. He created speech. He's the one that decided how good human understanding would be.
Yeah, especially at that time, yeah. It's like, especially the way that covenants were done and how things seem to be hyperbolic. I don't really see how that's an issue. I don't know. Maybe we're just not seeing it. Yeah.
It's not hyperbolic. Those are justifications you have to put on the text because you don't like what it says.
Well, but no, I'm not putting anything on the text. We just read that he was going to do, like again, in Deuteronomy, the final covenant before they cross, he says he's going to wipe them out completely. They completely disregard the Torah and Judges too, but he doesn't. So
give me the
like
passage.
you said, yeah, well, you don't mind if I switch over to my phone real quick so I can show you what I'm talking about?
Go ahead.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm going to go to Deuteronomy and then I'll give you the one in Judges. Hold on.
By the way, I don't think Judges says what he thinks it is.
First part of my argument is in Deuteronomy 28, the blessings and the curses.
Yeah, I'm very
In the
familiar.
curses of disobeying, he talks about, completely destroying them. Let me give you the exact verse. Hold on.
It talks about bringing them to destruction down in 63. I don't think
20 and 21.
All right, what's the verse?
Deuteronomy 28, verse 20 and 21.
28 and 21?
No, 20 and 21. 20 and
Okay.
21. Yeah. Like chapter 28, verse 20 and 21. Yeah.
It says, the Lord will send upon you disaster, panic, and frustration in everything you attempt to do until you are destroyed and quickly perish on account of the evil of your deeds with which you have forsaken me. The Lord will make the pestilence cling to you until it has consumed you off the land that you are entering to possess. So you're adding to the text that every single one of them is going to die. Because if you keep reading,
that's what it says.
It doesn't say that. If you keep reading in chapter 30, that's clearly not the case. Because in chapter 30, he tells them what's going to happen with who's left over.
In chapter 30?
Yeah.
So which one's true then in your view?
They're both true. You can bring disaster on a people group without destroying every last one of them. He's talking to a corporate people group. You can bring disaster on a corporate people group without every single individual person in that group dying.
Okay, so then let's go to Judges 2, and I'm going to show you that it says that not a single person was good. Let me get it real quick.
I agree. Yeah, not a single person probably was good.
You understand though that the punishments that were dealt out were discretionary though. But let me get the verse. Hold on. Going to be 10, 11, and 12. I don't have any indication that this is just a few people. We could disagree, but I don't know. Let me see what you think.
Yeah. So this is referring to the generation of people that were in the desert. This is Joshua giving the account. He says that whole generation was gathered to their ancestors, and another generation grew up after them, because remember, they were cursed to wander for 40 years. A generation who did not know the Lord or the work that he had done for Israel. Then the Israelites did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baals, and they abandoned the Lord, the God of their ancestors, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt. They followed other gods from among the gods of the people who were around them and bowed down to them, and they provoked the Lord to anger, and they abandoned the Lord and served Baal and the Astartes. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. He gave them over to plunderers who plundered them. He sold them into the power of the enemies all around, so that they could no longer withstand their enemies. Whenever they marched out, the hand of the Lord was against them to bring misfortune, as the Lord warned them and sworn to them, and they were in great distress. Then the Lord raised up judges.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like,
where's the problem?
He did. Say again.
God did, in nowhere in here did God threaten to destroy every last one of them.
No, I'm saying in the totality of the narrative, this is prior. So Deuteronomy was before they crossed.
Deuteronomy doesn't say that they're going to be completely annihilated. I'm looking for the verse that says God is going to wipe out every single one of them.
Okay, but I'm saying, okay, let me be very clear. If the punishments are necessary, like they need to be done in order for God to not be a liar, he would have had to kill every single one of Israelite according to Judges 2, right?
No.
Because they all served the other gods.
No.
He would not have to?
No.
So you're agreeing with me?
No, I'm not agreeing with you. I'm saying
doesn't make you a liar, right?
No, I'm saying that you're putting stuff in the text that isn't there. Show me the passage that says God is going to kill every single Israelite for their disobedience. I'm still waiting for it. That's what you were supposed to show me 2 verses ago.
I'm only illustrating that he doesn't necessarily kill people, let's say, for committing idolatry. It's discretionary. That's all I'm trying to posit. That's it.
Literally nothing you have said so far demonstrates the validity of your point up to now. What we're talking about is whether or not God has to or should follow through on his threats. And so far, he seems to follow through on his threats, except for Exodus 32. In Exodus 32, he threatens to wipe out the Israelites and then changes his mind according to the text, which draws an adorable contradiction, one of my favorite contradictions in the Bible, because he can't change his mind because he's all-knowing.
Yeah, we just disagree on what that means. That's all I'm saying. You have a certain view of it. I don't.
No, we don't disagree on what it means. The text itself says he changed his mind.
No, I know that, but in what way that is, again, I talked about this earlier, locutionary, illocutionary. I don't think it's a problem.
Doesn't actually get you anywhere. The question is, did he change his mind or not?
Insofar as his relations to humans, sure. That's not a problem.
Okay, so God can change his mind?
In his relationships with us, sure.
Because again, can God change his mind?
Can you really explain what you mean by that?
Can an all-knowing being change its mind?
In terms of his relationships with us, I don't have a
In
problem
terms
with that
of
language.
what it thinks. That's what it means to change your mind. He didn't say change the Israelites. It says God changed his mind.
Yeah, okay. I don't
Okay.
have a problem with the way that it's worded there. What's wrong with that?
Can an all-knowing being change their mind?
Clearly, that's what the text shows, yeah.
Clearly
What's wrong
not.
with that?
Because if you're all-knowing, you can't change what you think about the future.
Okay. But I don't get where you're getting at with this. Are you saying that that's a contradiction? So he has to either maybe I'm too dumb to understand. So okay, let me try
What
to
I'm pointing
repeat
out
it
is
back.
your book.
Yeah.
Your book is got a contradiction on whether or not God does indeed change his mind. Because in multiple places it says God does not change his mind, and then in Exodus 32, and according to you, God does change his mind, which means
Yeah.
something's got to go. Either God does change his mind and he's not all knowing, or God doesn't change his mind and these passages are fake, false.
Yeah, I think we've already, like, as Christians, kind of hashed this out, that it's just a way of him speaking to us.
I don't think you have, no.
I mean, we've been doing it since antiquity, bro. Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
So then God says things that are untrue.
Insofar as we can understand them,
Can you,
like, even if I grant that, like, let's say okay, I get what you're saying. Like,
what can you
go
not
ahead.
understand about God won't change his mind or will change his mind? I don't understand why our understanding has anything to do with God being able to change his mind. You understand
has
the
everything-
passage. Do you understand this passage when it says God changed his mind?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, if it said God did it change? I'm sorry, if it said God did not change his mind, could you understand that?
Of course.
Okay, so our understanding is more than capable of understanding if something can or cannot change his mind. That's not beyond us. We can do calculus. We've been doing calculus since like the Akkadian age. So we can understand if an all-knowing entity can change its mind. That's not something we need divine revelation for. The reality is the Bible
Yeah.
just said things that are contradictory.
No, I just don't think that Moses. I believe it was Moses that wrote it, but let me use the argument that you said it's post-Babylonian authors. You said.
Well, no matter when you think it was written, it certainly isn't written by
Okay.
Moses. That's
Okay,
ridiculous.
gotcha. So what I'm saying, I don't buy that Moses is trying to be a theologian and, like, hash out how exactly that mechanically works.
Did God
I
dictate this to
think that
Moses?
argument's underwhelming.
Did
know what I
Moses
mean?
write down what God wanted him to?
Of course, yeah, in a way that they would understand, though.
Oh, again, we have already addressed it. Human beings
Yeah, I know.
are capable of understanding the word not and do.
Yeah, but Exodus isn't a theologically dense book. It's a
I
narrative,
didn't say
right?
anything about theology. If it
Exactly.
says something that's untrue, it's untrue. In Exodus 32, when it says the Lord changed his mind, if God is not capable of changing his mind, then you can just say God doesn't change his mind. And it says that, right? We have two clear texts. One says God does not change his mind, and one that says God did change his mind. It's a simple contradiction. Our understanding is more than capable of grasping this.
Yeah, I think I get your view. I just think that, you know what I mean, like, we're just that's our crossroads, because I don't think I just
Honesty.
read the text.
Honesty is our
obviously,
crossroad.
yeah. I'm not like a fundamentalist, dude. Like, I
Yeah.
don't just read the text and go, there, it says what it says, and that's it. Like, there's theology.
Right,
There's
yeah. One of us
infinite-
is honest and one of us not. That's fine.
That's fine. You can call me dishonest, but you know what I mean? There's years of theology behind this, dude.
I know. That's why I'm pointing it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I'm not a fundamentalist. I mean,
I
but I get what
I
you're
never said you were. Either the text is true or it's not.
saying. I don't read it like that. Like, I
Right,
don't read
so-
the Torah to say, oh, go ahead.
So let's actually finish the initial discussion, which is, do you think
sure,
it's
sure.
good for God to have his children cannibalized for their sins?
Whoa. Okay, let me make it clear. Do I think that that whole thing is good? No, and even I have my struggles with understanding why God would put us through such punishments. But granted, like my initial argument was if he has the justification for it. The question is
I
why?
didn't
What would
ask about
justify such a thing?
justifications. I'm asking, was it good?
That's my,
Now,
but that was my argument initially.
it
I gave
seems to
you, you
me
talked about the
that
first
you
two
know that
routes, and I
it's
gave you a
not
third.
good, and now you're trying to say, well, there must be a justification for it, right? What's the
I'm not saying there
justification?
must be. I'm saying that's the route that I take.
But
I don't
obviously,
know the
you
justification.
you have
It
to.
could be
You're a
bad.
Christian. You have to say that there was a
I don't have to
justification.
do anything. I can think for myself, dude.
No, you can't because you believe God is all good.
When did I say that? My initial
You
argument was
you
depending
literally
on the
started the
justification.
conversation. The first thing you said when I came in is I asked you about your view on God, whether he was all good, partially good, or you don't know, and you said he was all good.
Maybe okay. Well, I'm gonna let it go there. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna check if I really
I
said
mean,
that because I'm almost positive I said depending on the
you're
justification.
welcome to
Can you
correct
go back now?
yourself. Is God all good or not?
What do you mean? Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Is God all good or not?
Insofar as what I can tell, yeah, he has a justified, reason of being good. Yeah.
Okay, so everything God does is good, right?
I don't know everything, dude. I really don't.
Well, that's the position you're trying to debate right now. If you don't know if God is good, you can say I don't know.
I can only speak for like the biblical narrative right now. I don't know every single act or why God allowed or didn't allow and whether it's good or bad. I don't know because I don't have that information.
Okay, so you don't know if God is good.
Insofar as what the Bible teaches, I do know that, but outside of that, I don't know.
So you don't have an opinion?
I'm saying I need to see a justification in order to properly give judgment on what is good or wrong.
What do you think the justification is?
We're both be speculating at that point. I
I'm
wasn't
not.
there, dude.
I mean, I'm just sticking to what the book says.
But I told you I don't hold that view. You know what I mean? Maybe if someone else was like, I'm a Bible alone, and whatever the Bible says, word for word, is exactly what I believe. But like, it's more complex than that.
I don't know if it is actually more complex than that. Our discussion is based on like the
Yeah.
articles of Christianity, the basic like theology, whether you believe in Bible alone or Bible plus tradition, holds that God is necessarily good. To do anything that's not good would be against his divine nature.
Yeah, that's like the classical position. But I told you from the beginning of this like conversation, it's going to be a different route. I'm not going to go down the rabbit holes that like you would typically go down. I'm saying like, I don't know the justifications. You don't. We can only talk for like what the Bible teaches, and maybe we can speculate off that. But beyond that, like, I can't tell you. I don't know. I'm totally okay. Hand up. I'm totally okay with saying like God could be wrong for all that he does, but I don't know. That's what I'm literally conceding with you.
Yeah. Do you think it's
Yeah.
ever fair to punish somebody for making a mistake by having them eaten by lions?
Well, which situation are you talking about, Daniel?
No,
Which one?
I'm not going to tell you until you answer the question.
I don't know. We're both speculating. What do you mean? Say that one more time.
Do you think there's a scenario in which somebody should be punished by having them eaten by lions if they become deceived by somebody else? So, for example, if I said, Yugi, I need you to go to the post office and retrieve my mail. Let's imagine you go to the post office and you get there, and the post office guy is like, actually, you're at the wrong post office. You need to go to the UPS store. And then you come back to me and you're like, listen, I ain't got your mail because the UPS guy, or the other guy there said that it's at the other office. And then I have you eaten by lions since you didn't retrieve my mail because you were deceived. Would that be a fair punishment?
I mean, in this limited scenario, wait, what's in the mail? You could just say just a general mail. You're saying hi to someone or something.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Nope.
Okay, what? I'm just saying, like, if that mail was, let's say, like the final code to solving something that's crucially important for the state of humanity. I'm not saying it would be right, but I'm saying I could understand why somebody would do that.
Okay. So if I
Yeah,
sent you to get my mail and there was something really important in my mail, and you got to
like
the
critical.
then you got to the post office and the guy at the post office is like, hey, his mail's not actually here, and you left empty handed, you'd be okay with being eaten by lions?
Just some general mail, you said,
Just the mail.
or it's really important. It
I mean,
doesn't matter how important it is.
no, I mean, certainly it's important.
Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have. I'm gonna need a little more than that, man. I can't just like throw out an answer right there. I would not
Okay,
do
there's
that.
a letter from the
For
president in it. What now?
and it's you gotta give me more details, dude.
That's
What does it
all there is.
say?
There's a
Like,
letter from the president. I'm corresponding with the president. There's a correspondence from the president that's going to be in the mail. I need you to go retrieve it. And if you show up empty-handed, I'm going to have you eaten by lions. Do you think that's fair?
that happens all. I'm not saying I don't think it's fair, but I understand why people take it to that route. I get it.
So would it be
I'm
good
not
if I
saying
did
it's
it?
right. That's the. Would it be good? No, it's not good.
Oh, that wouldn't be good. Okay.
No, it's not a good thing that happened, but I understand why it happened.
No,
is what I'm
would it
saying.
be a good behavior? If I sicked lions on you, would that be a good behavior?
No, that act in and of itself, there's nothing good about that. Yeah.
Okay, that would be bad. Would I be wrong for doing
It's a
it?
bad thing. That's going to be the debate. It depends on the totality of the circumstances. I need everything. You're just
So-
giving me vague. Like, it's important. Okay.
So why does the totality of the circumstances have to do with whether or not my behavior is wrong because you've been tricked?
Okay, because that's how we handle almost any.
He's hedging
More-
so
any-
bad. He's hedging so bad for when we get to the Bible. He can't tell me anything until I read him the Bible passage.
My guy, I'm right here. You just talk to me normal. Look, you got it, man. If you think like I'm like crazy or something, or if I'm messed up, you could just say it. It's fine.
I don't think you're messed up. I think what you're doing is you're hedging because I'm about to read you a Bible story that
I don't know what
sounds
that means. No,
vaguely
I promise you, I don't
similar
care about
to the narrative that we just laid out.
I got you, but what do you mean by hedging? I don't know what that means. What is that?
Hedging is when you're laying down a preservatory bet for the future. So for like airplane companies practice hedging. When the price of fuel dips, they'll buy huge quantities of fuel to hedge against the rising price of fuel for when it goes back up.
Okay. Can I tell you why you're wrong about that? Because apparently you can read my mind. That's not what I'm doing. Can I tell you what I'm actually doing instead of just
Sure.
assuming?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the reason why I'm asking for the totality of the circumstances is because that's how we literally judge people in court. I would appreciate it. Just like you, if you were a juror, would you not want to know everything before you sentence someone to life in prison?
Okay. Then
So
what?
don't say I'm hedging. You
What
don't know me.
circumstantial details do you need to know before you can judge it?
All of it, whatever it is, all of it. I need all of it.
I just told
Down
you.
to the little to the top. Yeah, but
I
you
just
didn't give me
told
enough to
you.
make an
I
absolute
sent
judgment.
I
But
sent you to
will
the
say-
post office. You got deceived by somebody at the post office, and you come back empty-handed. I'm mad that you're empty-handed, and I have you fed to the lions.
Okay. And you said it was a message from the president, which you didn't want to tell me what it was.
Why would I
And
tell
then you're
you?
saying-
It's internal correspondence.
Okay, so that's why I told you the act of having someone get eaten by lions is bad, but I don't know enough to know if it's absolutely bad because you just gave me vague details. I don't know.
What would make it good?
There could be a lot of circumstances that
Like
would make
what?
it good.
Name one.
Okay. The act of getting eaten by a lion isn't good, okay? But if this person, for whatever reason or another, you know what I mean, is negligent in doing it and it costs the lives of everyone, again, I'm still not going to say
I didn't
it's
say
good, but I
negligent.
can
You added
understand
that. I didn't say
punishment.
anything about negligent.
Okay, but you just asked me what would make it bad, dude.
I
Don't
said-
gaslight me, bro.
I said
You asked
deceived.
me how would it make it bad.
No, within the parameters I gave you. The parameters I gave you is that you're deceived
within
by
the
the post
parameters, nothing.
office.
When the parameter's nothing, but I'm
The-
saying you
the-
asked
the
me. What
parameter
would?
is-
I'm trying to give you an
The
example.
parameter is everything. I gave you the parameters of the analogy. You can't throw away my parameters. The parameter of my analogy is that you are getting deceived by somebody at the post office. I didn't say anything about negligence.
But you asked me what would make it.
Within my analogy, obviously, I didn't ask you to make up
then
a
I
new.
misunderstood you. Okay, then I
Within my
misunderstood you.
analogy,
Within
you don't
those-
you don't get to make up your own analogy. You have to play within the one we're already laying down.
Okay, if new detail, let me be very clear. If outside of the parameters that you said, if new details came up at all, yes, it would probably change it. Then
Like
you
what?
asked me what would change it.
Like
So I
what?
misunderstood. Okay. Within the parameters or a new scenario? Which one?
Within the parameters, you don't get to make your own scenario.
Okay, nothing. Nothing.
Okay, so there would be nothing, yeah, because
So yeah,
Because
I'm just
you
saying
were-
that you're giving me
because
it's
you
still
were-
limited information.
because you were deceived. You didn't act out of maliciousness, did you?
Because I was deceived.
Yeah.
Dude, look. Okay, what do you mean by me? Like in the scenario?
I
or
don't
you're saying
know
me
why
right now?
words are so hard for you, Yugi. It's a
Bro,
very
I
easy
I didn't go
scenario.
to school like you. All right.
You go to the post office to pick up my package. The guy at the
Yeah, I
post
got
office tells you that that package is not here. You have to go to UPS. You've been deceived by the guy at the post office. He lied to you. He told you something that's untrue. You believed it. You were deceived. Because you were deceived, you show up empty-handed. I say, listen, I told you not to show up empty-handed. Now I got to feed you to the lions. Do you think
Yeah,
that's
nothing
fair?
about that scenario is good, dude. Nothing.
Right.
It all sucks.
Because
Okay.
you were deceived, weren't you? Right?
Okay.
No.
Because I was deceived. Yeah, you were wrong. I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, but I should have. Let's say I should have maybe investigated further. I'll say that. If you're a diligent person, you're gonna make sure that. Are you really sure? What do you mean by that? I wouldn't just
Right?
go back empty-handed.
I'll never understand Christians justifying the most horrific actions on the
I'm not
planet, like
justifying
being
anything. Wow,
literally fed to the lions. This guy
that's crazy.
literally thinks human beings should be fed to
What?
lions if
What?
they get deceived while trying to fulfill a
I
mission.
am not saying
It's
that. Oh my wow.
crazy. Okay,
I'm not saying
so
that.
let's
That's
actually
crazy, bro.
read the
No,
Bible
you got it,
passage.
man. No, you got it.
I'm
I'm
going to
good.
show
I'm
you
good.
the
We're
Bible
not gonna like
passage that
slander
you've been
you.
hedging
Got it,
for.
bro.
So,
You got
because
it.
there lived an old prophet in
You
Bethel.
got
One of
it.
his sons came and told him all that the man of God had done that day in. Oh, he left. They run. They are so terrified of the Bible. Like they are so afraid to read this thing. Oh well. Second Kings 13. I'm sorry, First Kings 13 is where you can find the story. Yeah, I would have ran too. I wouldn't read the Bible. Oh well. Dalton, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, "Oh, my show is on." I think you super chatted twice, but thank you, my friend. And Gaius Husky says, "I can't understand grape in the Bible because of my limited knowledge equals self-gaslighting and excuses for evil. My moral ground, grape is wrong. Does God have a problem?" Yeah, I would imagine so. Christianity has a huge problem. Huge problem. And Hammond says, "Guy says you have feminine energy, but is emotional at a thing he probably thinks is feminine but is emotional, a thing that he probably thinks is feminine." Couldn't agree more. That first guy was really up in his fifis, not a really masculine trait, but I would argue that real men do have emotions. Angry Amalekite Infant says Galatians 2:11, Paul rebukes Peter for being Jew to the Jews, Gentiles to the Gentiles, even calls Peter a hypocrite. Porphyry noticed this problem in the 2nd century. Hat tip. Thank you, Mindshift. I appreciate that. Yeah, so like if you want to read early disputes against Christianity that are good, you want to read Julian, you want to read Celsus, and you want to read Porphyry. Those are 3 really good early accounts. The other thing is I would add in Trypho. Trypho has a dialogue against the Christians that are recorded in Justin Martyr's writing. You can probably find a reconstruction of just Trypho's portions. Acme Hero, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, "Not sure deconstruction is enough. These beliefs are harmful to humanity. They should be shunned into non-existence. Genocide is bad." Okay. I know. And we literally just demonstrated why it's so dangerous. Because people will literally get up here and justify being cannibalized and fed to lions. Crazy. And remember, God is punishing these people because they won't worship him. God's standard of justice is you must be abased and worship me or I'll terrorize you. Meg says, "Leaving Mormonism makes me feel cynical about being forced into being a stay-at-home mom, but Justin's love of babies makes me remember it wasn't all bad." Well, thank you, Meg. And I fucking love babies. Like I'm the guy, like if I go to someone's house and there's a baby, I want to hold the baby. Guys, go get a drink, have some dinner. I got it. Give me the baby. I want to hold the baby. Babies are the best. Babies, puppies, kittens, they're just the best. Hammond says, "On what authority do Protestants say that the canon is 66 books?" They don't really have a good authority. That's just the facts of the matter. But it is what it is. What are you going to do? We could have that as a debate topic once. Maybe we should. Eric, thank you for the $20 super chat. Has been an atheist for a year, just recently stumbled onto your channel, and I must say, you are incredible. I love how you use the Bible to destroy Christians and common sense to hold others to the ridiculous beliefs. Stay rock hard for Doug. And also stay, let me get it right. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Absolutely. Hey, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Git says, if God's will encompasses all action of what humans do, then it's not evil or wrong, any consequences of said action. For instance, grape is not wrong if it falls in his will. I mean, that's from the theistic point of view, but then you would still have to justify why I would conclude that just because he's God, his will is good. Like, that's something you're assuming about the God. That's not something you can prove about the God. The God could just be an asshole and you're easily deceived. You know what I mean? Also, David says, New Testament, Ananias and Sapphira lied to Peter, and the Holy Spirit died, and the Holy Spirit, and then died. Same God. He tells you the consequences. People just trust him constantly. I know. The story of Peter basically executing Ananias and Sapphira for not donating all their money is a wild one. Rationalist Muscle, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, Justin, I dislike this show, and I'll never let my youngins watch it. But because I'm a believer, that really means I adore this show and I make them watch, or I'll torch them because I love them. Hail, Doug, brother. This is right out of Yahweh's mouth. This is exactly something he would do. Thank you for that. And Gaius Husky coming in again says, Christianity is bad for society. HRT, abortion bans in, I don't know what MS equals, infant deaths because doctors are scared to work with Christians, makes kids in Philippines give birth, causing poverty. Christian tyrants in Russia, Africa, and Hungary. Christian ATKs, science, education, and free speech. Couldn't agree more. Christianity is holding back society. And Just Rancher says, do $2 YouTube super chats get read? Seemed not the other day. Also, do you have any thoughts on Tim Mackey Bible Project in terms of quality and accuracy? I like the Bible Project. I've heard him say some things that I disagree with, but in general, it's pretty good. The $2 super chats, like anything below like $4.99, I kind of save to the end of the live stream because I get so many super chats that like I have to prioritize them somewhere. So like if it's super relevant to the discussion or you paid like a certain amount for it, I'm gonna put that at like the front of the super chat line. But like unfortunately, like I have to have some kind of system of prioritization because of all the super chats that come in. And that's kind of the system I decided on. I figure like if somebody's willing to pay 10, 15, 20 bucks for a super chat, that kind of puts them to the front. Because nobody wants to put 20 bucks down on a super chat and then not hear it read. It's just one of those things. So that's kind of how I've developed my system. I know other channels like The Line, they only read super chats $10 and over. They don't even read $10 or $9.99 and under. Like everybody has this system. I'm still kind of working on my system. You're welcome to give me feedback if you don't like it. Cahoto says, long drive tomorrow, brother. I look forward to getting some pretzels. Well, you are going to get some pretzels, actually. You're going to get some. They're coming up. And the ungoogleable man says, a priest, a rabbi, a blonde, a lawyer, 3 clowns, a horse, a policeman, and Richard Nixon all walk into a bar. Bartender looks around and says, what's this? Some kind of joke? I mean, I think so. I think that's the most apparent joke that I can think of. I got 2 more super chats. Mitch Murray, thank you for the $100 super chat. Big W, Mitch. I really appreciate that. That's huge. Thank you for supporting the channel. Mitch says, you are the dog's bullocks, Justin. Look it up if you're not familiar with the expression. I think it's similar to like the cat's meow. I hope it's a good thing. Or like the bee's knees. I'll have to look up the dog's bullocks. But thank you for that, Mitch. I really appreciate that. That's really huge. And last one from our friend Josh. Joshua, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Josh says, big congrats. I hope you grow big and appreciate the thought in taking the Bible serious leads to the absurd. I couldn't agree more. Taking the Bible seriously will lead you to holding absurd ideas. All right, let's grab our next guest. I promised that a Trove would be next. So let me grab Trove from our YouTube queue. Trove, are you still with us? Trove? Maybe? Trove, I see your microphone and your camera are turned off. You may or may not still be with us. Let me see if you... I mean, it shows you got Bluetooth headphones in, so I assume you can hear me. If you got Bluetooth headphones in, I don't know why you're not here. All right. Well, I'll drop you down. Come back if you want to get up into the conversation. Welcome anytime. I think patristic was next, so let's grab the true patristic path.
What's going on, brother? How's it going?
Good. How you doing, patristic?
Very well.
Cool. Patristic, are you Orthodox or Catholic?
I'm Orthodox.
Cool. And are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And do you
Pleasure to
believe?
speak to you, by the way.
What's that?
Love the show. I said a pleasure to speak to you, by the way. I love the show. It's actually quite entertaining.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Do you believe that God is all good, mostly good, maximally good, partially good, or you don't know?
I believe he's good. Yes, sir. I believe he's all good.
Okay. And do you believe then that all of what he does is good?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing bad he could do.
Straightforward.
There's nothing bad he could do then.
Definitionally, no, because that would be contradictory to his nature, which is good.
Why would I accept that his nature entails goodness?
I'm saying obviously from my perspective. If you want me to argue that, I guess we could, but I was just listening to you and explaining my perspective, brother.
No, I agree. That's why I was saying, like, I know from the Christian perspective.
So you want me to argue it?
Yeah, because first of all, you're Orthodox, which means
Sure.
I already know that you are into philosophy. Because, like, Orthodox.
No philosophy will be used in the making of this video, I promise.
Okay. So
I've done that before, and then Big Daddy Ian got called, and I got my pee slapped. Oh, I probably shouldn't say that on live, so I will not do it again.
So, I mean, the question I would have then is, if you're me, like if you're in my position, or really anyone's position, why do we think that we should or need to accept the idea that God is necessarily good? Because it seems like God could just desire to do bad things, and we could just have to accept that as well, right?
That is logically consistent, like when you're just arguing it logically. However, again, it would be contradictory to his nature from the Christian paradigm. So we would posit that it is impossible for him to be evil for that purpose, because it's contrary to his nature, and he cannot be contradictory because he is not composite. He is not made of multiple things, so to speak.
Well, no, that is the Christian doctrine. I agree with you. According to Christianity, God's nature is good. I'm actually, what I'm doing is I'm pushing on that specific doctrine, and I'm asking, I know like Christianity teaches that, but why should one accept that? For example,
like what's the argument for it?
Yeah, because like the Greek gods, right? So the Greek gods, or like the Egyptian gods, or even the Ugaritic gods, there were some gods that were good, and then there were some gods that were bad. It's not entirely clear to me that just because you're a god, you have to be good. I'm not sure why that's the case.
Right. Well, the reason why is obviously ultimately going to come down to divine revelation. Now, the arguments therein would be essentially the way that he is the God of, for an example, he says multiple times the widow, the weak, the innocent, the poor, so on and so forth. So that's why, from our perspective, we would say that he is a good God. Again, that's purely from the humanistic perspective, looking at his let's say doings in the world, his actions in the world. We could see that he is the God of basically the weak. He's the God of people who need help.
Okay, so the goodness of God, it rests on like an evidentiary foundation?
I don't believe so, but again, I'm not going to debate because
Fair
again,
enough.
this would have to be a super internal system, which if I
Right.
start bringing up St. John Damascus, you're probably not going to know half of it, which
No.
is fine because you think it's gibberish anyways.
Yeah.
So it's pointless for me to bring that up.
Fair enough.
So I'm saying I'm trying to talk about the biblical worldview because it seems like that's what you're most familiar with. So I'm trying to be like, obviously, if you start talking about evolutionary biology, I'm going to be in a disadvantage also. So I'm trying to say something that we can both have a conversation with. Ultimately, it is a show,
Yeah, first of all, I mean, and I think that's a very charitable position to be in. So, like, big W for that. I think there's a lot of people who really know philosophy that want to come up here and just use a bunch of big words that nobody knows, so they sound smart. And that really doesn't move the conversation forward. Like, even like
I agree.
like most philosophical conversations I can follow until you start using the insider jargon, and then like, why am I doing this, right?
I agree. Yeah, no, we're on the same page, brother.
Okay,
I
so
just want to talk about the issue at hand, like particularly the morality within the Old Testament, particularly. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I asked you then, according to the Bible, right? Would a good
Mhm.
God take delight in harming or destroying wicked people?
Yes. Yes, he would.
He would take delight in that.
He would. Yeah, right. So like there's multiple forms of justice. From the Western view, we have social justice, which is only like a really recent thing, but it always has existed, of course. We have retributive justice, which is where, a punishment is made according to the action. And then we have no, excuse me, we have punitive justice, which is what I just described, and then we have retributive justice, which is where we're replenishing what has been stolen. So that is the three frameworks of justice we view it from. For God, justice, and in the Hebrew, in the Old Testament, it's misfat. I can't pronounce it in Hebrew, but
Mitzvah.
it's like M-I. Yes, there you go. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. So that form of justice, as also described in other ancient Near Eastern traditions, such as the ancient Egyptians, is putting things back in their proper place. So to put things back in the proper place is God's justice. This is divine justice. So if that requires a destruction of an evil person, that is totally and completely in line with good. And even I would argue we still do this today through forms like, for example, the death penalty. I think 99% of atheists would agree that if the tiny mustache man was alive, he should be put to unalivement, for an example. However, that's just one small example of what's going on in the Old Testament tradition
So
for morality.
there's a couple words. So like a mitzvah would be like a command from God or a command, right? Or
Yes,
kind
it
of
also
command,
means that. Yep.
right? And
It means like a
then
judgment also. Yep.
right, and then there's let me see what if I can remember mishpat, similar to
Yes.
right, okay.
That's what I'm speaking of, which is again the frame of justice that is exegeted in the Old Testament.
And it also kind of entails fairness, right?
Absolutely, which is again why certain things need to happen that from our view would be unjust, but in the view of God is completely and absolutely tenable to the position of him being good.
Right. Okay. So I started on this conversation asking if God takes delight in destroying the wicked. And the reason why I asked that is because I had an assumption that you would know that Ezekiel 33, God says that I don't take any pleasure in the destruction of the wicked.
Again, all of the biblical texts need to be within the context, which I'm sure you've heard millions of times. But this Ezekiel 33 again is probably laden within responsibility and accountability and all these other things. And then you would have to say God's role of justice and mercy. So maybe this text is saying this or that. Would you like to read it in particular so I can maybe exegete it a little bit better? Because I don't have the context of this. It's been a while since I've read Ezekiel.
Yeah. So in Ezekiel 33, the command is given, say to them, as I live, says the Lord God, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from their ways and live. Turn back from your evil ways, for why will you die, O house of Israel? So it seems like what he's suggesting is like,
Yeah.
I don't want to kill you. I don't want to bring
Right.
destruction on you. I would prefer for you to turn from your ways, because I don't actually take any pleasure in having to destroy you.
Meaning, okay, so this is a great example of how we can further dissect what these words actually mean, because everything is theory laden, right? So when I say pleasure in the context of God takes pleasure in punishing people, meaning that he obviously wants things to go back in its proper orientation, its proper justice, right? And so if that requires the destruction of a person, so be it. However, like you just read, many times he warns before he punishes, like for example, in Jonah, the Canaanite story, and so on and so forth. And then when you know, I think the biblical example is when the cup of iniquity runneth over, so to speak, meaning his view on it becomes to its point where it's boiling over, so to speak, then he executes judgment. So he gave humanity many years to repent for an example, the way that they were living in Genesis. But yet they didn't, and so then he punished them. And in that scenario, he would take pleasure in it, not in the sense of euphoric, humanistic, and anthropomorphizing pleasure. Again, we have to understand that God is outside of categories, but for the sake of speaking, we have to utilize these human categories to try to explain him a little bit better.
Sure. So Ezekiel 33 seems to be indicating that when God has to destroy people, he does it because he has to, not because he takes pleasure in it.
Again, God is not obligated to anything because God is the obligator. God is outside of categories. He's the transcendental one that holds all things together. So God doesn't have to punish people, but it is in his will that it is just to punish people. Again, it's not desired, it's not preferred, but it is necessary sometimes. And again, the punishment, and this is a really, really big point that I don't hear many Christians talk about, is that God's punishment of the wicked is mercy to the victims. Like that's ultimately what's going on in the punishment. It's not just arbitrary, angry God, let me kill this guy. It's like, no, this guy has been raping and unaliving XYZ people. Now he deserves punishment so the other future victims can receive mercy. That's what the Old Testament phrases it as multiple times.
Yeah, but does God take pleasure in bringing the wicked to ruin?
Again, yes, in context of already having had given them an opportunity to repent. And if they continue and persist in their sin, then yes, God takes pleasure in setting things back in its proper orientation, which is justice.
Okay, so Ezekiel's wrong?
Ezekiel's not wrong. You're having a very literalistic Protestant like fundamental reading of the text
I'm
where
just
clearly what
reading
he's
for
trying
what
to
it
say here.
says.
I understand that's an easy way for us to say that, but again, you have to take this in context of being an ancient Near Eastern tradition, an ancient Near Eastern language that is not
I
easily
have no idea
transferable
why
into
people just
English.
assume I don't know anything about the ancient Near East. I'll
I'm
never
not saying
understand
you
it.
don't know anything about it. I'm not saying, forgive me if that's how it came off. What I'm trying to say is you have to keep that in context because if you, as you have understanding of many things, if you have understanding of the ancient or Eastern tradition, a lot of this isn't meant to be taken word for word, dogmatically, literally in the sense that we do today, which is
So
a fundamental issue to Protestants
so
ultimately, and that's what
so
you're running
which
into.
word in this verse is literal and which one's not?
Again, it's not like there's a word that you can say this word in the Hebrew is language is literal and this word is an allegory. What we're saying is that within the context of the overarching narrative and the exegesis of the authorities who have procured, protected, and condensed these texts, right? These people have explained these texts to us in a way that is straightforward and easy to understand. I know it
Sure.
might be
So
crazy for you because you see the words, he does not
so
take pleasure in death there.
what do the church
But
fathers say
again,
about this? What do they say about this passage?
for an example, one of the top of my head I could think of is that, like Saint Isaac the Syrian says that God is not the one who um, punishes evil for evil necessarily, but he sets evil aright. So that's the difference: is that he's not giving evil
No. What's it say about
for.
this passage specifically? Does it say that God delights in the death of the wicked or not?
Uh, I don't honestly. I haven't read Ezekiel 33 with the church fathers' perspective on it, but again, the church fathers' perspective is that the Bible is not contradictory, so therefore I'm exegeting as such. Is that what's
Right.
going on here?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
again, you're reading
exactly.
it in a
Your starting point
fundamentalist
is that the
Baptist
Bible
view.
can't contradict itself, right? So
Of
I'm
course, we all have presuppositions.
just to be clear, I'm not bringing this up because it's a contradiction. It just happens to be a contradiction. So I'm just trying to get your position, and it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that God sometimes take pleasure in the death of the wicked.
No, again, you're thinking of this as like a law. Like God says, if you do this immediately, a rock will fall from the sky and you will be smited. This is not what's going on. What's going on is that there's a broader context of nuance of situation, of mercy, of justice. So in this scenario, Ezekiel is, again, I'd have to read the entire few chapters leading up to this, but God, for whatever reason, in this narrative is saying that he takes no pleasure in the death of the wicked, which
No,
if I had to assume, just like the next couple of lines say, they want them to turn away from their
I
sinfulness.
know.
That doesn't mean that if they continue in their sinfulness, that he does not want to repay them properly for what they have done.
I don't
Do you
know.
understand how those two
I have
lines aren't
no idea
contradictory?
why you keep adding stuff to it. I didn't ask about whether or not God wants to administer justice.
You're saying, does God take a pleasure in punishing people? And I'm saying, yes, in the context of that, he's already given them an opportunity to repent. That is completely logically sound.
We'll try this again.
Like, that's a normal sentence,
Is
right?
it
Like,
delight?
there's no fallacious.
Does
Go
it
ahead, brother.
bring
I'm sorry.
pleasure to God to have to kill people?
Again, in the context, yes, that caveat They already have given the opportunity to repent, and then they've rejected that repentance, persisted in their sinfulness.
Okay.
How is that not like you can't? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's really straightforward.
Actually, I don't think it is. I think it's hedging because you know that
Okay.
there's parts in the Bible where God does say the opposite. He says in Deuteronomy 28, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you're entering, so on and so forth. And then
Yep.
we get the whole narrative, and you're going to eat your children and get cannibalized and all that
Yes.
stuff. Okay.
Right.
So the question remains then, would an all perfectly good and loving father take delight in having to watch his children get cannibalized and destroyed by an invading army?
And again, I can't pronounce it, but you're making God a man, right? So the feelings that he experiences, we're describing them using human words because the categories of God are transcended and outside of these categories.
Does God have
So in the
feelings?
sense, God again, God is outside of categories. So the feelings that he
So God
has
has no
are
joy.
fundamentally different than the feelings of humans. I'm
So
not saying
God
that God
doesn't
has no
love
joy.
us.
Again, you're anthropomorphizing God again.
Does God
Like this
love?
is what's going on. God loves, but in a sense
What
that
does
is
it mean
above
when God
all
loves?
of our collective understanding. Again, we have parts of that, right?
No, what does it
Like part of
mean?
the love is mercy, and
What does it mean? What does it mean
part
when it says God loves?
part of the love again a holistic view on it. Is mercy, compassion,
Nope.
justice. Part okay, go ahead.
When God says he loves something and when God says he hates something, what does it mean? If it doesn't mean love and hate, what does it mean?
I just explained.
You didn't.
I just said, for an example, mercy, compassion. Those are all
Mercy's
implications of love.
mercy's a behavior, not a emotion.
Mercy comes from you loving something.
A
Like if
mercy
you love your
can
neighbor,
come
you
from
will have
love.
mercy upon them.
Okay, so a loving entity would be
So what is the other
merciful,
result of mercy?
right?
Say it again. I'm sorry, bro.
A loving entity would be merciful, not wrathful.
No, not necessarily, because you're presupposing that wrath is unloving. That's not necessarily true. There's times where wrath is fully appropriate and is the most loving thing you can do in a situation. For an
Right.
example, someone breaks
But
in your house to try to unalive your children. Your wrath is love for your children.
yeah,
Quite
yeah.
straightforward, brother.
But do you take delight in bringing others to ruin?
Again, yes, depending on the context, of course.
Okay, so God takes delight in bringing his own children to ruin.
Depending on the context, absolutely.
Okay, and you think that it's good for entities to delight in bringing their own children to ruin?
Yes, with the context. You're trying to phrase this in a very dogmatic,
What
cut and dry way when
context
there's a shitload of context
what
going on
context what
within the
context
passage.
makes it good to find joy in bringing your own children to ruin?
Like, for an example, all of the theophanic representations of God in the Old Testament, where Christ is literally standing with them and then they proceed to disobey him. That is the sense in which if you saw God and then you proceed to disobey him, it would make sense in being punished from
I
God's
actually don't
perspective.
think that answers the question. What I'm asking is, what would make delighting in destroying your children a good thing? Because it seems like if you're a loving, merciful, benevolent entity,
Mhm.
you would only dislike destroying your children.
Yes. Again, what I'm trying to say is that with the context, there is a way in which you yourself could potentially prefer or let's say enjoy or take delight in destroying your children. It really depends on the contract. If your child is Tiny Mustache Man, you might just want to, let's say, take away his life for the sake of others being spared.
Do you have
6 million or
children?
more, right? I do, indeed. I have two.
Would
Although I
you
prefer not to speak about them. That'd
would
be
you
very unnecessary.
would you ever take delight in destroying one of them?
If my children was a mass murderer, a rapist, and so on and so forth, that would be totally appropriate in the sense where it is legally justifiable.
I didn't
Obviously, you
ask if
can't
it was
arbitrarily go out and
justifiable.
do that.
I said,
Just
would you take delight in it?
Yeah, but again, the issue with the way you're phrasing all of these is that you're making these a
This is
dogmatic yes no
I'm not.
when it's way more theory
I'm
laden
reading
than
the
that.
Bible
Nothing in
to
your life
you.
operates that way.
Patristic, I'm
But
reading the
nothing in your
Bible
life
to you, and you
operates
don't
that
like
way.
what it says. The Bible says that God takes delight
I never
in
said that.
bringing his own children to ruin. I'm asking you, as a good father, I presume you're a good father, if there's anything your children could do where you would find delight in bringing them to ruin.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'd have more time to think about that from my perspective.
Right? Because I can tell you what, there's not a single thing that my child could ever do, not in a million years, where I would be delighted to bring my child to ruin. In fact, even if my child was like a mass unaliver and I had to do what I had to do to stop the killings, I wouldn't take delight
Yeah.
in it. It would grieve me to my core to have to harm my own child, no matter how bad my child was, which means
Yeah.
this God that takes delight in destroying his own children, this thing's evil.
Okay. Now let's say there would be no delight in understanding that no more death is going to be taking place.
No more what?
That would not be delightful. Death would be taking place in the sense of your son being a mass unaliver, for example.
No,
There would be no delight in the fact that your son will no longer be doing these things.
there
That will
would
not be delightful. I understand the actual action will be very traumatic and whatnot, but you would be like, okay, you know what? Like, let's say a few weeks later, when you actually calm down, you'd be like, all right, you know what? This was for the greater good. Like, you're not. You would say no. I would not affirm that.
I would not delight in it.
You didn't answer my question. I'm asking if it's for the greater good ultimately.
I never said anything about greater good. I'm talking about taking delight in
I know, but I
something.
said
The
something about
passage
greater good.
the passage has nothing to do with the greater good.
That's all of this context. Again, the entire biblical narrative is for the greater good. Like that's ultimately the context of it.
Yeah, but that misses the point. The
You-
question is whether or not God takes delight in harming his own children. That's what we're trying to figure out here. And it sounds like he does.
And I answered that several
And I
times. I
think
said
that's
yes, depending on the context.
yeah, and it sounds evil.
Okay, that's totally fine. That's just a random, like that's substantiate that from a sense morally. Then, if that's how you want to go,
Well, I think
substantiate that morally.
it's just definitionally bad, right? Depending on which
Also,
worldview you come from. So, for example, like if you're a non-theistic worldview, we would just call harming people bad. I feel like we can just kind of agree, right? Now, taking delight in harming somebody, even if it's necessary, like if it's necessary to harm an individual, then that becomes like morally necessary, right? So if it's
mhm,
necessary to get rid of Hitler because Hitler is going to do even worse things, that's one thing. But taking delight in actually harming your own children is separate from that. There's difference.
okay, I get what you're saying. Do you
Like,
understand what I'm saying about how you're anthropomorphizing God? You're trying to make his emotions akin to humans' emotions, when the reason why they're utilizing human words is so that we can understand it, obviously,
well,
but it's not a
y-
one-to-one correlation of his being.
well, you can't tell me
Do you
what they
understand that?
mean.
Yes or no?
You can't tell me what they
I
mean.
just said multiple times. I can't tell you verbatim what they mean because
So
no one knows God's
So that's
essence.
the
True.
problem, right? Like I'm reading the words of the Bible and I think they mean what they say, right? You're reading the Bibles and you're saying these words can't mean what they actually say, but I can't tell you what they do mean. So if it says that God
I
takes
just did though,
if it
Justin.
says that God takes delight and you can't tell me what it means to take delight, then it's a useless apologetic.
I just, okay. Do you want to redo the entire argument from the beginning? Because I already explained this.
Which you didn't. I asked you on 3 different emotions of God what it means if it doesn't mean what it says, and you couldn't tell me. So we'll try again.
I
When it
just
when it
said
says that
that,
God delights in something, what does it mean to delight?
again, the way that they're explaining delight is utilizing human
I
terms to
know.
anthropomorphize
I
God so that
know.
we can
I'm not
understand a
asking you
portion
what
of
you think
this.
the text is
So
anthropomorphizing. I'm
the
asking you
actual sense,
if delight doesn't mean delight, what does it mean? You're telling me
I'm
it
not saying it
doesn't.
doesn't mean delight. I'm saying it doesn't mean delight in the sense
Then
that you
tell me
think
what
it means.
it
I'm saying,
does mean. What does it mean if it doesn't mean what it says?
for an example, retributive justice,
That's
fixing that which is wrong.
there's a word
That
for
is
that.
something in which you could delight.
Retributive justice.
Yeah, it's called justice.
You don't need to separate a new word for that. You already have those words. That's not an
Okay.
emotion. Okay, so
But
try again. If
those
take
things can be theory.
if
You're not getting
if
it.
delighting doesn't mean delighting, then it must mean something else. But it doesn't mean retributive justice. We already have words for that.
No, but you delight when you see a murderer put on trial and then be sent to jail for life. But yet that thing that he went
I
through is not
don't.
called delight,
I
it's
I
called
do I
justice.
do not delight
So
when
you don't delight when like the
I
Boston
do
bomber
not
is
I do not
prosecuted.
delight in human beings having to suffer.
That's very interesting. Even those who deserve to for the actions that they've committed, available.
There's not
I feel like that would be
there's not
disingenuous.
a single person that's ever been on death row that I would be delighted to watch them die. I would be
I'm
delighted
not saying
I would be delighted if they hadn't done what they done. I would be delighted that if they weren't evil individuals. That's what I would be
yeah,
delighted
I
in.
agree.
When a single person has to be punished, when a person
Yep.
has to be executed, I don't take delight in that suffering. It pains me to my core, not only that they did what they did, but now they have to receive the punishment for that because that person has parents too. That person is somebody else's child. Every child, whether they're small or whether they're grown, when they experience pain, their family members experience pain. I don't take delight in people having to experience pain, even if they've caused other people pain.
Mm, that makes sense. Yeah, but again, we're I think it's also disingenuous at the same time to say that we don't want and we don't actually appreciate when people are punished respectively for what they've done.
Desiring
I just
justice,
don't believe that.
desiring justice is different than delighting in somebody else being harmed.
Okay. I mean, I get it, but I'm saying you. So if you desire justice, and what would you describe that emotion, so to speak, to be once that justice is distributed? Would you just say you're completely apathetic towards any sort of emotional reaction when someone is punished?
No, justice is not something. First of all, you're trying to use justice as though justice is akin to somebody being harmed by the punishment, but that's not it. You can actually have two different emotions. You can say the justice that this person received brings me relief that an individual is receiving the justice that they deserve. However, the punishment that this person is taking, the punishment they have to receive, that brings me grief. That brings me dislike. I don't like that this happened, right? And that's what we're talking
Right.
about. We're not talking about whether or not God likes justice. We're talking about whether or not God takes delight in harming people. And it says that he does take
Yeah.
delight in harming people.
Right. God takes pleasure in punishing people.
No, in destroying them and bringing them to ruin. In fact, he laughs at them, it
Yeah.
says.
Let's say killing them. Let's say destroy whatever word you want to use. Yes, God does do that. Do you understand what can you repeat my argument about that or no?
About what?
About how that is not contradictory for God to say that he delights in the destruction, but at the same time he wants them to repent beforehand. Did you at least understand that or no? That completely
I did
just
understand that. It
didn't
has
get that.
nothing to do with the point I even brought up. I have no idea why you even mentioned it.
Because we're
Literally
okay.
entirely
So go ahead.
irrelevant.
So say it again.
The
Okay.
topic we're talking about is not whether or not individuals deserve justice. What we're talking about
Mhm.
is whether or not it's good for a parent to delight in destroying their own children.
Yes. And in this, okay, so in that scenario, are we using the parent to speak of God? Or are you just saying, generally speaking, parent,
Is
like
is
a human
God
being parent?
is God the Father, not the Father?
God the Father is the Father, but I'm asking you, are you talking about the fathership of God, or are you talking about fathership of a human being, which is fundamentally different?
Uh, it's the same thing as if God is our Father and we're the
Oh, that's a
children.
huge misunderstanding.
If we're God's
That's like
children,
basic theology
does
101.
God love us like children?
In the sense that we can understand, sure, yes.
Okay, is God's love for us greater than our love for our children?
Yeah.
Okay, that means if God's love for us is greater than the love that we have for children, then it's really
Mhm.
incompatible that God would find delight in bringing us to ruin since he loves us even greater than we love our own children.
Yeah, but you're presupposing that God's form, way, and being and love is the same exact as yours,
Then
a
tell me what is
human who is much lower than
Well,
God.
then tell me what it is. You keep saying that when the Bible
God's
says
love,
God has emotions, that those emotions aren't emotions, but you can't tell me what they are.
God is outside of categories, which
Y-
is what I'm trying to say.
And
This is why it makes it difficult to speak over these
just saying
things.
that is a useless statement. If you can't tell me what that word means, if all you can tell me is that word doesn't mean what it means, you're giving a useless argument.
Sure. Okay, so bring up one specific. You're saying God's love. What does that mean definitively?
It's an
Is that what you're
action
asking?
slash emotion. When the Bible says God has an emotion, what does it mean?
It is an anthropomorph. It's basically God. Let me say it like this. It's basically God speaking in human terms,
I know
so
that.
that
Listen,
we can relate
just
to a finite God,
just
to
stop.
an infinite God
Just
as finite
stop
beings.
repeating yourself. We know what
You're asking the same
anthropomorphizing
question,
is.
though, brother.
No, I didn't. We know what
But you keep doing it. But you keep doing it.
we know what anthropomorphizing is. We get that, right? All you're saying is these words don't mean what they mean because of anthropomorphism. I get that.
Right.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying
Okay.
is
So
that's a
what's the
dumb
question?
argument until you can tell me what they do mean. What you're saying is they don't mean this because of X,
Yes.
Y,
Do
and
you are you
Z.
familiar with
I'm
apophatic
not
theology?
asking you what you think they don't mean. I'm asking you what they do mean.
Are you familiar with apophatic theology or no?
Actually, that one, no. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Orthodox, this is probably where we're getting a big misunderstanding. I apologize for not saying this way sooner. So, like 101 theology for Orthodox Christians is that we do not speak positively of God's nature, we speak negatively, which is apathetic. So, for an example, we don't say, the reason why I'm saying God is good in this sentence is so that you can understand it. But typically, we would say God is immutable, God is uncreated, God, so on and so forth. That way, we can categorize him not what he is, because what he is unknowable, because his essence is unknowable, because it's infinitely greater than us.
So you don't know if he's
However,
good?
we know, I don't know if he's in the sense that I don't know his essence in a way that I can explain it.
Okay,
So
so
I know that he is not evil,
so
which again, when we speak of it, we could say he's good, but what that means for a God that transcends all categories is fundamentally different. And to ask me to explain what something that is transcendental means is contradictory to the Orthodox theology of God, which
cool.
again is the oldest
So then God is
tradition
not
of
good.
Christianity.
If you can't make
Sure, if you want
if
to
you
say
can't
that,
make positive
the
claims
point is
about
that
God, if you
what
can
you
only make
mean,
negative claims about God, then I would just say God's not good. Prove me wrong.
that's great. Now, again, when we speak properly in terms of what we can try to portray to other people about God, but it is not basically all encompassing. It's not the totality. It's not an inexhaustible explanation of God. Like I can I can explain fully, I don't know, paper down to its molecular composition. However, I cannot do that with things of God. So it's basically it's a negation. I mean, literally, apophatic in Greek means negation. So it's basically that because God is beyond human understanding and we cannot fully describe in human language, we say what he's not rather than what he is, which is one of the big fundamental misunderstandings with the way that we're reading the Bible, because we're reading in a fundamentalist way. When
Okay, so
the
you
Bible
don't
was
know
written
what God
to,
is, you only know
yes, go
what
ahead,
God is
brother.
not?
I suppose so, yes. For terms of his essence, yes.
Okay, so you have no idea if God is good then.
We know that God is not evil.
Oh, we don't know
So
that.
that would lead us to assume no. Again, apophatic meaning we say it in negation. So instead of saying
Okay,
God is good,
so
we
give me
say
the
God is
argument for
not
God
evil.
not being evil.
The entire biblical narrative. I mean, do you want me to give one example?
I mean, the entire biblical
But this
narrative
is going to be verses,
demonstrates
verses, verses. It's going
the
to be
entire
silly. You know what I
biblical
mean? We're
narrative
just going to pull different
demonstrates that
verses
he
at
is
each other.
evil. Do you think that it's
Let's walk
ever
through it then.
do you think it's ever not evil to have for example, if your wife committed adultery and then covered it up,
Mhm.
would it ever be
Mhm.
not evil for God to have you raped for her adultery crime?
Send me the passage. I'm curious about this. I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
You're
You're
not sure
saying
what I mean?
God will
We'll try this again.
have
If
me
you
raped
if your
for
wife commits
my wife's
adultery
crime.
your wife commits adultery and then covers it up, and God comes to administer justice, and as punishment, he decides that you're going to get raped because of what your wife did. Would that be good or bad, or do we not know?
What's the context? Just like the last person was
I,
saying,
I
what you
just
were
I
saying
did
over
gave
and
you the
over again.
context. It's an
Can I
analogy.
can I can I if you literally just give me 1 second. So one of the things you were talking about in First Kings, for an example, There's no biblical story in which God feeds someone to lions for an innocent mistake.
Oh, you're
So it's just a
wrong.
mischaracterization of the story.
You're wrong.
Because in 1 Kings 13, it's a serious consequence for
It's
God
not.
being heaven. Okay, go ahead. Let's run through it.
So,
More than happy.
we'll do this after we get through with the analogy that I'm laying down.
But it's the same thing where you're
don't-
making a claim
No,
that's
it's
just not
not.
true.
Stop running from it.
Okay.
So, in the scenario that I laid down, if your wife commits adultery and then covers it up, and God comes to administer punishments, would it be justified as part of the punishment that you get raped?
I would say that there is no story in the Bible in which this happens.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I mean, it does, but it sounds
It
like
is because you're trying to trap me.
it sounds
It's
like
me
not
saying
only have
something
you
that
not read your
don't have
Bible, it
information
sounds
of.
like you're terrified to answer the analogy. So just to be clear, let me
Sure,
ask the
all right, just
chat
for sake of argument, yes, Justin, it
everybody
is very evil.
because
Justin, it is
everybody
very
in the
evil,
chat can
Justin.
actually answer this. Everybody in the chat,
I just said yes.
if
I
you
just said
think
yes.
it
It's
would
very
be evil to have an individual raped as punishment for their spouse committing a sin like adultery, just type evil in the chat. Let me know what you think.
Evil.
A lot of evils, right? Yeah, it's really weird how
Evil.
like all these like terrible God hating atheists can just say that that's kind of evil, but you have to like quiver on it.
Okay.
Okay. Have you read the story of David?
In part, yep.
What was the punishment for David's adultery with Bathsheba?
His son died.
What else?
I believe one of his family members was actually, like you're saying, was raped, if I remember now that you mention it.
10 of them.
Right?
Yeah.
10 of them. Ooh, let's read this. Let's do it.
God says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And what happens later on in 2 Samuel? Do you remember?
That's a very vague question, my friend.
I know. Absalom storms the palace because he's running a coup against his father.
Ah, yes.
Takes control over the palace, takes 10 of David's wives up to the top of the palace, and sleeps with them in broad daylight as a display of force over his father, declaring that he is now the new king. And God orchestrated the whole thing.
Right.
And you think that was good, evil, in between?
Where can you show me where God justifies this? Are you saying because it's in the Bible, God justifies it?
No, God causes it. He says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel." So God is literally taking the onus on himself, saying, "I'm doing it."
Yeah, this is the same way in which other passages in the Old Testament are God not literally saying he is going to come down in material and make this happen,
He
but
said
yet
he's
that this is
causing
the
it.
natural consequence for what happens. Yeah, and he also says that multiple times. Like, for example, like you said, well, he's going to cause people to eat their own babies. That's not exactly what it means directly. Again, you're reading in a fundamentalist way, which is very
I certainly
frustrating.
didn't do that. I read it in the way that it's written. So both of the statements
That's
of
called
God doing
fundamentalist
things,
way.
when it says "I will take," the Hebrew word
So
"lakach"
painful.
here is in the causative Hebrew stem, which means the translation is perfectly spot on. God says, "I am causing your wives to be taken."
Okay, but again, like I'm trying to say,
So did God cause this event to happen or not? Because if he didn't cause it to happen, that means it's not actually a punishment.
God did not. No. So punishments can also happen from your natural consequences.
But did God cause it?
God does not cause everything on the earth in
But
the sense of
did God
active
say he's
potency, no.
causing it?
In the sense of this narrative, yeah, of course.
Okay, so when God says through Nathan that I am causing this thing to happen, give me one reason why I should read that and think God's not causing it to happen.
Because no one understood in the sense that you do up until very recently.
Not
Is that
even
enough?
not even remotely true.
Okay, I'd like you to demonstrate that.
Demonstrate what? You made the claim. Demonstrate to me that not a single person in the Jewish tradition or in the Christian tradition understood God's causing this to happen. Isn't God causing it to happen?
The majority of the patristic
Prove
witness
it.
of the church
Quote
is
him.
that this is not.
Quote him.
I'd have to immediately do the research on it, but that'd be a waste of time.
I don't think you've done the research on it.
I'm sure I have something adjacent to this, but this quote directly, no.
Okay. So I have no reason to believe that when God says I'm causing something to happen, that it means anything other than God causing something to happen. Anything beyond that is just being dishonest and coping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, from the Orthodox Christian worldview, we understand it as a much broader term that we say that this is the direct blessings and curses as described in the Old Testament. So, like God says, I will make XYZ thing happen. And typically that is just the correlative uh, consequence of that person's actions. In the example of people eating their kids, for example, that is directly correlative to their, I can't pronounce the word, I'm very stupid. Correlative to the situation at hand, which was the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem, and then the Roman temple destruction 70 AD. This thing also occurred.
I didn't, maybe I wasn't listening very well. I didn't hear
That's
anything
okay.
in there that addressed what I said.
Okay, so um, let's see if I can put it in a different way then. So the Orthodox Christian worldview posits that these sort of passages aren't supposed to be read in isolation, and they're also not supposed to be representing all of the totality of the ultimate will of God. And they have context, they have historical context, they have context for the narrative of the story. They also have context for the people who are directly receiving them.
I know
So to
about
read it
context.
as a black and white, great. So to read it in a black and white sense is just not how the people who received the text even read it themselves.
Prove it.
And this is understood. And the second I'd have to pull out all the sources. That would kind of be obnoxious for me to say, prove it to everything you say, because then you'd have to pull out all the sources too, which would waste everyone's time. If you really want me to, I can take 5 minutes and find the sources for you. I just think it's fucking silly because you don't do that with anything else.
Yeah. Can you find me? Also,
It's
don't
just
use,
inconsistent.
I wouldn't use that language. That's not appropriate language according to the New Testament. So
Yes,
Ephesians and
of course
Colossians
not.
both tell you not to do that.
That's great. I appreciate you telling me all about my religion.
I'll let you know. Don't worry. I'm actually trained in it.
Thank you.
Okay. So
You're the best.
it sounds to me that you don't have an actual argument for why God saying I'm going to do something doesn't mean he's going to do it, which is fine. But I think the conversation has gone long enough now. It's about 41 minutes and we got people waiting to get in, but thanks for coming by again.
All right, brother. Pleasure talking to you. Have a great night.
It's crazy having to be that dishonest. I'll never understand it. I never understand it. I don't know why they can't just be honest. An honest person would say, yeah, that's pretty horrific. Yeah. I mean, alternatively, you could just say it doesn't mean what it means. But if that's the case, you have to tell me what it does mean. Like, if somebody said to me something doesn't mean what it means, that's a useless statement unless you can tell me exactly what it does mean. Because I can say that all day. I can say, well, that doesn't mean what it means. Oh, what the fuck does it mean? Okay. Meg, thank you for the $10 super chat. Meg says, why does God tell Abraham that there would be a covenant, tell him what to do, and then enslave his descendants 400 years? He puts them to sleep and then punishes them. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of debate as to why God sent the Israelites into slavery in Egypt. In Genesis 15, it states because the sins of the Amorites have not been completed, but that's not a good excuse. Ezekiel does the apologetics on this. If you read Ezekiel, Ezekiel paints the Israelites as being like wicked or evil while they were in Egypt, and is kind of like painting them as like, well, they deserve to be enslaved because once they got there, they fell away into idolatry, right? So if you believe in the Bible, that's kind of the biblical answer for the enslavement in Egypt. And Meg says, why wasn't Abraham punished for lying about Sarah being his sister? Like, go to hell punishment. Well, so that's the thing is, technically, the Bible justifies it because it was his half-sister. And it says that later on, right? It says he wasn't technically lying because it's his half-sister. But the reality is, he is trying to deceive somebody. The deception is, we can't let them know that you are my wife, right? So it's like a sin of omission, a lie of omission, you know? Carnage says, I'm so pumped to find out that feeling like I've got really good reason to lie means it simply doesn't count. Actually, that's such a good point. Like, as long as you have justification to lie, that means it's not a lie. Like the definitions don't mean anything anymore. That's a very good point. Good to see you, Carnage. Handsome Cat says, wouldn't the omniscient, omnipotent, but all good God be irrational and refute tag anyways from the start? And isn't Yahweh just basically a pagan god? I mean, Handsome, Yahweh is a pagan god that was imported into this culture. I agree, but yeah, like the omni god. The omni god is a crazy god. But if you do believe in an omni god, I still don't believe that the omnibenevolent is necessary. I think that's one piece of omni that is only there because Christians add that to the definition of God because they want it there. Acme Rose says, question, what do you get when you cross a Jehovah Witness and a Unitarian Universalist? A door-to-door evangelist with nothing to talk about. I love it. I love it. I made a Universalist meme a long time ago, and people hated it. Where it was like a clip from that movie where The Rock is talking to what's that short comedian's name? Kevin Hart. And it's that movie where he's like, I got a question for you. And he's like, are you in or are you out? And The Rock is like, or Kevin's like, in or out of what? What are you talking about? He's like, are you in or are you out? And he's like, fuck it, I'm out. And he's like, nope, too late, you're already in. He's like, well, why the fuck did he ask me? And people hated it. I don't know why. I thought it was hilarious. But that's like universalism. It's like, are you in or you're out? It's like, well, too bad, you're already in. Well, if I'm already in, then what the fuck's all this Jesus nonsense for, preaching to the world? Master Machitter says, pretzels to start the night, hoping to end with some good barbecue. Please send a pleasing aroma my way. Doing it. We are, listen, we're on it. We're doing it. Jim says, Christian sizzlin' is my favorite new sound, more pleasing than a fatty steak. Praise Doug and happy Friday. You're the new end boss. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if I am the new end boss, but I'm having a good time. And Chip, thank you for the super chat. Says, I take back the reasonable part about this Phil bro. The words don't mean words because context that I don't actually know just broke my irony meter. Rock hard for Doug. I know. The lies, like the continuous lies you have to tell yourself to stay in this thing are wild. Design coming in again says, Crawler is such a nice touch. Hope to see it breaking news on live. Pretzel. Thank you, Design. So if you're not watching on the horizontal stream, I added a text crawler to the bottom of the screen. I don't know where to put it on the vertical stream yet, but I'm going to do it. It's just got useful information on it. I'll probably be updating it for each live. But yeah, I'm glad somebody liked it, Design. Atlas says he's making a great case for a psychopathic God, taking delight in bringing your children to ruin. Yuck. I agree. I could not imagine a case where a good parent takes delight in destroying their own child. What a weirdo. Larry Beck, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. Super thanks. And TG QWERTY, thank you, says, I think contributing to the stream is delightful, but apparently we can't agree what delightful means anymore. I know. Listen, I can't tell you what it means. I can only tell you what it doesn't mean, and it doesn't mean delightful. And Necro says, was that guy Orthodox? Yeah, he was. You can tell. You can always tell who the Ortho bros are. And Gene says, why do Christians always forget their God has powers? If I were determined to punish David as he was, I could make him live it Mark's Matrix style without anyone getting hurt for real. Weak sauce creativity. I know. If God was all powerful, the wives never have to get harmed. Like, that's just not necessary, right? And Jack says, I watched your debate against Wi-Fi Gospel last night. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That was a waste of time. He was the most dishonest and annoying person I've ever seen. Good job taking him down. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was a waste of a debate. I was sad because he challenged me. He was the one that picked the debate topic. So I was like, fuck, somebody wants to debate me on the prophecies. Let's go. And then he got there and presupped the whole way. I was like, are you sick? What's wrong with you? Abraham the Chaldean, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, you need to take the totality of the text in mind. You can't just read the words unless it fits their agenda, in which case God is not the author of confusion. I know. Listen, the words never mean what words mean unless I like what the words mean. That's when the words mean what they mean. All right, I got 3 more super chats, and then we'll get our guest in here. Unashamed says, Jesus loves me, this I know, but my Wi-Fi signal is still too low. Miracles don't fix cable. Bro, so I stream Justin nice and slow. I love it. I really appreciate that. That's a good use of words. That is a great use of words. Also, ditch broadband, get fiber. It's cheap now. Space Lord says, true patrician, if we can't describe something using human concepts, what concepts can we use? Jellyfish concepts? Cop out city. I agree. I agree. This is a cop out. Bothell Guy says suffering is good because we deserve it for reasons I can't possibly ever verbalize. Every Christian talking about morality. I know. And Elton, thank you for gifting out 20 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that, Elton. That's super kind, super generous, and I super appreciate it. All right, let's get our next guest in here. I think JAT was next in line from the YouTube queue. Jat Miko. Did I get that right? Is it Jat Miko? Yeah, are you with us still? Jat was waiting for a while, so I don't really know if Jat is still with us. Anything? Not so much? He has a microphone plugged in. Oh, well. Oh, well. I'll move on to the next. The next looks like it's going to be TK. Try this again. How you doing, TK?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. A little frustrated listening to you, but I'm good.
I get that. What's frustrating?
That you're a militant atheist.
Oh, does that hurt your fifis?
No, it's just annoying.
It's annoying that I'm making good points and you can't rebut them.
The topic is God is good, and I find you're straw manning a lot.
Cool. So I assume you're a Christian and you think God is good?
Yes.
What do you think a straw man is?
Before we start, I have an echo. Why is there an echo on the platform you're using? This Ninja.
I couldn't tell you.
I have YouTube closed.
Couldn't tell you.
Well, that's annoying too.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna have to just deal with it.
That sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Having an echo? Yeah, it's awful.
That is awful. Okay. So I assume that you believe God is all good, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that by extension, with God being all good, that means that everything he does is good?
I believe that living is good.
Try this again. Do you think by extension of God being good, that all of his actions then are inherently good?
Okay, I'll just play by your rules then. Sure.
But you mean answering questions honestly? Yeah, I would hope so. Okay. So you believe then that all of God's actions are inherently good because God is good and God can't do bad things?
I didn't say that last part.
Oh, do you believe that God can do bad things?
I believe that God is the source of all that is good. There are bad things in the world, but I don't know if God creates them. I know that God allows for bad things to happen.
Right. But my question was, can God do bad things?
Yes.
Okay. So God's only a percentage good. He's some percentage bad.
No.
So he's good, but he can do bad things?
No. So when we say God is good, he is the ultimate source for anything that is good.
Try this again.
So without God, there cannot be any good.
Yeah, we'll try this again. Okay. So if God is all good and he can't do, well, you just said he can do bad. If God is doing both good and bad, that means God is not all good. Like if I said I was all good, but then I went around hurting other people needlessly, you would say, well, that guy's not all good because he's doing this bad stuff.
No, you're straw manning me.
Can God do bad? Yes or no?
I said yes.
Okay. So if you can do bad, that means you're not 100% good because you're doing something bad.
That's a fallacy.
That's not a fallacy. Which fallacy is it?
Yeah. What? Yeah, it's a straw man because what did I say?
That's
that
not a straw man. I didn't.
Yes,
that was.
it is.
I wasn't repeating your position. I was giving you the problem with your position.
No. Because I laid it out very clearly, definitional.
You
like
didn't.
in the definition. Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
said God
okay.
is the ultimate source for anything that is good. Okay. And then you say that, oh, well, God is not good because he does bad things,
Is he
which
the
is
source
not
of
what I
bad?
said. It doesn't say that. I'm not sure.
Does he do bad things?
He allows for bad things to happen.
Does he do bad things?
I'm not sure. It says that he allows for bad things to happen.
It's not my question. My question is, does he do bad things?
Satan is understood to be the one that does the bad things.
Okay, so God does not do bad things.
I didn't say that either.
I'm just trying to figure out if God does or doesn't. It sounds like you're confused about whether or not God does bad things.
I'm not confused.
Okay, then give me the answer. Does God do bad things?
It doesn't say that he does bad things.
I didn't ask you if anything said. I'm asking you, in your opinion, does God do bad things?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I
that's all
think
you
God
had
is
to
totally
say. Holy
justified.
shit. Crazy that you could just say no. Okay. I never understand why I have to get the runaround from people just to give me their opinion. I'm asking your opinion. In your opinion, does God do bad things? You could have just said no.
Yeah, but you asked me a bunch of questions, so I just had to focus in on exactly what you were getting at.
Focusing's tough. Okay. So either way, we finally came to a conclusion, which you don't think that God does bad things, which brings us back to the beginning of the discussion, which is then you do believe that God is all good, don't you? If God doesn't do any bad things, he only does good things, then in fact, he is just all good, right?
God is the ultimate source for anything that is good.
I asked you if God is all good and you agree with that. I don't know why you don't just say yes.
They're very weird questions.
They're not weird questions. All right, we'll make it easy. If I gave my child permission to make slaves of people that he goes to school with, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, it's obviously bad.
Why?
Because you don't have that authority.
Okay, so slavery is good as long as you have high authority?
It depends on if they're bad people.
Okay, so we can enslave bad people if we have enough authority?
Yes.
So slavery is not inherently bad.
Right.
So what was wrong with the transatlantic slave trade?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you think the transatlantic slave trade was bad?
I don't know what that is.
I'm sorry, you don't know what the transatlantic slave trade was.
Nope.
Did you finish high school?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're not equipped for this. If you don't know what the transatlantic slave trade is, you're in the wrong place, buddy. I refuse to believe there's a person up here that doesn't know what that is. He just didn't want to finish the discussion because I guarantee his position is that there's nothing wrong with it. Jamie says, I've heard precisely 0 reasons to think a God is even possible. Come on, theists. Up your game, will you? They're not going to do that. They're not going to up their game. Billow says, we can't know God, proceeds to tell us all of God's attributes. Isn't that crazy? We can't know God, but I'm going to tell you exactly what he's not. Weird. Author Jack says, was Yahweh a pagan god or pagan god? Boop, 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 boop. He was listen, I think there's pagan up there. I think there's some pagan in heaven. Also, those who came from the Christina raid, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry, I was kind of in the middle of a discussion when you all came in, but Christina Carroll, if you're not following Christina Carroll on TikTok yet, what are you waiting for? And Jennifer, thank you for all the love paint on TikTok. I really appreciate that. It's a big W. All right, I'm going to read one more super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. Robin says, I asked God for a bike, but I knew God doesn't work that way. So I stole a bike and asked God for forgiveness. Rock hard for Doug. Fucking classic. That is the way God works. Indeed, that is absolutely the way that God works. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here, and we're going to get Cyber in the box.
Hello.
Welcome in,
So
buddy.
I actually came up to challenge that God is not good, because I believe Doug is good.
Doug is not just good; he's rock solid. He's
So
the
I mean,
foundation of good.
well, W concession, Cyber 1, Justin 0.
I mean that's a fact. That I'll take my lumps. That is as my loss.
All right, that is all. As long as we got the concession.
Big W Cyber. Big W Cyber. Well, Annie's not connecting. Or Annie or Ani. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name without the person talking to me. Tell me, but anyways, they're not connecting. We can move on to our next guest. Although it shows right now that I can't even dump them. There we go. Now they've finally disconnected. All right, we'll bring in the next one. Let's grab Jenny.
Thank you. Hi, good night. I just happened upon your live.
Welcome in,
And
Jenny. How you doing?
not too bad. It's my day off, so I'm traversing the deconstructing space, and you sound smart.
I don't know if that's the case, but welcome in. Are you deconstructing? Are you a believer? Are you an atheist? What's your position?
So the beginning of this year, I kind of questioned everything I believed in. In 2019, I started reading the Bible like intensively to find out why was God so angry and why he's always on me. If I am God, I will. So he's always angry, and I'm wondering what did humans do to him so badly that he wants to just vanquish us at will. And I'm a nurse by trade. I'm an RN, and in those classes, I've been a nurse like maybe 14 years, and you have to have critical thinking skills for those classes. One day our professor said to us, "Evolution is real, people," and the entire class was stumm, not a word. Nobody dared say anything because we were kind of young, and who dared question this professor from India who was telling us evolution is real? In the interim, I had to break up with God because it didn't make sense anymore. And as a Black person, that guy didn't understand the transatlantic trade that my ancestors were a big part of and America built is disingenuous, and he's lying. He knows what
Yes,
it is.
he was lying. He was lying through his tooth.
The 1.5. That's funny as hell.
Okay.
So I came up just to say thank you for the good works. There's a lot of African spaces, Jamaican spaces who are deconstructors, and I predict in about 5 to 10 years, people are going to wake up. I wish Africa would wake up because they're staunch in white baby Jesus. They are in bondage, delulu to the max. And people like you and other deconstructors, I don't know if you know Jules and Fluff Skiddo, they are doing the work.
Yeah.
And stop giving your pastors money. They're flying in jets. When I see Kenneth Copeland's face, and they look like they've been coking all night, and then come on the stage and just want you, and they're telling you that you're an idiot and give them the money, and you're doing it.
Indeed.
So, yeah, God is not good, and he's not good to Black people. I'm telling you for real. He's not good to Black people, and he's not your God. He's the God of the Israelites, and they don't even like him.
Oh.
So thank you for bringing me up, and I'm just ranting. I'm just spewing off.
I appreciate it, Jenny. Thank you so much for coming in
Yes,
and
sir.
sharing
All
with us.
right.
But listen, we got your back.
Okay, darling. Thank you.
Cheers,
Have a nice
friend.
night. All right. I'm listening. Thank you. And
W Jenny. Big fucking W to Jenny. Yeah. Can't wait for this nonsense to be over. Zen, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Says, enjoying the stream. Here's a bit for the Kraken fun. I appreciate that. And listen, this is all I've got left. I've just got a little bit left. Tomorrow, I've got to make sure and get Kraken because where I live, we can't buy it on Sundays. So like I gotta put it in my memory. I gotta remember to get some Kraken gold. Actually, I gotta get some Kraken gold. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're gonna grab Jesus is Lord. from the YouTube queue. See if Jesus is with us. How you doing, Jesus?
Hello?
Hello. How you doing?
Yes.
Jesus is Lord. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe that God is all good, partially good, or don't know?
You might know that God is good all the time.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So then everything God has ever done is by definition good?
Well, I'm sure you read the first part of Genesis. When he created everything, he said everything is very, very good, right?
Yeah. So the question is, do you believe then everything that God does must be good because he is all good?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that if I gave my child permission to go and make slaves of other people, that that would be good or bad?
Can I ask you a question?
Does it answer my
Do,
question?
well, yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
do you pay taxes?
I do pay taxes, and taxes aren't slavery.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
I can prove to you that taxes are slavery.
No, you're not. So we'll try this again. What's the difference between
Okay.
me existing right now as a taxpayer and what happened in the antebellum South when the African Americans were slaves? What's the difference?
Well, it's the same. There's no difference. They're forcing you. If you don't pay
There's no
taxes, they
difference.
get the no.
So you're telling me right now, as a white fucking adult male sitting in a chair in my room, that there's literally no difference between the horrors that I'm experiencing and what somebody in the African American slave trade went through?
What horrors are you experiencing?
You said I am, not me. The horrors
Well,
of paying
yeah, you were
taxes,
you.
apparently.
Well, they're taking your money, right?
The horrors of paying.
But you're.
You do know that the property owners who own slaves paid taxes too, right?
Well, do you know that taxes are illegal? Title 26. It's
No,
not.
no, we're
It's
not
not a
doing
law.
we're not doing any of this nonsense sovereign citizen
Well,
bullshit. You're in
it's
the
the same
wrong. You're in
thing.
the wrong place for this. We don't do political live streams. So I don't
Well,
give a shit if you think you're a sovereign citizen. You can get arrested on your own time. I'm asking you about
a
the
sovereign
actual
citizen. A
physical
sovereign citizen
conditions of a
is a
person
government
in
entity, bud.
slavery. So we'll try this again. It's not a government entity. It is the name for a stupid person. So
Oh my god.
slavery
Okay.
is when another
Okay.
human being owns you as property. They compel you to work. You do not get paid for your work. You do not get benefits for your work. And you don't get the
Oh
option
my
to
god.
leave. You can't go somewhere else. Do you think that those things apply to me?
Well, if you don't pay, you get thrown in jail, right?
No.
Or you don't get. Then don't pay your taxes. I'm in
Nobody
litigation with.
nobody compels me to work. I could just not work. I don't have to work.
And what happens then?
It depends. I could live with a friend. I can live with a relative. I could do anything I want to. No one's forcing me to work.
So you're gonna just starve?
No. I just told you I can live with a friend or a relative. No one's forcing me to work. I could literally go out and live in the woods and forage in the woods. There's so many things I can do. Nobody's
Mm-hmm.
forcing me to work or pay taxes. And if you make below a certain amount, you're mostly not paying taxes to begin with, at least at the federal level. On the state level, you're going to pay some taxes, but not a whole lot, which I think is a fair
Well,
trade
yeah.
off, which is the other problem, which is taxes go to help you. Taxes give you the roads. Taxes make sure that you get electricity and water to your residents. Taxes are things that we decided we wanted to do as a people group so that we can have services. So
Yeah, it's called
tax
social
taxes
experiment.
taxes are not slavery. So we're going to start this from the beginning because I'm talking about real slavery. I'm talking about
Oh, real
another human
slavery.
being
Okay.
being owned by an individual as property, being compelled to
Mm-hmm.
work, being beaten with a rod if they don't work, and not getting
Mm-hmm.
the option to leave. That's what slavery is.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I don't know why we have to do this with people, but do you believe that slavery, real slavery, not paying taxes, is good or bad?
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, it depends. The situation.
Depends on what.
I mean, what you trying to prove here? Like, is slavery for me to say yes, it's good, or no, or
I'm not
I
proving
mean,
anything. I'm
if
trying
if
to
if
get
God if
I'm trying
God
to get
if
you to
God
tell
said
me
it,
what's in your
if God
brain.
if God said
In
it,
your brain,
then if
is it good to own slaves?
well, where the slaves come from? I
You
mean,
tell me. Give me the scenario where it would be
the
good to
the
own
if you were
slaves.
well, if you want to talk about slaves, well, the blacks were the ones that owned slaves.
We'll try this again.
Mexico
I
didn't
didn't
like to
ask you
own
any
slaves.
about your false history. I'm asking you, is there a
False
scenario in
history.
which it is good to
This
own
guy.
other human beings as property?
Yeah, that's fine. Why not?
Okay, so you are pro-slavery then?
Yeah, I don't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't bother me.
Okay, so were we right to abolish slavery?
Mm, yeah,
So then it was wrong.
at some point.
What made it wrong?
Oh, I see where you're getting. I see. I hear your trick questions, man. You
Not a
should have
trick
been a cop.
question.
You should have been a government worker. Um, it depends how you look at it. I mean, if you're gonna blame God for slavery
I
on the
didn't.
Jews, you are.
Nope.
This is where
Yeah, I know. He's dying so hard to get ahead of the discussion. He can't help himself. He can't stay focused because he's like, "Oh my God, what Bible passage is he going to read to me?" These are
no,
like
I
really
don't.
these are really easy questions. All I'm asking you is give me a scenario in which it's good to take other people as slaves.
A good scenario.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing, dude. Like you're basing your slavery questions when you're a slave yourself
Well,
to the
then give me the
government.
scenario where it's bad to take slaves.
It's always bad.
Okay, so slavery is always bad because you literally just said
Yeah,
a minute ago you don't have a problem with
but
slavery.
okay, but you're saying you're telling me about
I've
slaves.
literally
Where
never
in the
seen
Bible?
someone
Where
contradict himself so many times. Is slavery good or bad? Just give me an answer.
it's bad?
Okay, so slavery is bad. Great.
Yeah,
In which forms? All forms?
in all forms. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so all forms of slavery are bad, right?
hmm
Okay. So the person who says you should go do slavery, you're allowed to do slavery, that person would be giving a command that's bad.
The person, like what person?
Any person.
Well, define the word person,
Is
because person
slavery
means a lot of
This is
different. There's a lot
crazy.
of meaning to a person.
If slavery is always bad, then a person saying that you can go do slavery is always giving a bad command.
Nope.
Then it's not always bad. This is how words
Nope.
work. I know words are difficult for some people, but this is not a difficult transaction.
Can I ask you? Are you a liberal?
Not only am I liberal, it's also irrelevant to this conversation. We're talking about slavery right now,
Oh,
and
that fixes everything,
it actually
dude.
doesn't fix anything because liberalness has
Yes, it does.
nothing to do
Because
with.
if you're liberal, it makes sense that you have a win.
I'll try this again. Me being liberal doesn't have anything to do with whether or not slavery is right or wrong. And I know that like it's really hard to get cooked publicly and like you're starting to feel like the flames welling up underneath of you, but I'm not going to let you pivot to some dumb bullshit political conversation. There are enough political lives out there you can go watch. This is not a political live stream. You can go debate politics somewhere else. We're talking about what the Bible says right now. Are you capable of having that conversation?
I'm capable, but you're just
Okay, so
me to be fair with people.
I'm being fair, and I'm not going to let you pivot to politics. So I'm asking because it seems like you can't give me a straight answer. I'm trying to figure out in which scenarios would being a slave be either good or bad? Because it sounds like you don't know if it's good or bad.
Well, slavery is bad. It just depends on the situation.
Okay, so if slavery's always bad and somebody says, hey, you can go do slavery, then what that means is the person saying you can do slavery is giving somebody else permission to do a bad thing.
Okay, then what's if he says go do slavery, and if he don't do it, well, then what happens?
That's irrelevant. I'm talking about the command itself. Is the command good or bad?
What's good? I mean, if somebody tells you go do slavery, what are you gonna do? What would you do if somebody tells you a command, go do slavery? Would you do it?
No, it's stupid.
Okay. If God tells you to do it, would you do it?
My question is not whether or not somebody would do it. My question is whether or not the command is good or bad. If slavery is always bad and somebody tells you that you can own slaves, that means the command itself is bad. Do you follow?
I get it.
Do you follow though?
I don't agree with it, but yeah,
What
I don't agree with your point.
What
But
don't you agree with?
is that slavery is bad?
But you said it was bad. Those were your words.
Yes, I know, dude.
So is then give me your actual opinion. Stop flip flopping. Is slavery good or bad?
I'm not flip flop. I'm telling you that it's good. That it's bad. That it's bad.
Okay.
It depends who it's coming from.
Is
though.
it always bad?
Who is it coming from, though?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the act of slavery, not the person telling you to do it. Is it always bad?
I get your. I know what you're trying to do here.
The word always is encompassing. The word always entails that it doesn't matter who's telling you to do it. So if it's always bad, it doesn't matter who told you to do it. It means it's bad.
It does matter. It does matter though, because
so then you think sometimes it is
we're
good.
talking about God here.
So
if
then
I
you
say what's
think
bad, then
that sometimes slavery is good. That's what you're saying.
yes.
Okay, then that's your position. Glad we can finally get to your position is that sometimes slavery is good and sometimes slavery is bad, right?
Yeah.
And slavery is only good when God tells you to do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So anything God tells you to do is good?
Yeah.
Okay. If God told you that I need you to go like next door and kill the baby that lives next door, that'd be a good command?
Well, it depends.
On what?
Do you believe in abortion?
God told you to do it though.
Do you believe in abortion though?
God told you to do it.
If God told me to do it, I would.
Okay, so if God told you
If he has a purpose, why would I question it?
listen, I'm just trying to figure out your position. So if God told you to kill the neighbor's baby, it must be good to follow through with it. Now, if God, let's say, for example, your neighbor had 10 babies. God said,
Okay.
listen, I need you to kill all 10 of those babies. It would be good to
Okay,
do it,
well,
right?
if he told me, yeah,
Yeah,
I would.
that'd be good,
I
right?
know he
Yeah,
wouldn't, but
okay. Yeah.
just to make you happy, yeah.
Now, and follow me, and I know this is going to get long-winded, but if God told you to go to the local orphanage, and there's 100 babies in the orphanage, I need you to go to the local orphanage, burn it all to the ground, and then smash all of the ash into like carbon bricks, and then build like a shed out of baby carbon bricks to store your implements of destruction in. Would that be good?
Your questions are they make no sense, dude.
Would it
It's
be
like,
good to follow through?
what?
Would it be right to follow through with that?
If God told me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all we needed. Thanks for being honest. All right. Well, listen, Jesus is Lord. I think you've demonstrated everything we needed you to, which is that your thinking capacity has been completely destroyed by your religion. You have absolutely nothing to add to society. You should be locked up. They need to put you in one of those white self snuggies, and that like maybe you shouldn't be allowed in public. I think that's what we need to know. I appreciate that. Maximilian, thank you so much for the $66 super chat and 66 cents. Big W, Maximilian says, oh, brother, the patience you have dealing with some of these callers. Keep going and keep growing. Been catching up to a few streams last week and so happy you now have the non-profit status. Yes. We actually we have the charity nonprofit approved in the state of Ohio. We're waiting for the 501c3 to get approved on the federal level. for tax exemption. It takes a roughly 90 days for that to go through. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get the tax exemption status, but we're almost to the finish line. It's going to be awesome. I'm super pumped for it. Big Gamer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my old church was protesting a swingers club opening today. LOL. I also started watching you recently. You get some wild callers, man. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Bad Gamer. And yeah, churches do like to protest stuff. It's the craziest thing. The churches will protest like literally anything. It's crazy. Zaria says, what's the apologetics on 1 Kings 13? Maybe that an angel told the second prophet instead of God directly. Yeah, so the apologetic for 1 Kings 13, when God sends lions to execute his own prophet for being disobedient, the apologetic is, well, it doesn't matter if he was tricked. He should have known, or he should have been obedient no matter what. Like, the fact that he was capable of being tricked showed that he wasn't fully obedient to God. But I think that's a bad reading and a bad apologetic of the text. Brett says, thank you for all you do. What is a reverse exorcism? It's when a demon tells a priest to get out of the child, which happens, unfortunately, more than people realize. It's horrific. Good joke, though. Design says, atheist complete list of positions where allow bad things to happen would be acceptable trait. End. Yeah. It is interesting how quickly theists want to read the Bible and reinterpret it as, well, God's not causing it, he's allowing it. Yeah, that's some bullshit. You're lying to me. I'm not going to let you do it. Author Guy says, it's just disgusting that these Christians will always decide on dishonesty rather than answer questions directly. If you have to lie, you're wrong. Yes. Yes. Just be honest. Just answer the damn question. It's not even hard. Andres, thank you so much for the 4,000 HUF. Thank you so much. That's huge. It says, a rabbi, a priest, and a minister walk into a bar. I love this, by the way. This is my favorite pun. The rabbit, a priest, listen carefully, a rabbit, a priest, and a minister walk into a bar. The rabbit says, I think I may be a typo. Praise Doug. Gets me every time. I love that joke. It's the best joke on the planet, maybe. It's so good. I am the cheese. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says no evidence that the Bible hates or disapproves of Satan and his actions. God says he hated Esau, but he never states that about Satan. Satan's nature is necessary by God's intended design. That seems to be the case. Satan is the henchman of God. He's the thing that takes on the status of being evil so God can have clean hands. And last one from our friend Sonus. Great to see you, Sonus. Thank you for the 666 Argentinian dollars. Is just passing by and listening to normal people defending slavery. Mind-boggling every time. Long live Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Sonus. Big W. All right, let's get our next caller in. We've got a bunch of people that have been waiting to get in on the TikTok. So we're going to get Mixed Mind. I think they were in here first. We'll get Mixed Mind into the discussion.
Hey.
How you doing, Mixed?
Justin, how's it going? It's Mike's.
Mike's. I'm sorry. Mike's. Mike's.
Yeah, no problem.
Mike's
no
Mind.
Problem. Yeah.
I get it.
Hey, I like how you switch that one around. Instead of if a guy commits a crime, his wife is raped, you turned it around where he's raped. They seem to understand that a little bit better, right?
It's harder for them to wrap their brain around it when it's happening to a woman, because then they can they can put that into a different box.
Right. That's nice.
Yeah.
Also, have you heard the one about the pirate that walks into the bar with the steering wheel sticking out of his pants?
I don't know if I have.
The bartender points and the pirate says, it's driving me nuts.
Oh my God.
No, so anyway, I'll be
that
easy.
Is good. That's good.
You'll kick my ass here. My one is think of this. There's trillions of stars for billions of years. So think of all those photons.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Pretty near infinite amount of photons. Why is it dark?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? There's so I don't necessarily believe in a God, but there's got to be something that like mellows that out for us so we can, no matter where you look, there'd be photons literally pounding your eyes into blindness, it seems.
Yeah, but you don't think photons are like visible individually, do you?
Yeah, well, so like, for example, at nighttime, you look up at the sky, you can see all of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
So
That's kind of
the photons, I mean, are essentially illuminating objects. When they bounce off of objects, we see the
like your eye. Yeah.
right.
I don't know. So I ran that by Blitz and he thought I was stupid.
I mean, it's an interesting question. I can see why somebody would ask it, but so here's my understanding, right? So photons are everywhere, but
Right.
that's not how our vision works. Our vision isn't looking out and then deciphering what's out there. What's actually happening is the photons are bouncing off of objects and then coming into our eyes, right? Which means in order for us to see a photon, it must be coming from something directing it to our eyeballs. So like if there's a photon that's like bouncing off of something behind me, that photon's not going to get in my eyeball. I'll never see it, right? But if I
yeah.
turn around, the photons bouncing off the wall are now going to get into my eyeball, and my eyeball is going to process that photon. And the other thing about the photons is like when they bounce off of things, they take on like different wavelengths. And that's how we're like figuring out, okay, this is dark, this is light, this is one color versus another color. So my
Right. Okay.
understanding, and again, I'm not a physicist, but my understanding is like the reason why we only see things in space, we don't see individual photons, is because the way our brain and our eyeballs are receiving photons is that we're not looking out, we're waiting for photons to come in. And so we're literally just processing photons that have already like bounced off of something or emerged from an object. Like if there's a star or a light that's shooting photons out, we'll see those photons coming from that source because that's the source of the photon. And I think there's like a threshold of photons too. Like if I receive one photon bouncing off a rock, that's meaningless to me. Like you need a certain like threshold of photons to start making out like where the photon is coming from.
To be able to see it. Okay. That's a pretty good good explanation. And also, are you the one that uses the denial of logic proves its existence?
What do you mean?
Does that, well, just like if I were to deny a logic itself, that denial proves that logic exists? Is that one of your arguments?
No, it's not me. I think that might be something Ian has argued. So Ian and I disagree on the transcendental nature of logic. I don't think that logic is transcendental. I think it's a language that we developed as humans. We invented it, just like we invented like math and English. So that's not an argument that I've used. We might actually agree on that.
I'll hit him up then.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Also, so I saw you on Ian with Blitz, and I thought if you guys would have had Peterson on there, you could have been like the Four Horsemen.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? Like, bring on 10,000. You guys could have been like the Spartans against 10,000.
So we've talked about
crazy
getting a
believers.
biologist involved, but it's just really difficult coordinating 4 people into a live stream. Plus, as the panel gets bigger and bigger, like the conversation becomes more unfair. That's one of the reasons why typically, as long as we have like a really nice guest, we don't like try to dogpile on them. Like if they want to do a philosophical argument, they're talking to Ian. If they want to do a science argument, they're talking to Blitz. If they want to do a Bible argument, they talk to me. So we try to make it so that like as long as the guest is being polite, we're not like dogpiling them. But like if you've got 4 people on a screen, it's really difficult to find people to call in the first place, much less coordinated every week, you know?
Yeah.
But
yeah, there's only so much time and space. Also, I've heard the argument that the witnesses at Sinai, because there were so many of them. What do you think of that one?
Witnesses of what?
The witnesses, a miracle or whatever at Sinai. Have you ever? I've heard people use this.
With the giving of the commandments?
Yeah.
I guess I don't really know the argument. Like, I don't believe...
The sheer number.
Yeah, I don't believe there was ever a contingency of Israelites in the desert at Sinai receiving commandments. I think that was something that was invented many centuries later.
Okay.
Right.
And what about the argument of people just being made a certain way?
What do you mean?
As a believer or a not a believer?
Well, I mean, the Bible tells you that. The Bible tells you that God knits you in the womb. The Bible tells you that God creates people to be blind or mute. Although there's a contradiction there because there's one passage where it states that the blindness and other diseases that are causes of unclean spirits. But yeah, I mean, that just seems to be what God does. And personally, I think that's one reason to think that God is not good, because God curses people with these abnormalities and then disallows them from coming into the assembly of the Lord. Like, so if you read the commandments, there's a commandment not allowing people with bodily abnormalities to participate in worship.
Yeah. Well, I was speaking more of like in real life, like somebody that would come to religion later in life after they're past like the impressionable age, if you will. You know what I mean? Like they come to, like, say somebody in their 20s that hasn't believed in God for all that time, and then suddenly, I'm sure you've had people on your live that are like that. Yeah, I became a Christian when I was 25, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't, you know what I mean? It seems like somebody like that was made to be a believer, as opposed to like with me. I'm inherently, since I'm young, I'm. It was just it didn't appeal to me at all. Like I was instantly like, the fact that like light from stars
Mm-hmm.
coming from billions of years. I mean, that instantly kills the 6,000 years old thing.
Yeah.
You know what I
Agreed.
mean? And just I never really felt it. Like,
Right.
I just have leftover questions, trying to figure stuff out.
I get that. Well, listen, Mike, thanks for being here. I've got to
Oh,
get
hey,
someone to argue with up here,
what?
but
I know, I got it.
it's good to
So
hear
one
from
more
you.
thing though,
Mhm.
you always say cybacillin.
I know I say that wrong.
Fix it, man.
Don't know what to tell
Right
you.
on, dude. Hey, and keep up the good work. I love your stuff.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Thanks, man.
Like, people keep telling me to fix that. I still have no idea how to pronounce it. Asking somebody with a lisp to pronounce a word with that many B's and S's in it it's a fucking crazy ask. But let me grab a couple of super chats. We've got one from Red Shrek. Red, thank you for the $30 super chat. Big W says, it would seem some sections of Deuteronomy are based on Assyrian vassal treaties. Yes, they are. Do you think that the Judean scribes would have had access to a sample of a treaty via King Ahaz's royal court? This is a really good question. I don't know precisely which of the kings or the royal court would have had access to such literature, but we do know that during the Babylonian exile, a lot of these scribes were being trained to write in Babylonian exile. I'm inclined to believe the same was true of the scribes that went to Assyria during the Assyrian exile. In fact, there's been entire books written on this, demonstrating from the biblical text and from the Assyrian text how and from extant textual witnesses from Assyria, how when the Hebrew scribes got over to Mesopotamia, how they were trained in the scribal schools and how it shows up in the Bible. So yeah, I agree with you. I think the reason why these treaties show up is, one, because they were common, right? And number two, because the places where they learned to write were using these treaties. But you don't even have to go that far. The idea of a treaty between nations, like a vassal treaty, was so common, everyone did it, right? Like every nation of that territory would have been familiar with vassal treaties. It was just such a common occurrence. You know what I mean? Loggy says, I made it finally enough to sleep to watch on time. I thought I smelled fresh baked pretzels, though I think you're a dentist today. All the teeth pulling is making me crave anesthesia. Stay rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Loggy. I appreciate that. Yeah, today has been a dentistry day. I actually agree with that. Cameron, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin, it's been over a year now since I'm donating a little money while I'm learning so much along the way. My Friday night used to feel so boring, but now they're meaningful and inspiring. Thank you for all you do. Well, Cameron, thank you so much. And thank you for always being here and supporting the live stream and supporting my work. I super appreciate it, buddy. Like, it really means the world to me. And Elteen, too, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, a guy walks up to his friend and says, hey, sorry I'm late. I hit a deer in the way here. His friend says, wait, didn't you walk here? The first guy says, yeah, I think I have anger problems. Cook them good, buddy. That's good. I like that. And last one from our friend, Dr. Joe. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. Says, half this debate is about context. The other half is about context. I agree. That's a good joke. Also, here's some Dr. Pepper pennies because I'll let others fund Kraken. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Big W to Dr. Joe. And friends, speaking of Kraken, I have to use the restroom just briefly. I'll be right back. I've got to take care of business, and then we'll get our next guest in here. We've got quite a few guests waiting to get in. All right, we are back at it. I'm going to grab a guest from the TikTok queue, and then I'm going to grab a guest from the YouTube queue, and we'll keep the conversation going. See if Fern can load up. Welcome in, Fern. Or Fem. Is it Fern?
Hi,
Is
can
it
you hear
Fern or
me?
Fem? Yeah.
It's Fern. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just really kind of wanted to thank you because when I was 16, I was groomed into a Jesus-based religious extremist cult.
Sorry to hear that.
And it took me a lot of years to get out because they absolutely took advantage of my history of abuse and desperation to be loved and accepted, and they manipulated me. And once they had me kind of entangled in that culture, they would continually degrade me and tell me that my faith wasn't strong enough, which is why I wasn't healing as I became more disabled, et cetera, et cetera. And I just feel like had I come across somebody like yourself, I'm approaching 33 now. I got out when I was about 25. And had I come across content like yours a lot sooner, I think I would have had my footing a lot sooner. And so I'm really appreciative that you put yourself out there because it is dangerous. It's not just concepts and theories, it's real world practicality that is like ending lives.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's hard to watch.
And devastating people with trauma, not just physical violence, you know?
Right.
So I just really appreciate you and I appreciate your time, and I will continue to keep watching.
And thank you, Fern. I appreciate that. And sorry you had to go through that. Hopefully, you know, your journey at this end will get lighter and lighter, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. I've come leaps and bounds, and I am an advocate and I'm an activist, and I try to create real world change from the things that changed me. So
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks.
Well, Fern, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Bye.
The church does, the sheer amount of people that the church harms it's staggering some days to hear about. There's so much of it. It's hard. Okay. We're going to get Have the Rock, I think is the name. Have the Rock. Should be fun.
Hi,
Get Have the Rock in here. Have the Rock. Did I say your name right?
it's Havel. It's just
Havel.
a
Oh, sorry.
character from a game I like to play.
Okay. Havel, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
I am 18, yes, and I do.
Okay. And which god do you believe in?
So I believe in, and this was actually going to be one of the things I wanted to start the conversation with to make sure that I don't waste any of your time. Is this conversation supposed to be intended just for the God of Christianity or the entire Abrahamic religious set, or even more expansive?
I mean, the conversation is basically for any god that you think is like a 100% good. It doesn't have to be the Abrahamic God. I think there are good reasons to believe that even if you don't believe in the Abrahamic God, that this God isn't good. So, I mean, if you don't believe in the
Okay.
Abrahamic God, that's okay.
Okay, cool. Well, also, I wanted to say thank you for having me on the platform and letting me have a voice on here.
Sure thing. So, what type of a God or which God do you believe in?
So I grew up Catholic. That very quickly in my early teens became not something that I was comfortable with. I became pretty militant atheist after that. Then I sort of shifted to an agnostic view, and I've been kind of on a spiritual journey since my late teen, like 19, 20, and now I'm 29. So the God that I would believe in is probably best characterized as a spiritual being or ethereal sense, almost in the sense that it can't be truly as understood as maybe the God of Christianity would be to Christians.
Okay. But you do believe in a God, and you think one of the characteristics of that God is that it's all good?
I do.
Okay. And is there more than one God or just the one God?
I don't think I could definitively say that there isn't more than one God, but I definitely believe in at least the one God.
Okay. So, if the God you believe in is all good, did your God create all the stuff like the universe, people, the planet?
I think that he probably did create it, but I do believe it also created him, that they can't exist without the other, and that they have a feedback into each other. And trying to know what came first is probably above my human understanding.
So, are you saying that we need the good and the bad? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's actually a good point. I don't think that good can exist without bad. You would have nothing to compare what we would know as good to, just like how you wouldn't be able to understand light in the way that we do if you couldn't experience darkness
Do you
or hot
believe
with cold.
do you believe in an afterlife?
That is something I've struggled with too. I actually think that the afterlife is probably something in which your consciousness becomes less material and integrated with the world around you from when you were the physical.
Is the afterlife entirely good or partly good?
I actually do think that we still suffer in the afterlife. I think that because we would still be part of the world and the world will have suffering in it,
So, what's the point of
that
the afterlife?
I don't think that there would be necessarily a point, but I would hope that there is. And if there is, I would want it to be to continue experiencing the world and to have people who have not transcended to the afterlife yet, who are still where we are now, to be able to experience you continuously as well.
Was God good before he created everything?
So this is another part that's difficult for me to answer. I'm not going to lie to you, because you're like what attracted me to the stream that I saw the phrase "God is not good." Prove me wrong, right? Did I get that right?
Hmm.
So I think that you know when someone claims that God is real, that's an affirmative stance, right? It is their responsibility to prove that.
Well, I'm
when
not
somebody
asking you to
says,
prove that God is real. I think for the sake of this
"Oh
argument,
no."
I'm just granting that there could be a God.
Yeah, no, that was just sort of analogous to what I was going to follow it up with, which is if you claim that God is real, that is also an affirmative stance, and it would be on my responsibility to prove that, right?
Mhm.
And if you claim that God is not real, or I'm sorry, God is not good, I also think that that is an affirmative stance, and that can't be proven.
I think it can. That's why I'm trying to figure out what you believe your God actually did. So I'll give
Sure.
you the argument. Do you think that somebody can be all good if they cause unnecessary suffering? And by unnecessary, I'm just referring to suffering that doesn't need to exist.
No, I do think that those would be mutually exclusive.
Right. Okay. So I mean, you probably believe there is some suffering that's necessary, but there's some suffering that's unnecessary. Do you believe that there's unnecessary suffering here?
Just in the world in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that, for example, sexual assault or the abhorrent actions of the transatlantic slave trade could ever be necessary for any human to experience life in a positive way.
What about natural disasters?
Um, that's actually interesting because now we've switched from something that humans have directly been involved with to something we are either indirectly or maybe not at all involved with its creation. I don't think that that would be necessary suffering in at least a lot of it. You know, the death of people who haven't been able to experience life yet, you know, at very young ages, unnecessary suffering would be an example
Right.
because
So
of those natural disasters.
so God created a planet with unnecessary suffering, the unnecessary suffering being natural disasters, right?
Yeah, I do think that that is possible.
Okay. So we kind of started the dialogue by the admission, which is that somebody who causes unnecessary suffering isn't good. Only the necessary suffering is good, right? So if God creates a planet with natural disasters that causes unnecessary suffering, then I'm led to the logical conclusion that God can't be all good. He might be like kind of good. I think the only way out of this is to either say that he didn't know what was going to happen, like he doesn't know the future, or to say like he's just not all powerful, like he created the earth, but he just couldn't create it any other way. Like he was powerful, but not super powerful. And either of those answers would get you out of the all good conundrum, but I don't know if those are admissions that you would be willing to take. Would you take those admissions?
Yeah, actually, you pretty much walked right where I was going to, actually, is that I don't assert that the God that I believe in would be omnipotent. I don't. I think that they might have omniscience, but only after they created the world and became integrally part of it, and the world possibly created them.
Okay.
So, and you know, if it, I do think that that is a fair thing to say. Well, then you know, if you're willing to admit that they were not omnipotent, or at least weren't at some point, then you can't inherently claim that they're all good or all bad because they'd be almost have a level of humanity to them. And I'd be willing to accept that.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument. I can't say I've ever used that, but I certainly think you could make that argument. That might be even more aggressive an argument than what I was going to make, but it's interesting. I guess my point, the path I was going to go down is if God's not all powerful, um, then it's good to know what his limits are. So, for example,
Sure.
it might be that he's irresponsible, right? So if God isn't all powerful, he's just like really powerful. He's powerful enough to create a planet, but he's not powerful enough to like not fuck it up. Then it sounds to me
Yeah.
like he's just being irresponsible. Like so, for example, if I hate to use this analogy because it's such a common analogy, but like if I decide I'm going to have 15 babies when I turn 18, I'm going to have 15 babies every year. I'm going to get pregnant. I mean, every year I'm going to have a baby, and because I love babies, right? Well, it might turn out that
Mhm.
I'm super irresponsible because I didn't do any proper family planning. I have no money to take care of these babies, and all these babies end up like suffering because of it, right? Well, that's on me, that's being irresponsible, and I don't even have omniscience, but I know enough to know that, like, hey, if I do this thing, it is possible that I'm going to create lots of unnecessary harm if I do it, right? So even if God's not all powerful, even if God's not all knowing, I'm led to believe that this entity would have enough knowledge and power to not act recklessly and irresponsible. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Do you remember the point I made where I can see that maybe he wasn't omniscient prior to the creation of the universe, but then became omniscient afterward?
Sure,
I would
that's
think
interesting.
I would yeah, I would apply that same principle to the omnipotence part. So my best understanding of how I would believe in God would be that, he is as part of the world as the world is a part of him, but they act independently. The universe has an input factor to it that then God receives.
So
God responds to it in the best possible way it can, which will often result in unnecessary suffering, but maybe to prevent something even worse. It's a feedback loop that's not perfect and often causes harm.
So I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You're suggesting that God, when he acted, didn't know all things, but then he became all knowing after?
He's only all knowing because he can experience the universe in its entirety. But that can only happen after it's already been created.
So, okay, so God didn't know what was going to happen before he created. He discovered what was going to happen after he created it.
Yeah, and to be clear, I want to say that I don't believe that I can disprove the assertion that God is not good. My stance is that the exact opposite would be God. If God is good, prove me wrong. I kind of come from the stance of I can't prove to you that God is good, but I also don't think you can prove to me that he's not good
Uh,
in the way that I believe in him.
well, I don't know what you believe yet. That's what we're trying to determine right now, right? So,
Fair, fair.
if God doesn't know what's going to happen when he creates, like he's just like throwing spaghetti at the wall, sounds to me like he's like an incompetent goof.
Yeah, I mean, well, so again, I don't think that he necessarily. It's not like a painter looking at a canvas and then deciding what to do. It is, imagine that you're walking down the street and you have been suddenly given these tools to control all of traffic. It already exists. You can't stop it. All you can do at this point is direct it, and not in an omnipotent way. And you will cause crashes, but you're going to do the best that you can to prevent it.
Right. Let's try this again though. But if I'm creating, I have some
Hmm.
level of responsibility for what happens with my creation. So like I'm an engineer by trade. I design
Oh,
machines
that's nice to
for a living. I used to. I do this now. So like
know.
if I design a machine and some guy loses an arm, that's on me. Now listen, I can't predict that there's gonna be
Yeah,
like, that there's gonna be a guy who bypasses a particular, safety switch and sticks his arm in the machine.
yeah.
That's something I couldn't anticipate, but I'm still responsible if I don't take the necessary precautions and make my machine in a such a way that they it can't be bypassed, right? So I have to have some level of competency, even though I don't know the future, to have some foresight of what could happen in the future, right? So if God created the universe with absolutely no idea of what was going to happen, like none, he had no idea whatsoever what was going to happen. Like he just, like it's akin to just like clicking his fingers and said, okay, let's just see what happens. Like to me, this is now a God that knows nothing.
Well, I would agree with that, but I think that maybe I'm not conveying what I believe happened at that creation point. So I'll try again, and I'm sorry if this is going in loops for you. That's not my intention.
Well, let me ask you a better question. Maybe I didn't ask the right question.
Okay.
Before God created the universe, did he know anything about what it was going to be like?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. So that means God's act of creation is entirely arbitrary.
Well, also, I don't think that God created the universe. I think
Oh.
that God is a result of the universe.
Oh.
He is the input back into the universe the way that the universe created him. He exists in a way. He exists because the universe made him. The universe operates in the way it does because he is trying to guide it imperfectly. I will grant that.
Okay, so you just don't believe in God. That's okay. Okay, so, like I've toyed around with the concept of a super evolved universal being before, a long time ago. It's a super interesting topic. I love it. My audience isn't here for it probably, but to me
Sure.
though, definitionally speaking, like if you believe in a super evolved being, not a being that created all things, then I think we just have a fundamentally different concept of God. I'm talking about a being that is like pre-existent to all things and had created all things.
Yeah, I think you could totally make the case then that God would be not good because you
Right.
would be granting that they are omnipotent and omniscient and have control, and with that control, they've done atrocities,
Right. Yep.
or at least allowed them.
Basically.
But can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think that it's fair, or maybe it's not even a question of fairness, maybe you don't even care, that I would call that God, like my version of what I believe to be God is?
Yeah, so I think this gets in like really weird waters where people are like, well, who gets to decide what the word God means? And
Yeah.
like I don't really know. Like I don't know who determined at what point where the parameters are of what God is. All I can tell you is that when I say God, I'm referring to some sort of an entity that is responsible for the creation of all things, which, to be fair, does kind of cut out some God concepts. For example, Plato believed in an eternal universe with eternal gods. He didn't necessarily believe that there was like one master God that created all things, unless he wrote
Right.
about it somewhere that I didn't read. But I've read enough of Plato to know that he advocates at certain points for an eternal universe. So like my God concept kind of cuts some of those God concepts out. But like
Sure.
if you're not really responsible for anything, like if you're just I don't know, some sort of primordial entity that didn't really create this space, then you're not really responsible for it. So I'm not really actually judging that guy. Like I'm not casting any aspersions on like
Sure.
Zeus, you know, because I don't think Zeus created anything.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's hard on a human level, if we were to actually see the God of the Bible that is omnipotent, omniscient, created the world, and then the God that I'm describing,
Mhm.
I don't think that we would ever be on the mental plane high enough to differentiate between those two.
Yeah.
Possibly. I mean, like at that point, our brain would be almost in a black hole. Like
Right.
it would be so beyond our conceptions of reality and what could be. Yeah, and honestly, this is getting a little off topic, and then I'll let you have your time back, and I appreciate the conversation. But we're quickly approaching a level with AI where people are suspecting an actually intelligent, because none of what we have right now is AI. It's local language modeling. It's not intelligent by the definition of what intelligence is.
Mhm.
People suspect that maybe silicon-based intelligence could be possible soon, and if it is, it probably will have exponential or logarithmic growth to it. Could get to a point where like Ultron is beyond human understanding. We could never understand its algorithms that guide its processes and how much it can control so quickly. So that I'm like that kind of that not reassures, but opens my mind to the idea that the way that I believe in God may have already happened, and the universe is repeating. Who knows? But I appreciate your time and letting me on here.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Havel. I appreciate the kind conversation.
Thanks. Have a good one. Bye.
Cheers, buddy. I see people already trying to cook me in the comments about Plato. I haven't read all of Plato's works. I've read On the Soul. I've read The Republic. I've read Credo, and a couple others. But my understanding of Plato is that he believed in a demiurge, not like and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that the idea of a demiurge is the same thing as our concept of a god. Now, if a demiurge is the same thing as a god, then it seems weird that we would have separate words for it, right? But I could be wrong. I'm not a like a Plato scholar. I can only tell you what I've read so far, right? So like it seems like he believed in multiple deities. He certainly makes a case through Socrates, and this is the other question I always have about Plato is I don't know how much of what he has Socrates saying. I don't always know if Socrates is a puppet for Plato to say what Plato thinks, or if the writings of Socrates are what the real Socrates actually said. That's what I don't know yet. I'm still trying to work through that because, like, if Socrates is just like a puppet account for Plato to say stuff that's unpopular, then I got a lot of questions about what Plato believes. If everything Plato has Socrates saying legitimately belongs to Socrates, if that's the case, then that might lead to some different conclusions. But anyways, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Small Johnson, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. I appreciate that. And JMR, thank you so much for being here, JMR. Thank you for the $20 super chat. JMR says, Doug gives you what you want, but Sharon gives you what you need. Bring safe words. Sinfully wet for Sharon. I love it. Sorry, I didn't put that emoji up yet. I'm working on it. And expected thought on TikTok is saying kind of what I'm feeling, that Socrates is Plato's alter ego. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. I know there's a lot of opinions on this. My philosophy professor when I was in Bible college was the first one to bring this topic up, and I've never found a satisfactory answer to it yet. I'm still trying to figure it out, whether or not Socrates is the mouthpiece for Plato or whether or not he was a real person. Mixtress says, can Doug turn water into wine? I need to know Doug's magical gifts before I join the church club. Thanks for helping me deconstruct. Mixtress, Doug is pro wine. I've never seen him turn water into wine, but I have seen him grind flour or grind like grain into flour to make bread. So he at least gives you bread. We know that much. And Phil says, Ann Coulter and a horse walk into a bar. The bartender says, hey, Ann, why the long face? Ann Coulter jokes are, you don't hear them anymore, but I always appreciate that. Last one from our friend Nathan says, prophets are a really insufficient way to deliver a message. God could have just waited a few thousand years and created a website like everybody else. I couldn't agree more. And this is such a good point because, like, listen, like if God wanted to communicate effectively, he's all powerful. He could communicate perfectly if he wanted. All right, we'll get our next guest in here. How you doing, Goat?
I am doing decently well.
Good to hear. Go, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm 19, so I guess that counts as a teen. And yes, I believe in the classical taste God. But before our conversation, which I wanted to make some comments about your comments on Plato. So about the Socrates and Plato thing, from what I understand, it's basically like 50-50. Sometimes Socrates just says what Plato actually wants him to say, and sometimes just what Plato is actually recording he heard Socrates teach. As for Plato and the demiurge and all of that, well, this is really a bit complex because, well, first of all, what Plato concedes is that beyond this world, this material world, there is the realm of the forms, and the forms are like the true essences of things. There is like a form of
it's like the transcendental existence of the physical object that's not physical.
Yeah, basically, it's like there is like an actual man, the concept of man floating out there, and the concept of cat and of dog and of all of that, and then there's like some sort of chain, and then the ultimate one is the good, which is the transcendental, the highest form, and then the demiurge, from what I understand again, the demiurge comes along and then creates the universe according to the forms. So he sees the forms, and from the forms he creates the universe. Now this gets extremely dramatic later, because then come the Neoplatonists with Plotinus.
I don't know anything about Neoplatonism. I started reading Plato like way back when I was in college, and then I finished I on to other things. And I've been tasked with learning more philosophy. So I started reading it again a couple months ago, and I've got a couple of his dialogues under the belt now. But there's a lot of remaining questions, and I'm suspecting that as I keep reading, I'm going to learn more about his viewpoints that I didn't know, or they contradict other things previously because somebody else is saying it.
Well, yeah, the thing with the Neoplatonists is that they were basically, of course, Platonists at some degree. They also had a lot of influence from Aristotle, from what I understand again, and they basically expanded Plato's theory even more, including the one which is like the ultimate, the transcendent, beyond being, etc. Then there is the nous, which is the intellect. Then there is the word soul, from what I understand, and that also influenced like a lot of early Christian stuff. Like half of Gnostic heresies was basically just taking Platonism, merging it with Christianity, and doing whatever.
Sure. So let's I appreciate the dialogue on Plato. I don't want to bore the guests. Like if they weren't
Yes,
here, we could talk longer, because
my actual
I am genuinely intrigued in this particular person. But nevertheless, you believe in some kind of a God. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of Christianity. But
Okay.
really, my main point here was that I remember a few days ago, you made in another one of your lives, you were talking about John 8:44, about Satan being a murderer from the beginning, and you say that this, according to the mind of the author of the Gospel of John, or authors, I guess, means that Satan was created evil. Was that your point?
No, my point was there was never a situation that we know about where Satan was good.
Well, not that be simply because we only like see Satan after his fall.
Well, the fall's not in the Bible. That's the first problem, right? So the fall of Satan doesn't really appear in the text. You have to like try to force it into Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel
Which is
28,
about a
and
king.
it's not really there. Now, I get that you like if you force it hard enough, you can just claim that it's about Satan, even though the text itself says otherwise. But I think the reality is whether or not you think Ezekiel or Isaiah are referring to Satan, I don't know if it really matters, because when Satan fell, if you believe he fell, he could have locked him
Right.
up just like he did with the angels that did the stuff in Genesis 6. It says in 2 Peter and in Jude that those angels, and in Matthew 24, 25, that those angels have been locked up in like the furnace in chains, and they're awaiting judgment. He could have done the same thing with Satan, and he chose not to.
From my understanding, like that's actually an interesting point. I have to investigate this, because I will admit that even though I do know some stuff, I am extremely how do you say, newbie, amateur.
No, you got it.
Yes, I am just so I myself don't know out of so as much stuff as I would want. So I just came here to say that basically, like, when John 8:44 says Satan was a murderer from the beginning, this just means that during the period of like the creation of the heaven and the earth, especially the earth, he was already a murderer, and this refers to him murdering, quote unquote, the spiritually Adam and Eve. This is my interpretation. I know that you take the historical grammatical approach and are gonna be like, no, but actually in the Middle Eastern context, this actually refers to the struggle between humanity and divinity, which fair enough. But from my reading, if for the sake of the argument we grant univocality and consistency,
I'm okay with that.
I will simply say that this is what it means. So it's not like Satan was created evil. It's just that from the creation of Earth, when there was a first creator to be murdered, which is Adam and Eve, the Satan was already a murderer there, and he murdered them.
Right. So no.
This is my interpretation.
So for the sake of this particular argument, I can grant you all of that, right? Because I'm not here debating the interpretation of the text necessarily. I'm not here to debate whether or not Christianity is true when I run this topic. When this topic is up, like I can just grant you that that like the New Testament and the Old Testament are allowed to go together. That's fine. So but that being said, like even if we go that route, I think we've got some problems, which means that like before Adam and Eve were deceived by Satan, God knew that it was going to happen. God was okay with it happening. In fact, it seems to be part of the plan. So you could say something like Satan was a necessary evil, like God was like, he knew it was going to happen, but it needed to happen because it was part of God's redemptive plan. But if that's the case, then it seems like Satan doesn't get any blame, like because Satan was doing what he had to do.
There is an interesting point which really gets into the question regarding the problem of evil and even more so predestination, because well, our Christian traditions believe in some sort of predestination, from Calvinist to Roman Catholic, which I am, to Armenians, to all of that stuff. But I guess what we will respond is that even if they are God is the ultimate primary cause, they are, even Satan is, even if he is a secondary cause in God's plan, he still has a level of freedom, because we agree that all creators, which with intellect at least and will, have a degree of freedom. But I will admit that I am a bit like, I don't know, if I were explaining defending evolution against a younger creationist. There are many things that I can't explain because I am not too learned on that. And same with this issue. I would simply say that I know that you will dispute that. Well, but if God predestines things, are they really free? Which I myself will say I am not sure how to explain it fully to you because I am learning. So that's all what I can say about that.
Yeah. So, on the topic, it seems to me that if Satan, since the foundation of the world, has been doing bad stuff, and God knew that he was going to do bad stuff, either one of two things is true. Either God was okay with him doing that bad stuff, or God was like negligent after Satan did the first bad thing. He should have got Satan out of the picture. But it seems to be from the New Testament that he didn't get Satan out of the picture. He actually made him the God of this world. In 2 Corinthians 4:4, Paul says, referring to Satan, it seems, that the God of this world is blinding people to the truthfulness of the gospel. What a weird thing to do, that like the most evil entity ever created, you would just put it on the earth to like rule and reign and put terror on the earth.
Well, I guess we'd say that, like, because Paul himself says in Romans 1 through 18:20 that.
Oh, we lost him. Say that again?
What?
We lost it for
Sorry.
a second.
Yeah. Romans 1:18-20, where Paul says that the power of God can be known even just by the light of nature, by the pagans, and this is drawing from the Deuterocanonical book of wisdom, I think, how all of creation allows you to know God, and if you choose not to, it's because, well, you are wicked, basically. So what we'll say is that yes, Satan is the god of this world, but that's by the choosing of those who don't desire to know God. It's basically it's that sorry, it's that the people prefers reject God, basically, and that's why Satan is the god of this world.
Well, I understand. I hear what you're trying to do there. You're trying to say that the words don't mean words; they mean something else. But listen to what it says in the passage. I'm going to put it up on the screen. It says,
"Let me get my study Bible."
Yeah.
What passage? What passage?
It's 2 Corinthians 4:4.
Okay. Second Corinthians 4:4. Sorry. 2 Corinthians 4. Okay. Around here 4:4. In their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Jesus Christ.
Right. This
Okay.
seems antithetical to God's plan. Like if God's plan, if it says that God's desire is that none would perish. So if God's desire is that none would perish, it seems really counterproductive that God would send the most evil entity to the earth to blind people to the truth of the gospel.
Well, I think that the issue here is that with regards to blinding them, I think that it is a general thing, at least among Catholic theology. I don't know others because that's my theology. That basically the sinners, even though they are blinded, they choose to be blinded because if they wanted, they could see God, as Romans 1:18-20 say. Basically, they choose to be ignorant. Basically.
Yeah, but why is God having them blinded? Like, so for example, if these sinners have no chance of repentance, then what's the point of blinding them to the light of the gospel? That's a redundant, dumb thing to do.
Wait. If they have no chance of repentance,
Yeah.
what exactly do you mean by that?
Yeah. Do they have repentance or a chance at repentance or not? Also,
Well, that really. Oh, good question.
'cause
They have a chance of.
if everybody has
Okay.
a chance at repentance, then I think it's illogical to do what 2 Corinthians is suggesting, right? Because if there's no way that they would ever repent, you don't need to blind them.
If there is no way they will even repent, you don't need to blind them.
Right. So, for example, let me give you like an analogy for this, right? So, if I gave you a car for your 16th birthday party and the car had an automatic seatbelt and you could not drive the car unless the seatbelt is on, right? If that was the case, then I wouldn't need to go around with cops and making you put seatbelts on because there's no way for you to drive the car without your seatbelt. Let's imagine all cars behave this way, right? It would be redundant for me to go around checking people to see if they're wearing seatbelts if there was no other option, right? You had to anyways. So in the case here, like if these are sinners who have no chance of repentance, then blinding them to the light of the gospel doesn't do anything. They're already not coming to the light of the gospel. Blinding them is redundant.
Well, maybe the reason they are unrepentant is because they have chosen to remain in the dark. So it's not that there is on top of that. The reason they are unrepentant is precisely because they are blinded by their own sin.
No, they're blinded by the God of the world.
No, well, yeah. By their own sin, they prefer to be blinded by the God of this world, basically.
That's not what it says, though.
Well, as I said, what we say is that basically you choose at some degree to basically, what's the name for that? Willfully ignorant. We say that they are willfully ignorant.
Ignorant of what?
Ignorant about the gospel, about God and all of that.
So God sends you to hell for being willfully ignorant?
If you are ignorant of His truth on purpose by your own obstinacy, I'd say so. But if you are invincibly ignorant, though, then no.
Do you think it's justified to punish somebody for all of eternity for being willfully ignorant?
Of God, I think that when one commits a sin like that against God, which will be the sin of unbelief, you merit that debt.
What's the crime? So in my worldview, like to be just, you have to give punishments that are proportional to the crime. So like if you committed a really bad crime and caused a lot of horrific things, you should get a worse punishment than somebody who like told a white lie, right?
Yes, and I think the traditional answer is simply that unbelief is just that evil. I know that it may be against your intuition, but that's just what we'd say.
Right, but what's evil about it?
What's evil about it?
Because like, if you asked me like, what's evil about stealing? What's evil about lying? What's evil about punching another human being unprovoked? Like, I can give you an answer for why those things would be evil. But in the Christian worldview, I don't know if you actually have an answer for why it's evil to not believe and worship in your God.
I think that it will be without again. Don't take mine as like top answer because I am not a complete scholar or theologian, but it will be that God is of such eminence and perfection that rejecting Him is an utmost act of evil.
Right, but why?
Why is this gets at the fundamental level of what God is. We say that God is supreme and perfect goodness.
So if God is supreme, there's nothing I could do to hurt his feelings?
Well, He is impassible. He has no feelings to be hurt.
Well, that is certainly not true. He has all kinds of feelings in the Bible, but
Well, yeah, we'd say that those are like analogies. We don't think that we hold as revealing. Well, I don't know if revealed per se. We hold that God is absolutely impassible. He has no true emotions. All emotions are just the analogies given by the authors.
Yeah, I know. What are the analogies for? When it says that God takes delight in something, what does that really mean?
That's actually a good question. I myself have not studied this, but I don't know. For now, I just say that I don't know.
Okay, so why is it that not worshiping this God is such a criminal offense? What's the thing about it? What's the harm that I'm causing?
I think that's also a fundamental, something at the fundamental level, because we will not say the harm per se is what makes something even because let's say that sorry. Let's say something like having child porn does not per se harm anyone, or yes?
I think it does. Yeah.
Thinking about it, the guys.
It perpetuates the entire industry.
I guess it's yes. That's actually good point. Good point. How about voyeurism?
Voyeurism?
Watching people have sex illegally. I think that's what it is.
You mean being like a peeping Tom?
Yeah, being like Master Roshi of Dragon Ball, that stuff.
Well, I personally think that like privacy has value, and I understand that some people might not believe that privacy has value, but I think that privacy has value because it's like akin to stealing.
Maybe that's a good. Well, I really don't know that. I have to study more moral theology, but basically, we as Catholics hold that things have their proper end, and that disturbing the end of a thing is gravely evil, and God as the final end of absolutely all things is absolutely evil and merits the eternal punishment in hell to reject.
Right. So this is actually what I'm getting at is like this God, if I don't believe in it and worship it, it will send me to hell, which is a weird thing because I can't figure out why it makes him so mad. Why does me not worshiping this God make him so upset that he'll torture me for the rest of eternity?
Well, it's not really upset because, as we said, God has no real feelings. Well, we dispute that. I know that the Bible speaks about that way, but for the sake of the argument, we just simply say that it's simply evil and God has to punish the evil.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out why it's evil. Like, so it sounds to me like you believe it's evil just because God said so.
It's less God said so, but rather because God, as the end of all things, has like a duty, maybe. Well, we are supposed to worship Him. That's basically
Why?
because He's our end. Or you know the
So
telos of the you know what telos is teleology.
Yeah, that's like the end point or the cause of the end point, right?
Well, it's less and more like the final cause. Aristotle said that things have their end, their proper end. And in this case, the end of the human is to worship God. I will admit that I am not.
But
Yes?
why is the question, right?
Well, by virtue of God being the final cause of all things.
Yeah, but why is God being the cause of all things require him needing worship?
I will simply say that that's because it is His nature as the supreme good and as the supreme good that he deserves to be worshipped. But I will admit again, I probably am not giving the strongest, best explanation that I can. This will just be the kind will simply be God, by virtue of His supreme perfection, is the end of all creatures, and therefore He deserves worship. Now, you might dispute one of the premises, might dispute the what's it called? The conclusion that even if God is the creator and of all things, that does not make him the end of all things that to the self worship. You dispute that, but this for now what I'd say, because again I don't know how many times I've said it already, but I am not a trained theologian, so I probably am not giving the greatest answers.
No, you're doing a great job. Don't worry about it. So I guess this is our hang up, right? So if one of the premises is that, or even the conclusion is that God being the end of all things or the most powerful authority, therefore he deserves worship, I don't see how the conclusion necessarily follows the premise.
I could see well it could be confusing because the teleology and it's rather a complex thing to analyze the end of things. So for now, I will just grant that I am not completely able to give you like a systematic answer to this. So I will just let that into your mind so that maybe you think about it a little. But for now, I cannot say like all of that much. It's like me trying to defend evolution against a younger creationist. Even though I believe in evolution, I cannot like defend it like systematically against the objections they give because I am not a biologist or geologist.
Well, let me press you a little bit on a passage maybe we can talk about, because I think that one of the entailments of being all good is that you do need to be able to administer justice properly, right?
Yes, and I will say that justice is to give to each what is his due.
I agree, right? And I think administering justice also entails that people shouldn't get punished for crimes they didn't commit.
Yes, hold on. Let me think. Let me try to guess. Are you gonna talk about original sin?
No.
I thought that was what you was going to bro. But hold on, come on.
Okay, so have you read Deuteronomy before?
Completely? No. Okay. What's the passage?
There's a tough one in here in Deuteronomy 22. There's a test that is given to determine if you can execute a woman. It says, it's starting in verse 13. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So the goal here is, or the purpose here with the intro is saying like, hey, listen, if you lay with your new wife and she obviously doesn't bleed, then you've got evidence that she's not a virgin, right?
I
Right.
guess
It says the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. Okay, so they go to trial, and God says, when you get to trial, spread out the cloth as proof of whether or not she bled, whether or not she was actually a virgin. Follow so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if it turns out there's blood on the cloth, the man gets fined, right? It says the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They'll fine him 100 shekels, so on and so forth. But it says, if, however, the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she's committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So basically what this passage is saying is that if your wife doesn't bleed on the wedding night and she was sold as a virgin, then you can have her executed, provided that you have a sheet with no blood on it.
This really comes down to like the nature of what Deuteronomy is, because I know guys who will say, I think scholars will say that like not everything in the Torah and a lot of things will not really follow it. So that could be an answer that simply said that it is not really a Christian law and that the on the ground reality was just different. This will be the easy way out.
Well, I'm not asking a theological question. What I'm asking is specifically whether or not this command was good, even if it only applied to the Jews back then. Was this a good commandment?
No, my disputation was that maybe this was not even an actual commandment to be followed as part of the law. But
Why
I
would you think
personally
that?
don't really. Yes.
Why would you think that God didn't give this command?
I think this is something that I have heard, that not everything in the law was actually followed in the underground realities. But I personally, I'm not entirely sure. But maybe I think that could be said is that there was an assumption that in this case the woman was indeed lying about her virginity. So this was basically that if you lie about your virginity, you get stoned. Now the real question is not having a sheet with blood sufficient evidence for that? Which, yeah, that's really the issue here, and I'm not sure about that.
To be sure,
Yes.
let's tackle the first point. The command came from God. Moses said so the day he gave the command. He gave all these commands in one day according to Deuteronomy. And it says in Deuteronomy 6, now this is the commandment and the statutes and ordinances that the Lord your God charged me to teach you to observe in the land that you are about to cross into occupy, right? So all the laws in Deuteronomy are given by Moses for the Israelites to follow in the promised land, right? So when we get to Deuteronomy 22, we run up on the problem, which is God gives them the commandment that they can stone the woman who doesn't bleed on the sheet. And you and I both know that not all women actually bleed the first time they engage in copulation.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So,
well, I have not seen by experience, but yeah, I know that that's true.
So yeah, scientifically, in the modern age, we've determined that it's roughly just a hair under 50%. But we have actually textual evidence from the ancient Greeks and even from the ancient Jewish rabbis, certainly way after this law was given, demonstrating that a lot of women didn't actually bleed. In fact, in quite a few countries, women would actually have like backup plans to make sure that they did bleed um, just in case something went wrong. Like, so there were women that would purposely time the feast, the wedding feast, when they would consummate the wedding, they would purposely time it so that it would coincide with their monthly flow. Some of them would actually bring little packets of pig's blood with them and make sure that they break it like a little bladder on the sheet. Women in the ancient world, this is not, first of all, the Bible isn't the only thing that does this, but women in the ancient world were terrified of this because they knew that there's a possibility that they could not bleed even though they were telling the truth, right? So I think it's really problematic that like the God of the universe didn't know this. If there was even a chance that one innocent woman would be stoned, this law is horrific.
Point regarding at least this excerpt, and I personally I'm not sure how to answer it. So for now, I will grant it to you.
Fair enough. So
by the way, yes.
What's that?
No, yes. You continue. I was going to say one last thing before. Oh, I wanted to speak about another topic, but if you wanted to say something.
I mean, typically I don't let the guest derail the conversation, but you've been kind enough. I'm more than happy to oblige.
Yeah, it's just that when I came here, I actually came here because I had two issues I wanted to talk with you.
Oh, we lost you. Where'd you go?
Sorry. If you let me wait a second because I am at 2% and I need my battery to charge my phone. So wait a second, please.
Yeah.
Okay, where was it? Okay, I think that's here. This is this. Okay. No, no, hold on. Wrong cable. Okay, I have the cable. Now I connect here. Quick. Okay, I save it. I have to pay more attention to my battery. So the other issue I wanted to talk about is in another of your conversations, I wanted to like
Oh, we lost you again.
Sorry. In another one of your conversations, you said that like John 1 regarding the word was God. That was like two gods. You say that right?
Well, I think the Trinity is irrational. So I've got an argument against the Trinity. I think the Trinity fails. And every Christian I've ever talked to is like bound and determined to prove that the Trinity isn't illogical. And it just is. It's illogical.
Well, I will unironically say that that really depends, like, what system of logic you're using. Because I have been really into well, not really, like reading a lot of stuff, but I've been stepping a bit into the conversation of Trinity models. I don't know if you have, but I've seen when seeing, you know what analytic philosophy and theology is?
Nah.
Well, it's basically the modern type of philosophy. And when I see analytic philosophy engaged with like scholastic philosophy, which is what I subscribe to, I see that there are a lot of difference, especially with regards to identity. And I could completely concede that, like in modern conceptions of logic,
Right.
what is called classical logic,
Right.
the
That's
Trinity
my
might be.
claim. My claim is that the Trinity is a violation of the classical laws of logic. If there are other laws of logic I should adopt instead, I don't know of them.
Well, it's more like the interpretations of the laws of logic, especially the law of identity. You know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, basically, so many more. I know the typical claim, which is like, well, if the Father is identical to God and the Son is identical to God, and identity is transitive, should not the Father be identical to the Son? And this is how modern logic operates. Well, what we dispute actually, which is that simply say that modern logic is not wrong per se, but more like dumbed down. It's not this nuanced, and we say that no, actually two things can be identical to a third thing and still be really distinguished. And this is actually how, actually the funny thing is that Leibniz, you know how Leibniz is? That great philosopher, mathematician, etc.
I couldn't make out the word you said. Who?
Let me put it in the chat. Maybe search it up
Oh,
if
yeah. I've heard the name. I don't know a single thing about the person.
he's basically one of the greatest philosophers of there, blah blah, mathematician. He was a great polymath basically. He did absolutely anything. He actually developed calculus alongside Newton, but not alongside, but at the same time.
Right, but that
In
doesn't actually solve the problem. So, did you want to walk through the Trinity?
Yeah, sorry. My problem is sometimes I derail. It's a thing that I sometimes do. But basically, we'd say that in God, there is, okay, first and foremost, there is the divine essence or the divine nature or the divine being.
Do you think there's a
And
difference between essence and nature?
well, that's actually a good point of question. Not per se. For now, we just say that the divine essence is the one absolute reality that God is. That's what the divine essence is. The absolute reality, like there is, I don't know,
So,
the divine being.
identity.
Identity?
Yeah.
Well, we say that there is the divine being, which is like the
Okay.
supreme reality, omnipotent, omniscient, blah blah. And within this divine reality, this is the one God. In fact, we say that this divine reality is the one God. That's why there is one God. Now, within this
So,
reality,
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by essence, because like my understanding of essence is like characteristics or qualities that are intrinsic to something's identity, right? So for example, like the essence of a coffee mug is a collection of characteristics and qualities that are indistinguishable before something can be identified as a coffee mug. Like that's how I'm thinking of essence. If there's a different way of
well, the thing
thinking of
that
essence, since I don't know what it is.
we kinda agree with that. We say that essence is really the thing that the characteristics that a thing is. But the thing with God is that His essence, we'd say that His essence is identical to His existence. which
Okay.
his essence is to exist.
So
That's why the divine essence is
can-
an actual thing over here.
can you
Yes.
have 100% of God's divine essence and be distinct from him?
Can you have 100% of God's essence? What do you mean by that exactly?
To have 100% of God's characteristics implies that there's no distinction between you and God because you have all of God's characteristics. You're
Oh yeah, we think that the
omnipresent.
Father. Yeah, we think that Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are identified with that same reality, which is God.
That's right. So you would say that Jesus is 100% God, right?
Sort of. We don't like the language of percentage, but we say that the divine nature, which is Father, Son, and Son Jesus Christ, and Holy Spirit they are all that one nature.
Right, but is Jesus 100% God or only 80% God?
Only no, he is completely, really identical to the one divine essence.
There you go. So if Jesus is identical to the divine essence, then you must conclude that Jesus would have to have all of the characteristics that God has.
He has at the absolute level, because we think that there are two levels of this. Two levels. There is the absolute reality, and then there are the three relative realities that exist in God. And I will have to explain a little bit of this. So wait a second. Well, I'm going to explain. First, in the divine essence, there is all the absolute perfections. There is God's intellect, His will, His mercy, His justice, His power, His good, blah blah blah. Now, God has.
Did you say will?
Two. Will.
Does Jesus have the same divine essence as God?
Yes.
So they only have one will between the two of them?
Oh yeah, there is only one will in the Trinity.
So then Jesus
And
lied in the Garden of Gethsemane when he said, "Your will be done, not mine"?
That's actually a fun fact. Is that we think that Jesus of Nazareth has two wills. One.
So Jesus
divine
has two
will.
wills?
You did not know that? I thought that was pretty common knowledge.
No.
No, but traditional Christian
So
theology
does
holds that.
Jesus have like split personality?
I really could not really tell you what a personality is with like in the scholastic sense. I would say that Jesus has two minds: the divine mind and the human mind.
He has two minds. Are they at odds with each other?
No, they are in perfect harmony.
Do they desire the same things?
In one, well, it's the desire can be taken in like will the same things, and yes, they will the same things, and another are like passions, and no, the divine nature has no passions. Only his human nature has passions.
So Jesus has passions, but God doesn't?
Well, in his human nature, he has passions. In his divine nature, he does not.
So Jesus has qualities that God doesn't have?
In his human nature, yes.
I want you to say that again out loud. Jesus possesses qualities that God doesn't have.
Well, since God is the divine nature, he has qualities in his human nature that the divine nature does not have.
So God has parts. Part of God has qualities that are different from another part of God?
We don't think that like. Okay, this really gets complex. We don't
Yeah, because
say
it's
that,
illogical. Yeah, if it was logical, you wouldn't have to do all the tap dancing.
Well, I don't think that I'm tap dancing, but what do you mean by a part actually? Because that's actually a thing that has to be defined.
Okay, so if Jesus and the Father have characteristics that are even 1% different, that means God has parts.
What we will say is that since there are two natures in Christ, the predications of like passions and all of that stuff only apply to the human nature.
Right, so God has parts. He's got part God nature, part human nature.
It is that this is not predicated to the divine nature. This is only about the person of the Son and the human nature.
Right, but if God has two natures, that means one of those natures is human, like the hypostatic union, right? One nature is human, one nature is God, which means God has parts.
No, because the human nature is not like united to the divine nature per se.
But that's the hypostatic union.
No, it is united to the hypostasis of Christ, of Jesus, of the Son.
Wait,
The Son has two natures,
I
but not the
thought you were
entire.
a Catholic.
Yes, I'm a Catholic.
You don't believe
What?
in the
What?
hypostatic union?
Yes, I do believe in the hypostatic union, but what I am saying is that in the hypostatic union, the human nature is united to the hypostasis of the Son, not to
Mm-hmm.
like the divine nature.
Okay.
That will be more like yes.
So if Jesus has two natures, that means there are at least two parts.
Two parts. That's actually a good question with regard to whether like the Son is the hypostasis of the Son is composite. If there is composition in there, it really depends with what you mean by part. If by part do you mean like there is the Son here, there is the human nature which is united to the Son, and then there is the divine nature which is really identified to the Son. Because remember that, like the human nature does not stand to the hypostasis of the Son like the divine nature
Right.
does.
But the minute you mention Jesus's human nature being distinct from the nature of God, you've now
Yeah,
got
it is really.
you've got two different things. Like so, and so now God has parts.
Well, if you by part you mean that like there is a really distinct thing united to a hypostasis, if that is a part to you, I would guess so that that's a part to you. But I really will not describe it as that. But if your language of parts includes that, then I guess so.
Well, what is a part? So like what's the differentiation between my pop can and the tab at the top of the can? What's the distinction between the two?
They are in a part whole relation.
Yeah, exactly. The part whole relation, right? So for example, if Jesus has two natures, that means one of those natures or even both of them are part of a whole.
Technically, since Jesus, the hypostasis of the Son, is really identical to the divine nature, there will be no composition in there. But we could say that there is, in the level of hypostasis, could be.
But
Yes?
Jesus can't be identical to the divine nature because Jesus lacks some of the qualities of the divine nature. Jesus lacks omniscience,
Like what?
omnipotence, omnipresence.
No. Okay. The hypostasis of the Son is identical to the divine nature. Now, the human nature, that's another debate. So you said omniscience?
But now you've got
Well,
two parts. You've got one part of God that lacks the qualities of the other part of God. Like the flesh of Jesus is a part of God that lacks qualities of the overall Godhead. Which means Jesus was only part God. He's a piece of God.
Piece of. But when you say Jesus, do you mean like the divine, the human nature?
The human.
The human nature. That's what you're calling Jesus.
I mean, it's obviously a union between the human nature and the God, but when I say Jesus, I'm not saying just the spirit Jesus or just the flesh Jesus. I'm saying the Jesus we have in the New Testament. That Jesus.
Well, that Jesus will be God the Son being seen as the human nature of God the Son being seen and interacted with.
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
The human nature of God the Son being seen and interacted with. That's what we see in the New Testament.
Right, but if God is part human nature and part God nature, that means God has parts.
What happens is that we don't predicate like when we say that the Son is united to the basically we don't say that like the divine essence became incarnate. Only the Son became incarnate.
To be sure, you cannot create a distinction within God without creating parts. It's impossible. The definition of a part starts with distinction. Like, for example, if I say there's a distinction in my body is a whole, right? But there's a distinction between my foot and my hand. Well, those are now two parts because I've made a distinction between them, right? So the minute you make a distinction between Jesus and the Father, you've now created parts.
Okay. So do you think that a distinction constitute parts?
A distinction is the dividing marker of parts.
Okay, so do you think that if there is a distinction between two things,
That's what
they
I'm saying.
are in a part?
There can't be
Okay.
any distinction within God for there to not be parts.
Okay, well, if that's your definition of parts, then I will simply concede that God has parts under that definition. Which simply is that traditional we reject that definition.
Well, what's your definition of a part?
A really distinct thing united to another thing which is really distinct under the aspect of the real distinction.
I don't think that answered the question, or I didn't hear you correctly. Like, what do you think the word part means?
Okay, we have a really distinct thing, and that thing is united to another really distinct thing, and then they are parts.
So,
like you have my yes, go you.
A part is defined by anything with segments. So even if you have one thing, if there's segments in the thing, if it's not entirely homogeneous, then you have parts.
Well, God is not extended in matter, so he does not have like
Well,
that of
you
segment.
can keep saying it, but it can't be true. If Jesus is matter, Jesus's body was matter, that means part of God was matter and part of God wasn't. That means Jesus is a part of God or Jesus is part God.
Wow, this really is getting complicated, huh?
Right. So I think this is where it's going to get hung up, right? Is because I'm giving you like clear definitions of words and how it fails. And like when I say that God has parts, I keep hearing back, well, God doesn't have parts. Well, the definitionally speaking, he does based on the definition of parts. Unless there's
Well,
an
that
alternative
actually,
definition.
well, guess what? That's kind of the answer. What would say is that, because you do know that Catholic theologians, even that are like extremely serious about divine simplicity, do say that God has distinctions.
I know that's the problem. If there's any distinction within God, that means there are parts. That's what it means to segment something.
Well, yeah, but when they speak about parts, they don't mean it in your sense. I will
I mean, what do
completely
they
concede that.
mean? What are they when they say part?
Well,
What is a part?
well, it will basically be like something like a part is okay. You know what? You were onto something regarding distinction, but we'd say that there has to be like a real distinction, which is a distinction between realities.
Well,
Like my hand, it's
I'm talking about distinctions in nature, right? So if God has two natures, by definition, he has two different parts. The nature is one part, and the second nature is another part.
well, the entire divine essence, the entire Godhead does not have two natures, only the Son.
So, but if Jesus is 100% God and Jesus has two natures, that means God has at least two natures.
I mean, this
I know. I can go on this carousel all day long. I've done it before. Like it always ends in the same way. At some point, you just have to admit that the classical laws of logic can't account for the Trinity, and just say it's a mystery.
well, technically, I indeed say that modern logic can't account for the Trinity, because the funny thing is that most of modern logic, and this might be like a little bit of a sideboy, but most of modern logic claims to follow Leibniz and his law of identity, that if two things are identical to a third thing, they are identical to each other. The funny thing is that Leibniz himself said that law does not apply to a Trinity.
Yeah, I would say that too. Yeah, if I believed in something illogical, I would say that it didn't apply to this illogical thing. Yeah.
Well, technically, he did not say that does not apply in an absolute sense, but like it does not destroy it basically, because okay, I actually had to actually explain the Trinity, because we have not even gotten to that. Okay, let me try to explain that a little. So basically, you remember the divine essence, the divine reality, blah blah, that has all the absolute, uh, and that guy, what's that? Uh, Cyber what?
Cyber. Yeah, he's just coming up to hang out.
I'm sorry. So let me continue, please.
Mhm.
So basically, there is the divine being, and then in this being there are two faculties. Intellect and will. Okay, okay, Edward dilemma. Let me explain it. Sorry, I commented. In God there are two faculties, intellect and will. Do you know that?
Right, but Jesus has a separate intellect and will.
Well, in his human nature. But I'm talking about the Trinity now. Let's then after that I move to the incarnation.
Does God's nature change?
Does God's nature change? No.
Okay, so there's no Jesus nature then.
Right.
Jesus' nature is not like a change in the divine nature. It's more like a human nature gains a relation to the second person of the Trinity.
So God has disposable parts?
Disposable part? No. It's like the human nature gains a relation to the second person of the Trinity, not like a change in the divine nature.
But is Jesus still in the flesh?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes. He is eternal in the flesh.
Oh, so he is in the flesh.
Yes, he will be for all of eternity. So, fun fact, some theologians
I love it.
talk
No, go. This is the right answer. I've never been more tickled for somebody to give me the right answer on this. I agree. According to the Bible and most Catholic theologians I've read, Jesus is still in the flesh.
Yeah. Wait. Are there guys?
Wait, where'd he go?
Are there guys? Sorry, are there guys who say otherwise?
Cyber?
Are there guys who say otherwise, that like Jesus is no longer in the flesh?
Oh yes, lots of people. Yep.
What? That have these guys not read Revelation?
Almost no Protestants subscribe to Jesus still being in the flesh. Almost all the Protestants fuck this one up.
Okay, well, I think that's utterly horrific in my opinion, because the whole point of the
Can I tell you why?
Why?
Because Protestants think that Jesus can't have a location if he's still in the flesh. Because if he's not here on the earth, that means he must be like in outer space or in an immaterial universe. So they believe that God is living in an alternative immaterial universe, and they would find it weird to believe that there's an immaterial universe where there's a human being in the flesh.
So do they don't believe in the resurrection of the body?
Listen, they do. I'm just saying that's how they justify it. I don't think it's a good justification. I think it's silly. I agree with you. I think Jesus, according to the Bible, is still in the flesh. I think the part where you and I disagree is that according to the Bible, Jesus being in the flesh is just up in the clouds somewhere. The heaven, according to the Bible, is just up where the clouds are. The Bible has no conception of outer space.
Well, I think that's just like a metaphor to speak about it.
Yeah,
because they have no language. They have no language to describe it.
I know. I would say that too. Yeah.
But okay, let me just try to explain the Trinity, because we didn't got to that. Okay.
All right. Well,
so there is the divine.
We'll give this our last try. You've been up here for almost an hour, but I'm excited to see if you can put a bow on the Trinity for us.
Okay, so there is the divine being, and this divine being has two faculties, two immanent faculties. Immanent faculty is that remains in the agent.
By faculties, you mean like a something to think with?
Well, intellect and will.
Yeah.
So with this intellect and this will he has, so he can do two things: know and will, of course. Now he has his self-knowledge, and his self-willing.
But are Jesus's faculties identical to God the Father's?
Not in his human nature.
So there's separate faculties. And remember, he's always in the... You already admitted, though, that Jesus is always in the human nature, right? Which means, according to your Trinitarian model, there are two separate faculties, one of God the Father, one of Jesus.
Well, and this leads me to another quick question.
Okay.
Yeah, just the other quick question. So if Jesus, in your opinion, still has a body, does God the Father have a body?
No. No.
No. So Jesus has a body, but God the Father does not have a body.
True.
So they're not... Jesus has something that God doesn't have?
Okay, in his human nature, by virtue of being hypostatically united to a human nature.
So his other part.
Guess you can call it a part, maybe. Yeah, okay, I will concede that in your language, it is indeed a part.
Right. This is actually, I think, the difficulty here, you know, because like, I think the church's framing of the Trinity is what ruins it, right? So, for example, there's a ritual in the ancient Near East. You can read about it in, there's a 4-volume series called The Context of Scripture. It's a really interesting ritual for the goddess of the night. And the ritual is designed for what do you do when you set up a new temple? Because we've already got a temple of the goddess of the night, right? And the general idea behind ancient worship is that you would do a particular prayer, a particular ritual, and then the god that you want in that temple would inhabit that temple once you've did all the rites properly, right? But they also believed that that god could be in more places than one. It could be in that temple, and that temple, and that temple all at the same time, right?
Yes, I think that that's probably the context of like the Deuteronomy constant emphasis on like there is only one Yahweh in part because of the reforms back then, because there was like the cult of Yahweh there, the cult of Yahweh in Jerusalem, the cult of Yahweh in other places, blah blah.
Right. So,
Okay, so
but the thing that sets the Trinity apart is in ancient theistic worship, the god could inhabit like a standing stone or an idol, and then you would treat that idol as though it was equal to God. But in that respect, they understood that the idol itself wasn't equivalent to God. It was more like a housing for the god, a body for the god, and then you could dispose of it and give it another one later if you needed, right? The problem with the Trinity is that realistically, Jesus is the flesh idol that God inhabits. And this model fits perfectly with the rest of the ancient Near East. You could have just said that God decided that he was going to inhabit a human being for a time period, so that he could have a physical representation on the earth. And then later, he cast it off. But sometime in the future, he'll take it on again. You could have done that. You could have just owned up to the idea that God has parts, because I think it's logical that God has parts in the Trinitarian model. I don't understand why the church had to go through all this nonsense to claim that God didn't have parts when he just clearly did.
well, it's because they are using a different definition of part than you.
Well, I have no other definition to work from. If they have a different definition, I don't know what it is.
For them, a part has like to be like um, really distinct things united under the aspect of their real distinction.
But that's not a meaningful definition to me. Like, because if something is distinct and then unified, it still is multiple parts. And that's exactly what the hypostatic union is, something that's distinct and unified.
That could be said to be a sort of part. I have not studied that, but could we please just go into me explaining the Trinity? Because whenever I try, something starts about so. We were in intellect and will. So when God, okay, the first person of the Trinity is the Father. Why is he? Because he virtually emanates from the divine essence. Not really. There is no real emanation between divine essence and the Father. It's just in our way of understanding based on the fact that the Father is like grounded upon the divine essence, because the divine essence is at some degree more fundamental than the Father because he subsists in it. So there is the Father. Now, the Father has intellect and will. So when the Father knows himself, he creates, by virtue of this, he produces an image, a word, a logos. And this logos captures everything that he is, and he communicates to that logos everything he has, including all the divine essence, all the divine attributes, etc. And he communicates it to that logos. And that logos is the Son. Did you understand it?
Yeah, you just described parts.
Well, maybe in your definition, I guess so.
Yeah, all of those things you described are parts. Just like a part of a car is me inside the car driving it. Like, at that point, I've become part of the car, right? You're just saying that like Jesus is like the flesh part of God.
No, we're talking about before incarnation. Before incarnation, in eternity, this is actually this is talking about eternity. This is not in time. This is what we call the eternal generation of. You know what the eternal generation of the Son is?
Yeah, it's the idea that Jesus wasn't created, that he was being eternally generated from the nature of God.
From the not from the nature of God per se, more like because that's not like he's really distinct from the nature, but like from the intellect, self-knowing of God.
Right,
These
but
two,
that certainly can't be true if Jesus has a separate mind, will, and emotions, and he does.
no, because that's just in the incarnation.
No.
Before the incarnation,
No, then God's nature changes. If God's nature changes in the incarnation, then God's not immutable.
it's not God who changes. It's the human nature that gains like a relation to
Right. That's what I'm saying. If God's nature changes when he incarnates, that means God's nature changes.
We deny that there is like a real change in God. There is like an extrinsic change,
So
which is like
keep in mind, you believe that Jesus is still in the flesh. Was he in flesh before the carnation?
No.
Okay, that means God's nature changes. If God's nature is completely immaterial and then he materializes, that means his nature changes.
What happens is that we distinguish between like an internal change and a change by extrinsic denomination, because we say that something like God was not always creator. He became creator when he created. This is an extrinsic change, not an intrinsic change. We say that the incarnation is an extrinsic change in like God, not an intrinsic one.
Right, but what I'm saying is if God's nature is that he's completely immaterial, that is a quality of God, and then God takes material form, that means God's nature changes, which to be sure, this is not a problem for Jews. I don't know why Catholics back themselves and Christians into this corner. I don't get it. Why is it necessary to have this dumb doctrine that God can't change his nature?
Well, actually, there is a lot. What?
No, go ahead.
There is a lot of arguments for it, but basically the argument is that if God changes, he is a creature.
No, if God changes, then he's not perfect, because something that's perfect is entirely complete and can't change, right?
Well, basically yes, basically that.
Okay, which means God couldn't have changed his nature to take on the form of a human being, because that means he wasn't complete.
What happens is that it's not God's nature. It's not like God. It's not like God's nature morphs into a human nature. Think it more like there is God's nature over here, and then a human nature gains a relation to the second person of the Trinity.
Then there's parts.
Does this go something?
Go ahead,
And does
Cyber.
this go something along the lines of like Optimus Prime, where Yahweh is like Jesus Christ, gain a nature?
Something like that, I guess.
So my friend Cyber here, actually, he grew up Jewish, right? So like, am I wrong here, Cyber? Like, what is there a need to add these weird limitations to God? Like God can't change like his qualities, or like, because he clearly does in Genesis 18, he manifests in human form. So like clearly he could. So I don't understand why we have this language, like when we talk about God's essence and his nature and saying that it's completely unchangeable, it's just demonstrably untrue. He changes it all the time.
Well, about that, regarding that, you mean the
thank you for answering, Cyber.
Do you mean like Jacob versus the angel, the versus God there, they fight that? Or what?
No, I don't think
So
go ahead, Cyber. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. So, the idea that God needs to like add these natures, he's an all-powerful being. It's ridiculous to think he would need to do this, right? What I think it is that as soon as Christians adopted the teachings of Jesus Christ, and at the Nicene Council, when they had to confirm that, he was in fact divine, they kind of painted themselves into a corner. And they had to come up with goofy words like hypostatic union, which nobody can ever explain. Nobody can ever give a good definition of it. And ultimately it always ends in well, it's just a hypostatic union. You don't understand it, and if we're honest, neither do we.
Well, really, there are like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages explaining this stuff. Like you could just go to
You shouldn't
Thomistic.
need 100 pages to explain it.
Well,
That tells
well,
me that it's irrational.
well, hey, bro. In case science has hundreds of pages.
I'm sure it
Like,
does. Well, listen,
yes.
listen, Goat. We've been talking for like an hour and some change. I've got to get one more guest in here before I call it for the night. But
Well, maybe one
I've
day I
enjoyed
will
talking to
come.
you.
Just I try to be enjoyable.
Yeah,
Even
you're a
when
nice guy.
it's hard. Yeah,
And I would say out
do
of
my best.
most of the Catholics and Orthodox that we talk to, you've been probably one of the most enjoyable to chat with.
And the most
Well, I
informed.
always.
Yes.
I am really.
Yeah.
Why do you think so?
Because you actually know like a lot of these Catholic doctrines. So like I had to learn them growing up in Catholic school, but most of the Catholics I know don't actually know any of these.
Well, that's rather unfortunate because I at least as a person who has gotten into like the depths into the like internet scholastics, I have seen like Catholics who have a level of knowledge. Like I know you won't believe this, but there is a guy, a Catholic guy, who is like in living in Iran. He's like underground because it's a Muslim country. He can be Catholic, blah blah. He's not even baptized, and this guy knows stuff that I have no idea. He has read stuff in Latin. This guy, I think he has read almost all of Thomas Aquinas. I have absolutely no idea how this man does it.
Yeah, there's some impressive people out there. I'm not among them, but thank you for coming and chatting with us. I really appreciate it. And best of luck on your journey. And thanks for being nice.
Yes, one day I will come back and try to explain it more. Or maybe
Right.
I was actually planning to go into Sunday like atheist experience, you know? You
So-
are going to be there in Sunday.
I'll be there. Also, I am going to be hosting a live stream soon just on the Trinity. So maybe that'd be a good day to come.
So, a day and hour?
I don't know which day it's going to be, but it's going to be this month.
This month?
It'll
Well,
be
that's not really.
It'll be a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. And so it'll be a lot of fun.
Monday, Wednesday. Okay, send me. Can you like send me like in TikTok here a message when you do it?
I'm sure I can. Yeah, make sure and add me as a friend and send me a message so I know you who you are, and then I'll make sure it happens.
How do I add you as friend? Do I follow you?
Yeah, I think you just follow me and send me a message, and then I should be able to get the message and add you up.
Okay, I will do it now. Well, goodbye for now.
All right, cheers, friend. Have a good one. Well, Goat was nice.
He was.
The Trinitarian.
I still don't know what the
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say I still don't know what the hypostatic union is or how it makes sense, but
it's messy. It's just messy. All right, let me grab. I got 3 super chats, and then I'm gonna get our last guest in here. Roger, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. Roger says, again and again, even at 73 years old, rock hard for Doug for all you do and teach. Well, thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. And it is. It's like a merry-go-round over and over and over again. Around we go. But you know, it is what it is. You know, we do what we can. David Burke, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge. I really appreciate that. David says, Yuppie cannot be a lawyer. He was given facts to assume that were clear and turned on the question of being deceived, and then punished for no fault of his own. Somehow he could not comprehend that. That's a 6th grade test question. Yes, I actually agree. Like the idea of being deceived, I think it's very clear in the text. It's weird to me that people don't cast more blame on the people in the Bible who deserve blame, like God. Like nobody, like God shouldn't be punishing anybody because they were deceived. Like if they're deceived, that puts them in a different classification as people who are like deservedly receiving the same punishment. We would we would rightly conclude that there's a difference between manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter, right? Like one is premeditated, one is not. It's crazy that we can have that distinction, but God can't figure that out, you know?
No, he really can't.
And last
If
one
he was to
from
put himself on trial.
sorry.
If he was to put himself on trial, sheesh.
I know. Last one from 55445 says, on the all-knowing nature, God, first of all, thank you for this $20 super chat. On the all-knowing nature of God, it may be useful to relate it to the three-door problem. If you had three doors and behind two of them are dung and one is ice cream, an all-knowing being cannot regret which door they choose. I agree. Yes, that's why in Genesis 6, when it says God regretted making humans, in 1 Samuel 15, when it said, God says, I regret making Saul king, the regret is such a dumb thing. An all-knowing being shouldn't be experiencing regret. I think the better way to read the Old Testament is not that God is all-knowing, it's that God knows a lot of things, and also when it says things like something akin to God being all-knowing, I think it's more of a hyperbole. I love it when like God says things that Christians don't like. They're like, well, it's hyperbole. But the one thing that probably is hyperbole is when it says that God knows everything. That to me sounds like the hyperbolic statement, and because all of his behavior throughout the Old Testament would lead you to believe that he's not all-knowing. All right, let me grab our next guest. It's going to be from our YouTube queue, and it looks like it's going to be Craig. Let's see if we can get Craig into the conversation. How you doing, Craig?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Craig, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I got wrinkles on my nose, so yeah, I'm 36. Yeah.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Okay. And do you believe that the Christian God is all good, part good, mostly good, or you don't know?
You know, it's interesting. I'm a recently born. I'm getting a lot of echo here. Is there anything I can adjust on my audio to stop that, or?
Let me check real quick to see something I can adjust.
No, sorry about
All right.
that.
What about now?
Hello. Oh, that's better. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. All good. So I am recently a born again Christian as of about 2 years ago, and been an atheist for about 34, 35 years of my life. Had a pretty unbelievable experience with Jesus, and I started to question myself and started to look into Scripture further and started to question it as I have my whole life. And I guess as I've done that, I started to find like a more solid ground in faith, and changed a lot of things for me. So I would say that as I've started to dive deeper into my faith, I definitely am starting to understand, I think, really what we mean by God being good. I think as being a human, I think we have a certain understanding of what good is based off of what we've been taught our whole lives. And maybe it's not necessarily what God sets to be good in the world. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm still trying to analyze my thoughts, but I just wanted to hop on here to also understand like your perspective. Why do you not believe in God? What led you to believe that? And why would you say you're motivated to work to prove his non-existence?
Well, I think those are multiple questions. I talk about why I don't believe in God like almost every night that I'm live, but for
Yeah, and I'm
tonight's
sorry, this is like only my second time seeing you, and I've kind of like scrolled past, but I really wanted to call in tonight just to have that conversation. But I can always go back and like watch your videos. I don't want you to have to explain everything, but you know.
Yeah. So I think the purpose of this particular debate topic is not to prove whether or not God is real or not, although I think it kind of sometimes leads people to that conclusion when we start examining whether or not the God of the Bible is actually good, because I think a lot of people are inclined to believe that if there is a God, the God should be good. Like it seems, at least it feels intuitive to believe that if there is a God, the God would be good. Now, that intuition could be wrong. It might be that there's a God and he's just an asshole, right? That's certainly a possibility. I don't see why it would be illogical. It just seems to feel it doesn't sit well with most people. So this particular topic is not necessary to prove. Like I'm not doing this to prove that God doesn't exist, although I think it certainly can prove that the biblical God doesn't exist if you think that the biblical God is all good. So the Bible does say some things akin to that, like Deuteronomy 32:4 says that God is right and just in all of his ways, which would lead one to believe that if God is just in all of his ways, that he would be all good, right? It seems to be kind of an entailment in that worldview. And then Jesus himself, when they call him good teacher, he says, "Why do you call me good? Nobody is good but the Father. I'm led to believe that he must be all good." It says in First John that God is love, and if God is love, like the equivalent of love, I can't see how you can be the equivalent of love and still be bad. So I think if we point out that, hey, like the God of the Bible might not actually be good, I think it draws a contradiction in the text. And if there's a contradiction in the text, it's going to force some people to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, well, what's really the case? Is God actually all good, or maybe the people who claim he's all good aren't correct? So that being said, that's all stuff that's kind of tangential to the conversation. I think for the sake of this conversation, we're just trying to get to the answer to the question, which is whether or not God is in fact all good. And it sounds like you do believe that God is all good, right?
Yeah, and I think it comes down to, I guess, first of all, I think a lot of people's question, and my question for a long time, which sort of kept me from believing, was if God is all loving, why is there still suffering on earth? I think everybody there's that question. I think that's a very deep question that a lot of people ask. And I guess I never really asked myself a secondary question. I'm sure you have been asked this, but like, what do you consider suffering? And I guess, what do you compare this to in order to judge what suffering is?
So, I mean, definitionally speaking, suffering is just any of unwanted displeasure. So, if you're experiencing displeasure and you don't want that displeasure, that's suffering. If you're experiencing pleasure because you want if you're experiencing displeasure but you want it, like you're going to the gym and your muscles are getting sore, but that's like part of the process, you asked for it. That's not what I would call suffering. Suffering is typically the unwanted pain.
So what about someone who maybe, and I had a cousin who was an alcoholic. He was addicted to alcohol. He was drinking 13, 14 beers constantly. Every time I'd hang out with him, he'd be, a functioning alcoholic. He went to rehab, and he went through a significant amount of suffering. He fought his family. He said he hated his parents and they wished they died because they sent him to rehab. They forced him there. And he went through rehab finally on his own will. He, had a couple of relapses. But throughout the process, he went through immense suffering and believed that these people who were trying to teach him alcohol was bad were idiots. But through about 15 years of his life, he slowly turned himself around. Through it, he's found God. But the amount of suffering that he had through that process was excruciating. Thought he was going to die multiple times, was delusional, hallucinogenic. I felt like I didn't know him for many years. He threatened to kill me at my grandfather's funeral. But essentially, the suffering that he went through eventually led him out the other side. So I think sometimes, and maybe this is just because my perspective has changed over the years, but essentially I look at like, okay, what is the purpose of the suffering? Is there a reason for it? Maybe that we don't even understand, especially when we see a young child die of a rare disease. It's a horrible thing. But what comes out of it could be goodness. You have a foundation that's created. You have money that's raised to research this type of degenerative disease that has impacted children across the world. And maybe a cure is found, or a vaccine is found or discovered. So I think that baseline, you can look at suffering and only look at the negative aspects of it. But I think it also comes to maybe looking at the good and maybe what God's working through it in order to provide us a sense of goodness through a fallen state that we live in because we turned our backs on him,
Okay, so What you're attempting to describe is called necessary suffering, and I don't really make any claims about necessary suffering. I'm totally
Okay.
okay admitting that some forms of suffering can produce good, and if suffering
Hmm.
produces good, then it does in fact become necessary in some way. Unless you could do it without the suffering, then
Sure.
that case is just called stupid suffering. Like if I could accomplish something with the suffering and without the suffering, it's not really necessary for me to suffer. And if I choose to suffer anyways, like that's my own
Hmm.
decision, that's just stupid suffering. But
Sure.
to the case though, I think it's the unnecessary suffering that is problematic for God. That's God's real problem, because if God is all good, then we would expect that he only causes the necessary suffering, right?
Right. But what's an example of unnecessary suffering?
I think a really good example of unnecessary suffering is perhaps some of the ways in which he punishes people in the Bible. And I think a classic example would be natural disasters. Natural disasters certainly don't seem to be necessary.
In what way?
What are they necessary for?
Well, I'm asking you, why are they unnecessary?
Because they
No,
don't actually
I can answer why I think they're necessary, but I just want to understand like your perspective first.
because they don't actually serve the purpose of God, and you might say that they're necessary for like soul building. But
Okay.
then you would also then have to admit that God is not all powerful. He couldn't accomplish his goal using any other means. Like he has to torment people to get to the goal, and that just limits his actual omnipotence. So in order to make natural disasters necessary, you kind of have to concede God's abilities.
So necessarily we're saying concede God's abilities. However, in order for us to love God, I think the Christian theology is, in order for there to be love, there needs to be free will, right? Like God can't force us to love him, so there has to be free will. And with free will comes the option to turn your back on God and to introduce sin into the world, which, you know, according to scriptures, Adam and Eve introduced sin to the world, which we then live in a fallen world. Everyone is born into this sinful world, and we're influenced by it day to day.
Right. But you're describing the fall of the world as though God had nothing to do with it, like it fell on its own. Did God design the
Right.
consequences of the fall?
Did God design the consequences of the fall? What do you mean by design?
Okay, so when God created the world, he knew Adam and
Mhm.
Eve would sin, right?
Yeah, this is a good question, and I've been searching into this for a while now. And to be completely honest, I don't have the best response to that question, and it's something that I continue to search and try to understand. I would love to come back and like talk more about this honestly, and I'm comfortable with saying I don't have the best answer for that right now. I can tell you what I know right now and what I feel. I guess I should say what I feel right now and what I believe right now is that necessarily we are responsible for the suffering of the world as people, as humans. We decided to and made the free will decision to try to know what God knows, you know, even from the tree of knowledge. We wanted to achieve the same power God had. That was our own pride that led us down that road. I think it was ultimately partly, I think it was partly God's wrath. Again, I may be mistaken. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to understand this. So I apologize to any Christian out there if I'm misrepresenting your teachings and your scripture. But I do believe that it was God's just action to punish us for us turning our backs on him, and like a parent punishing their child for turning their back on him. But then through the offering of his only begotten son, dying for our sins, washing away our sins with his blood, and offering us a way to heaven, I think the new covenant that he cut with us, that he cut with Abraham, I think gives us a way back to the Father, and he gives us a choice to either go towards him or, again, once again, turn our backs on him and live eternally separated from him.
Right, but my question is, if God knew that Adam and Eve was going to sin,
why did he create them?
No. If God knew that they were going to sin, that means what happened after the sin, the consequences of the sin, he had to have known what he was going to do about it. In Genesis 3, what does he do? He curses the snake, he curses the earth, And then he curses the wombs of women so that they have painful childbirth, right? So there are reactions that God
Mhm.
has to the sin, and I don't see that. Like, if you believe that natural disasters are a curse from God because of the sin, I don't see why God was required to curse the earth so that it would produce natural disasters. That seems like a decision and not a necessity.
So what could he have done instead?
Everything except for that. He could have literally did everything he already did, but not that.
Like what? Like what do you mean by everything? Like what else could he have done?
Well, he cursed the womb of Eve, he cursed the snake, and he made Adam till the ground at the sweat of his brow. He could have done those three things and never done the natural disasters. I don't see why the natural disasters are a requirement.
But is it really God's creating to say, "Hey, guess what? We're gonna institute natural disasters on the earth because of sin"? It's not necessarily, sin is not an action, right? Sin is something that's introduced into the world. So sin itself is not someone committing an act. It's not like an action that's taken by someone. So I think part of that is obviously man's own doing in their free will, but I don't necessarily believe that it's God saying that and choosing specifically to have natural disasters on earth. Like I don't think
So,
it's a
did
hard
it
dilemma.
happen by accident? Did God not know that the natural
No,
disasters were going to
no,
happen?
no. I'm not saying that it's like by accident. I'm not saying that like God didn't know that that these natural disasters would happen. But I don't necessarily
Were there natural disasters before the fall?
were there natural disasters before the fall. As far as I'm familiar with, and from what I've read, again, I'm still a new believer. I do not think that there were natural disasters prior to the fall because this suffering of the world came from the introduction of sin.
That's right. And did God, is he in charge of determining what the consequences of sin are?
Yes.
Okay. So God decided that the consequences of Adam and Eve's sin would include natural disasters, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I see your point. I see your point.
So what we have then is this really weird situation where God knew they would sin, and he decided ahead of time that when they did sin, he was going to create the natural disasters. And I can't see why the natural disasters are a necessary punishment for the sin.
Yeah. I mean, I can see what you're saying, and I think that comes down to us questioning God's judgment, right? That's
Right. That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So you're saying, why this and why not that? I think it's anything that like you're living in someone's. I'm sure you've heard this analogy. You live in someone's house, right? And you destroy their house, but they've let you live in it, and then they come home and they're upset at you and they punish you for it, and then you blame them for the punishment, even though you destroyed their home. You've punched holes in the roof, and it rains on you, and you're cold and wet, and you wonder why this happened. Well, it's because you did it to yourself. Like if there is no God, right? Like I know that that's not your argument tonight, but kind of along the lines of if there is no God, who is responsible for the suffering on the earth?
Well,
if it's not God, then who is it?
Well, in my worldview, nobody's causing natural disasters. Like, it's just a product of a chaotic universe, right? So suffering is a little bit expected in my worldview because there's nothing that created us to be here, right? But suffering, like unnecessary suffering through natural disasters, that is unexpected in the Christian worldview because if you believe that God is all good and he only creates the suffering that's necessary, then now we need a justification for why natural disasters are necessary.
And I would even add to that, not only is he all good, but he's all just.
Sorry, can you put your volume up a little bit? I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So I was saying I would even add, not only is he all good, but he's all just as well.
Right, a just God, meaning punishment for actions is what you're saying, right?
Proportional.
Right, because this kind of plays into the punishment, right? So if Adam and Eve cursed humanity because they ate the fruit, right? It's kind of weird that all of humanity now has to take the punishment for what Adam and Eve did. Like, for example, the child that gets swept up in a hurricane. Well, that child didn't do anything wrong. Why is that child being punished for Adam and Eve's sin?
Well, how do we know they haven't done anything wrong?
How do we know what?
How do we know they haven't done anything wrong?
A baby?
They're a child.
No, you said child. I mean, I think we've all committed some sort of sin. Like the belief is that everyone has been born into sin. We have turned our backs on God. We have committed sin one way or another against His word and have turned our backs on Him.
Well, babies. Babies die in natural disasters, right? Do you think babies sin?
No. Babies dying in natural disasters is a tough one, absolutely, and I can't answer that fully. Again, this is something that I'm still reflecting on personally. Yeah, it's a difficult question. I'm not going to lie and have a simple answer for it. It's an extraordinarily deep question.
I mean, I think that's a fair answer. You know, when I was a Christian, I would have said the same thing. I would have said something along the lines of, no, I don't know. I need to reflect on that. Let me think about that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a fair response. And I appreciate that because, you know, most people will get up here and rather than just saying, I don't know, let me think about it. What'll happen is they'll say crazy justifications like, well, it's okay to murder babies sometimes.
Yeah. It's a difficult question, right? Because, you know, speaking of murdering babies, you know, I'm pro-life, virgin, and abolitionist for abortion, and like I truly believe in the protection of all life, regardless of what the life is, whether it's conscious or not, and what age. So yeah, it's a difficult question to ask yourself as any human being. You know, anyone who says it's not is lying. That's for sure.
Right. So let me I want to take you to one other difficult passage if you don't mind. And it's getting late in the night, so I can't stay up late tonight. The last couple of live streams I stayed up until like 2 a.m. and it completely
Yeah, I don't want to keep it too late. I mean, I could definitely call in again. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Well, I was just saying I don't mind getting to bed before like around midnight, but like I have to wake up early tomorrow to meet my good buddy at the gym, and I don't want to do it going to bed at 2 a.m. But I want to read. I do want to read one passage with you.
Okay.
And
let me know.
I'll
bring it up.
Because I think this passage I feel I think it's more definitive than talking about like punishment from Adam and Eve. So there's an interesting passage in Deuteronomy 21. And you and I both know that God allowed his people to go to war, but listen to what it says about this. It says, when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you, you shall take them captive. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she should be your wife, right? This, I think, butts up against a really like fundamental internal thing that we have as human beings, which is that we kind of think kidnapping other people and putting them into forced marriages is bad, right? Even if they are a war enemy. Like if Canada started a war with us, we wouldn't say, well, it would be okay to kidnap their women and force them into marriages, right?
Right. Yeah, of course.
So
That's
like
current ethics. Yes, ethics today.
It's a struggle for me, right, to think about the biblical God being all good, but then at the same time hearing him say, well, you can kidnap women and children in war and, you know?
Yeah, and I think the shaving of the head and nails, I have, and I've tried to study the most difficult passages and like look them up and try to understand cultural, historical, and archaeological findings that may show some signs of like what exactly this meant in this passage here. I know the shaving of the head and the trimming of nails, I believe, was I'm trying to remember. Was it some
It's for purity. It's
Near Eastern like signal that she's leaving her old life and then is underway under protection, under new protection? Wasn't that what that means?
so there have been a number of scholars that posited a symbolic meaning to this. I think most scholars of the Old Testament would say that the shaving of the head and the clipping of the nails is for purity reasons. You know, the Jewish people had very, very strict laws about individual purity. And like even like when you came back from war, if you stole a bunch of like metal or bronze vessels in war, they had to go through a purity ritual. They either got burned with fire, or like if you touched a dead body in the book of Numbers, chapter 19, you have to burn a red heifer, put the ashes in water, and purify yourself with red heifer water ashes, right? So
Right.
like
Yeah.
this seems to be akin to a purity ritual and maybe not a symbolic ritual. But I get it. If it's a symbolic ritual, I don't think it's much. I don't know if it's much better, because you're trying to erase a woman's identity.
Yeah, and I think that comes from those ancient Near Eastern cultures, right? I think there were certain things that were culturally relevant at the time. You know, there's that famous phrase where the Bible wasn't written to you, it was written for you, right? So a lot of what was written in that time was written for the people at that time and not people in our time. You know, there's the old covenant and the new covenant, right? God walked the aisle between the sacrificed bodies. And, you know, Abraham fell asleep and God walked the aisle to forge the covenant with man. And God said, you know, that was God's promise to keep man from turning their backs on him and further diverging into sin. And we kept going down the road. We had hardened hearts. God put these laws in place for people with hardened hearts. But then throughout the Old Testament and a lot of these cultural sacrifices for cleanliness, like you had said, right? A lot of that came from God sending his son down in the flesh to die for our sins, to shed the blood of the sacrificial lamb, so that we didn't have to live with hardened hearts anymore. We didn't have to capture
Craig,
women from other tribes and shave their head and trim their nails and change their clothes and
Right. Just so you're aware, you don't have to do the preaching bit here. We all know the story.
no, I'm not trying to preach. I'm just speaking to what
Right.
speaking to what I believe. I'm not, you know.
Right. So, you know,
sorry.
My gripe with this passage is not that a woman's identity is being erased. My gripe, I mean, I think that's bad, but I think my gripe with this passage is that this is insisting that there are occasions, and it seems pretty broad, where like you can just kidnap women and force them to be your wife. You don't think that these women had consent, do you?
No, but is this God telling them to do it?
Yeah, all the laws in Deuteronomy come from God. In Deuteronomy 6:4, Moses tells them that all of these laws come from God, right? And so, and then he wraps it up too. In fact, just to put a bow on this, if you fast forward to Deuteronomy 30, it talks about how these laws are going to be followed even in the Messianic age. It says in Deuteronomy 36, it says, "Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today." So Moses is saying, like, when the time period comes where God finally circumcises the heart of the people, you're going to follow these commandments.
And to add to that real quick, if you go to Deuteronomy 20, verse 10, going through 16, we get kind of a lead into what causes this, right? So it mentions, you know, once they crossed into the promised land, when you draw near a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor, right? But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all its spoils. So this verse that we were just reading about cutting the hair and paring the nails seems to be the case of these people chose war. They chose to go to war, and now the women are the plunder. And if they see one that they like, then they can execute the shaving of the head and paring of the nails.
Okay. I appreciate these passages you guys pointing these out. I think these are difficult passages that I definitely want to look into more.
Sure.
I appreciate you guys talking with me about this. I definitely want to call in again. I did really enjoy this conversation.
Please do.
And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to hop on here. I don't want to keep you up too late. But yeah, I'll for sure call back in. I'm going to reflect on these passages. I think they're really difficult passages to accept, especially in the world that we live in today. I think it's also difficult to look at the history of mankind through the lens of presentism. I think that always becomes a difficult thing for us to try to counteract when we're reading history. So I think that that's another piece that I need to reflect on too, is like, how am I looking at these verses?
Yeah.
Am I looking at them through the lens of 2025 morality, or am I looking at them through the lens of the morality at the time? How does it apply to God? I listened to some of your conversation earlier about God's nature changing. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to reflect on just in the very short period of time you're listening to this. So
yeah,
I appreciate the thought-provoking conversation.
Yeah, Craig, you've been a delightful person to talk to, and I know these are difficult passages because when I was a Christian, these are a lot of the passages I had to wrestle with. I was in the hot seat at one point in my life too, and so I get that it's difficult, and I get that like when you're presented with these passages, you're not just gonna like flip a switch and be like, oh, that's horrible. Like you're like, I need to look into it, and so I think that's perfectly fair, and I hope that you do look into it and come back and have another conversation with us.
I'd love it. Thank you so much. Thank you both.
In fact, I'm Jewish, and I was reading the slavery verses, and my grandpa was a rabbi. And as I was reading the slavery verses, I was 16, and I struggled with them. I'm like, wait a minute. We as Jews can't be slaves anymore, but if we're still living under like temple era, whatever, we'd still be able to enslave other people, and I wasn't okay with it. And when I went to go ask my grandpa about it, he was like, "Hey, we're Jews. We wrestle with the law. It's your burden to wrestle with it. Just wrestle with it." And that just wasn't compelling for me. I'm like, no, this is wrong. This is horrid.
That's very dismissive, and I'm sorry that you received that response from your grandfather. I think that's upsetting and unfortunate.
But Craig, thanks for coming and chatting with us. I really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll hear from you again in the future.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
That was a nice guy. Last two guests were delightsome.
Isn't that a good palate cleanser at the end of a live stream to get two nice people?
It is. It is. I was going to mention before we brought that guest up, I think when it comes to the Trinity, I think Mormons got it right. 3 distinct individuals that live on a star or a planet next to the star Kolob. I think we got it figured out.
Listen, they could have, Bertram, thank you for the dinosaur. They could have just went to polytheism, and that nobody would have blamed them. If the Christians was like, oh, we're polytheists, like nobody would have blamed them. Like, oh, okay, well, you're polytheist now. And the people could be like, well, God says there's only one God in the Old Testament. And they'd be like, well, look again, motherfucker. Now he's 2. God can do whatever he wants. Right? If God wants to create another God, he could do it.
Well, and that's the Mormons' answer. The Mormons' answer, because they believe in exaltation, so they believe they can become gods. So they're really henotheists, but the Yahweh is just the God of this universe. He's the God we worship. They believe Yahweh has a God he worships. And so Mormons kind of really fix a lot of these questions. They cause a whole lot of other problems of their own because of their text, like tree trunk submarines, but...
Yeah. Oh my God. So bad. Listen, Cyber, thank you so much for hanging out with me. And we did some cooking before you were here, but I'll be live again on the same channel on Monday. Come back and hang out with me.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me up.
I think, guys, make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction on YouTube and on TikTok. He's on both platforms. He's a good friend of mine. He's sharp. He's got good content. I think you'll like him.
And I should be going live here again shortly. I'm getting married next month.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you, and I'm just getting like a mini studio set up. So hopefully, once that's all set up, hopefully I'll start going live again. So, but I appreciate it, Justin. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, buddy. Have a great one.
You too.
W Cyber. I didn't know he was getting married. Big W. Damn. All right then. Let's read some super chats, friends. GL, thank you so much for the $9.99. Says, what's your take on the place your hand under my thigh thing? What's going on there? My understanding is that it's somewhat unique to the Hebrew Bible. So the idea, the usage of the word in Hebrew for thigh, and I forget exactly what it is. It shows up elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible, quite often referring to like genitals, right? And so, what seems to be the case when Eleazar takes the pledge, and like the Christian commentators don't like this, but if you read actual good Old Testament theologians, they'll just admit to it. It seems to be that the pledge is about the seed of Abraham. You can't let the seed of Abraham get corrupted by marrying like a Canaanite, right? So the pledge was on, he was literally cupping the seed or the seed sack of Abraham to make the pledge. Put your hand under my thigh on my seed and pledge to my seed that you won't let my seed get corrupted. That seems to be, I think, the most plausible reading of it. And I can understand why most Christian theologians don't want to actually say that out loud. But I mean, it's a widely accepted view in the scholastic literature. It's just one of those things where you can say it in scholarly circles, but you can't say it in church. People get really bent out of shape in church. So, Adam, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Luke Bryson wrote a book about Plato's Timaeus and how it relates to the Big Bang and the problem of scientific language. You should check it out. Maybe I will. I promised Ian that I would eventually read modern philosophy, but I'm starting with the old stuff. I'm reading some of the basics before I read the modern stuff. That way, when they reference some of the older guys, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember reading that. I get, it just makes it easier, It's like trying to read, thank you for the crown, Dougal. You should read the Bible before you read books about the Bible. That's basically what I'm doing. Adam says, the best argument for the Trinity, look at the trees. Indeed, actually, I think the best argument for the Trinity I ever heard was actually about a 3-part tree, one tree trunk with with 3 branches, but that still ends up in partialism. Who need verse review? I see what you did there. Universe review. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, you're awesome. I wish you would be able to debate my retired pastor dad or my pastor sister. I mean, maybe get them on the stream. We've had quite a few pastors get up here. It always ends not so well for them, but I mean, what do you expect, right? But yeah, like my stream is accessible and available to anybody who wants to watch. Even if they don't get up to debate me, maybe they'll be angry enough that I exist that they'll at least watch me. Canbest, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $13.99 Canadian dollars. Says keep up the good fight. Need it now more than ever. I couldn't agree, Canbest. One of the reasons why I'm so eager to push my work forward is because of the current state of affairs. I feel like it's getting worse, not better. And David Burke, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Says True Pater, and all the other of these people. The more they talk, the more I question how I ever believed one word of this giant, unadulterated pile of bull crap. I feel like I'm going crazy when they talk. I get it. Like, it's when you read it now from this lens, it's hard to read it and be like, oh, I used to believe that. Because it's like, it seems so absurd. You know what I mean? But when you're already in the cult, when you've already accepted it, you're willing to accept the absurd. What? One of those things. Asher's oldest daughter, thank you for the super chat, says, see, Justin doesn't know the day nor the hour, but it's coming soon. Hi, Justin. I agree with an evolving God because it's alongside humans. I agree, right? That's why open theism makes so much sense. An evolving God makes more sense. This Omni character is not a believable character. And we've got a super chat from our friend Low Bar Bill. Low Bar Bill, great name, says, almost had to unfollow when you called soda pop, but I'll stick around since you're so good at barbecuing. I appreciate that, Low Bar Bill. I do say pop, not soda. I certainly don't say soda pop. What kind of ridiculous thing would that be? But, I am what I am. I'm a Yank. I've got my own language. Design says suffering is a result of free will, unless God is using you to cause someone else's suffering to punish their free will. Then you get hell. Thanks for your service. I mean, that's about it. It's crazy how they want to cling to the free will argument, full well knowing that the New Testament doesn't say a damn thing about you having free will. That's ridiculous. And Suasuni, thank you so much for the super chat, says, since God considers us knowing good versus evil a bad thing, he probably didn't want us to figure out that he's a massive prick. That's why he wanted people not to know the difference between good and evil, because God wanted to do some evil shit and not be found out. I mean, that makes perfect sense. This plays right into the evil God hypothesis. Like, there's an evil God. He didn't want you to know about it. Now that you know about it, he's like, fuck, whatever. I'm going to do it anyways. And people are like, okay, I love you. Do the evil shit. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, praise Doug and Sharon. Tonight's stream has shown how a lack of thinking can lead a person to the dark side, Christianity to Christian nationalism to Mega. Yeah. I mean, that is the case. I mean, this type of thinking is what lends itself to fascism. That's what it is. As Sherzol's daughter again says, if we sin because of pride, and pride is a sin, then sin was already here. If God knows all, then it's all or nothing. And it amazes me how people limit God when they make him and then make him limitless. Justin, I love it here. Well, thank you. I love to have you here. And it really is weird because, like, a lot of the stuff that God says is pride, like envy, jealousy, like these are characteristics of God. God's describing himself. Covetousness. God, nobody covets more than God. He's the most covetous asshole in the universe. It's crazy how rules never applied to the God of the Bible. And Simeon says, it's funny how Christians scream context, but throw a fit when you point out the context of Isaiah 53 by reading the previous chapters. It's almost comical. I couldn't agree more. It's crazy how the minute you start talking about prophecies, all of a sudden, no, don't read we don't need the context. The context is not important whatsoever. The original context means nothing. They didn't even know that they were prophesying. The craziest. I'll never understand that 180. That's the craziest Christian 180. Kay, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, was wondering, with a being that's all powerful, is there ever anything that's necessary? And also, with being that perfect, or that is perfect, wouldn't everything he does need to be perfect and therefore necessary? So this is two questions we ask a lot in the community. One is, if he's all powerful, does he have to do anything by necessity? And the only good answer to that is only if he decides that he wants to introduce other entities with free will, and then it is his desire to allow them to make their own decisions rather than make decisions for themselves. But then again, like, if he's all knowing, he already knew what they were going to do when he created them, which means he created what they're doing, which it's a crazy cycle. But the second question is, if he's all perfect, wouldn't everything he created be perfect? Well, it depends on what you mean by perfect, because, like, if it's perfect to him to make imperfect beings, then technically you could say it's perfect. I think it's like a shitty argument, because, like, the Christians would rightly conclude that humans did a thing that God didn't want them to do. Like, God regretted making humans in Genesis. So if God regretted making them, then it would entail that he didn't make them perfectly, because if he made them perfectly, that means they would have done exactly what he wanted them to do, which means he wouldn't have regretted making them. It's a lot of crazy stuff in there. Miss Pickle says, Craig thinks that at some point it was perfectly fine to harm women. It gives of Predator vibes. I know. I know. I should rewrite a Bible passage about this happening to men and see what he thinks. I'm just curious if it would change his mind. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, thanks for rating Taco Stream Wednesday. Not, I heard the dumbest question and got sucked into going live to my neighbor's entertainment at 1 a.m. I'm sorry. Taco's live streams are really interesting. I think they're unique. I think they're interesting, and he's a good friend of mine. So I think people should know about him. He does really cool stuff. He's not on TikTok yet. I'm trying to push him to get on TikTok. I don't know if he will, but I think his presuppositionalist argument would work pretty well here. Aaron Feeler says, heads up, on your store, there's a mislabeled product. There's a Philbro Tears mug and a Philbro Tears sticker labeled also as a mug. P.S. Doug bricks me up. Sorry about that. So with the shop that I have, unfortunately, the way it works is like you make an object and you name it. If you want to take that same design and put it on other stuff, it doesn't give you the option of renaming the other stuff. It's kind of weird. And like you could go in and just individually create 100 different things. But the problem is like if you like the Pharaoh Tears mug and you click on it, it won't show you the other Philbro Tears items because they're now classified as entirely separate items, right? So the way I've got it categorized is if you click on like the Doug's Pretzel Factory item, it'll bring up all the other items that says Doug's Pretzel Factory because of the way it's classified. But unfortunately, the way it's classified requires that it robs the name of the original item in the group that you made. I can't make a custom group name for it. So it's just one of the it's just one of those weird things with the website that I'm using that I can't really do much about. It's silly, I know. I apologize, but I'm stuck with it for now. That's just, Michael says, shrug for Sharon and Doug. Oh, I like that play on words. That's pretty good. I am going to get an emoji up for sinfully wet for Sharon. That's a thing that's happening. And Helping Mega says, I'm ready for a Friday night barbecue with Doug. And listen, not only you're ready, you've been here the entire time. Big W to you. Michael came back as well and says, Doug and Sharon making pretzels out of believers. That's what they do best. That's what they make non-believers rock hard and believers into pretzels. And Jay Cal says, we love and thank you, Justin. Well, Jay Cal, hey, I love and appreciate you, friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. And Bevan says, love you, Justin. Worst Christian denomination. Oh, that's a tough one. Well, I appreciate that, Brevin. I don't know if there's a worst, but I think the ones that I hate the most are any of them in the prosperity gospel category. I think the prosperity gospel is evil. I think it's horrific. I think it is the most abusive denomination that is popular. We could definitely point to some Christian denominations that are more abusive, but they're on like a much smaller scale. You know what I mean? So there's that. But yeah, I mean, it is yeah, I hate the prosperity gospel. Stephen says, does the new covenant change Moses's law? Confused. Well, no. If you read the Old Testament, it's not supposed to. If you talk to Jesus, it's not supposed to. It's not until you get after Jesus's death that people are saying, no, the law does change. We don't have to do it anymore because the Bible is inherently contradictory. Good question from Good Question. Good question says, hopefully I can talk to you today. Well, maybe. I don't know who you called in as. So if you did, I didn't see anybody in my queue named Good Question, but thanks for being here. Thank you for the hat, Crash Out. I appreciate that. And Gaius Husky says, your argument made my face stronger equals I don't care for truth. I can't tell you how many times I've laid down a solid argument they have no answer for, and then they leave the conversation being like, well, my faith is even okay. Yeah, whatever lie you have to tell yourself. And Mega says, I don't want to think so God is good. Great logic. That's it, right? I don't want to question or think about God being good. Therefore, he must be good because he's defined as good, right? That's the easy way out. And the hum says, straight from my heart, shrooms contain psilocybin, so not cybacillin. Yeah, I fuck those two syllables up a lot, or those two parts of the word. Psilocybin, not cybacillin. Yeah, I get them mixed. Eventually I'll get it right. And I do appreciate the correction. I get some assholes in my comments from the time to time that are real pricks about it. And to be honest, like most people don't know the difference because like most people don't use the word every day. But eventually I will get it right. Eventually I'm going to say psilocybin rather than psilocybin. It's psilocybin. Psilocybin. I'm going to get it. Repetition is key. If they had written it in the Bible, I would have memorized it already. I just got to write it in my Bible somewhere. Gaius Huxley says, church does charity to help the very poverty it caused. Oh, yes. If in fact the church wasn't doing what it does, we'd probably have less poverty. You don't need to take money from people. God should have all your money. Michael says, guest should be a politician if a lie isn't a lie. I know. I'll never understand when people like they'll watch God saying something untrue, admit that it's not true, and then say he didn't lie. Nope, it's a lie. Miss Pickle says Yuji is making a convert anti-Semitic argument that the Israelites didn't have the intelligence, so God had to lie, but not lie to them. This is a fair point. I didn't think of it in that particular way. But you could say that. You could say, well, the ancient Israelites were too stupid to understand. Although I don't know if that's his exact argument. I think his argument would have been like human beings in general were too stupid to understand. But still, I get what you're saying, and it's a fair point. Peter, thank you for the super chat, says, God, if you do that, I'll do this. Jews, I don't understand what that means. That's not how you build a relationship with, bro, what? I know. I'll never understand the excuses they'll make, endless excuses. And Peter again says, argumentum, add what do you mean by male? This guy. I know. What do you mean I'm being deceived about the male? I don't understand what these words mean. If ever you get into a pickle, just pettifog your way right out of it. And Peter, coming in again, thank you so much for the super chat, says, been dealing with this since antiquity. Yeah, and you guys haven't even dealt with the first slate of objections the Roman and Jewish authors made. I know. The objections made by the early opponents to Christianity still stand. They still remain unanswered. That's why, like, I use them in my arguments. And Joshua says, thank you for your donation. Joshua, thank you for your donation, as well as Chip. Chip says, a Phil bro not arguing philosophy and being reasonable, the end must be near. Listen, actually, I agree. That I was so taken aback by the fact that I had an ortho Phil bro who decided to come and engage honestly without Phil broing. Like, it made me like him. Gaius Husky again says it's metaphor / spirit, except the parts that lets me bash gays and collect tithes. Yes, that's parts literal. When God demands a tithe, like in Malachi chapter 3, that's clearly literal. It's certainly not a metaphor. The stuff I don't like, that's got to be a metaphor. And Space Lord says God is outside and above any category anyway. Here's what he is like and what he wants. I know, I never understand it when they'll say, like, you can't know or understand anything about God. Now, let me tell you about him. I think when people get into that position, I just hammer it home and make them admit publicly that you don't know anything about God, which means you can't claim that he's not good. You can't make that claim. You have to backpedal to being agnostic about God's goodness. And Shay says, the best cooking show ever. I love listening to your lives during work. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Shay. I appreciate that. And what an honor that people are going to work listening to me while they're going about their job. I'm humbled by it. And Joshua again says, does hell mean God can fail in his ability to save on top of what on top of what wrath brings glorification, on top of that, wrath brings glorification to God? I think that is the case. If people go to hell and God said that he desires that none perish, that means he failed in his desire. And that's why like open theism seems to fit better with the notion of the biblical God. You know what I mean? Because God shouldn't be able to fail. And Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I'm on my electric bike riding from Philadelphia to Easton, Pennsylvania, listening to a roasting and twisting of pretzels. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. I love biking. I need to do more of it. I'm trying to catch up from my vacation. when I wasn't streaming, but I love it. It's such a good exercise. It's low impact, and like you can do it no matter what age you are. And like so, I enjoy other exercises. I love golf. I used to go to the batting cages a lot. Actually recently just went back to the batting cages this last week because I was like, I haven't been to the batting cages in damn near a decade. I should go grab my bat, hit the batting cages for like an hour, right? I am not joking. I didn't even survive a full hour. I literally pulled my hip tensor muscle and had to like limp my way out of the batting cages. I gave my tokens away to some little girl who was obviously more fit for that exercise than I was, and had to like do the walk of shame limping back to my car as an old person. So like, yeah, biking seems like a much better option than like throwing my hip out trying to swing a baseball bat. I think I've just hit that age where I have to admit that now I've got limitations. Design says the question makes no sense. Equals rubs baby paste on skin. I know. That's 100%. It puts the baby paste on. That really is the thing. You know what I mean? That's what's happening in these live streams. Oh my goodness. And Pat, good to see you, Pat. Pat says, does God have a boss? Because he needs to be fired. I agree. The God, he's fucking everything up. Everything. Tripolar says, why does NPC in background have a belly button? Well, because he's an NPC. He's a generated character for novelty. But yeah, theoretically, God wouldn't need a belly button. Then again, humans were made in God's image, and humans have belly buttons, which means maybe. Vabriel, thank you for gifting out a DZ Debates membership. I really appreciate that. And Carnage, my friend, welcome back. Carnage says, smash, marry, unalive. I love this game. Okay, here's my option to smash, marry, or unalive. Sin edition. It could be pride, wrath, or gluttony. Well, first of all, I'm marrying gluttony every day of the week. That's just the thing. If I have to pick a smash, it's going to be pride. Pride can be fun to smash every once in a while. For something to kill or to unalive, it's got to be wrath. Not interested in wrath. Not a violent person. I'm borderline pacifist to begin with. Like, I feel like even the act of protecting yourself has limitations. Like, you should never, like, if you have the option to protect yourself without injuring the other party, I think you should. Like, if you have the option of just exiting the fight, you should just exit the fight. Like, you shouldn't feel compelled to fight somebody that challenges you. Like, it's the dumbest thing. If somebody is being attacked or accosted, then yeah, protect them by all means. Like, if an old lady's having her purse stolen, yeah, go take care of business. But like, if somebody's picking a fight with me, I have the option to leave. Like, no one has to get injured. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, the only reason, like, if someone's picking a fight with you and you can literally just walk away and you choose to fight, to me, that's just silly. You don't know if that person's got a gun. You don't know if they have a knife. It's just dumb. It's bad logic. It doesn't make any sense. Fighting should be like only when it's necessary. You know what I mean? So wrath, you can keep it, God. I don't need wrath. I think we can go a lot further in life without wrath. Ashera, thank you for the super chat. Says, why do people think they have to serve God? It starts with human authority mixed with future punishment and earthly. It makes deconstruction for some two-part, first with emotions, then truth. I agree. I don't understand the imperative that you need to worship God. The requirement or the imperative that you must worship God only seems to stem from the fact that God says he'll punish you if you don't, right? If God wouldn't have punished you for it, I don't see why the imperative is there. And if the only reason to worship God is because he'll punish you if you don't, he's just a vindictive prick. Who gives a fuck about this guy? Like, why do I care, right? Anyways, I think that's all the super chats for tonight. Let's see who's live right now that we can go raid. Certainly, there are some people right now that are live that we can go raid their live streams and drop in with some blessings from Doug and Sharon. Let me see who's on right now. I see Mezzo's live right now. Taco's live right now. Who else is live? A bunch of people are live. Some of these people aren't really live. Oh, mostly. All right, Mezzo's live on probably TikTok and on YouTube. So let's go raid Mezzo's live stream. I'm gonna put it on the screen for everyone who doesn't know Mezzo. If you don't know Mezzo, I wish you would. He's streaming at the Deconstruction Junction right now. That's on YouTube at the Deconstruction Junction. He's also live on TikTok at Mezzo_sphere, I think is his TikTok handle. It looks like he's taking a pee break. That's fine. He'll be back in a minute. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for liking and sharing and supporting the stream. Thank you for all the members and everyone who supports via super chats. I really love and appreciate the community. Like, it means the world to me that you guys support my work. Thank you to the moderators that help to keep these streams on the rails and make sure that like the weird fascist neo-Nazis don't infiltrate and get my live stream banned. I really appreciate that. And when I get more news as to when our 501c3 tax exemption gets approved, you'll be the first to know. So thank you, friends, for being here.